The president's former personal lawyer and fixer Michael Cohen testifies publicly today before Congress and the nation, just 2 months before he heads to prison. And he is expected to call President Trump a racist and a con man and say the president personally signed a check for a hush money payment. Cohen will testify before the House Oversight Committee. And today's hearing could be explosive and historic, both for what Cohen could reveal and for the questions he'll get from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. We'll bring you today's hearing live and uninterrupted. It's scheduled to start at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined in our studio by Emily Heil, reporter and co-writer of Reliable Source, Aaron Blake, senior political reporter and writer for The Fix, and David Fahrenthold, reporter covering the Trump family businesses and its interests. We've already heard so much news this morning because we've seen the anticipated opening statement from Michael Cohen. Aaron, what are the big takeaways from this opening statement?
Well, I think the leaks that came out of the Cohen camp before this didn't really reduce the expectations of what we would see today. They said that this would be explosive. They said it would be delving into a number of different, very significant issues. We would be learning new things. I think the opening statement backs that up to a certain degree. Certainly the big takeaway here, I think, is the idea that the president knew about what Roger Stone was doing with WikiLeaks. This is a connection that Roger Stone has sought to deny in certain ways, used really kind of suggestive, his denials were kind of non-denials, but now we know, based upon what Michael Cohen is saying, that the president was at least aware of this, was talking to Roger Stone about it in real time, even after we knew about suggestions about what Russia was doing. I think maybe the biggest takeaway from this is maybe there's not necessarily one big smoking gun, but what Michael Cohen is doing is he is setting the stage for a number of questions that could be answered in the weeks ahead, could be answered by House Democrats with their new subpoena power in these committees, and could be answered by Robert Mueller's investigation. A lot of this stuff may be stuff that Robert Mueller already knows and could be prepared to report to the Department of Justice in the coming weeks here. So a lot of new subplots that Michael Cohen is bringing forth today.
So we'll have this hearing live all day today, basically, because there are over 40 committee members here. They're all get a crack and a chance to ask Michael Cohen a question. Aaron, you've already annotated the opening statement, so if you want to go to WashingtonPost.com, you can actually see sort of Aaron's takeaways of what's important in this, what are some of the big moments that could be particularly leading or explosive. David, you've been covering and digging at the Trump family, Trump Foundation. All of these things are topics that could come up today, Trump family businesses, as well as the 2016 campaign. Are you anticipating getting any answers today?
I am actually, and this is a rare thing when you cover the Trump organization, the Trump family, that you'll actually get some concrete answers. But there's a couple different areas. We don't know everything we're going to learn today, but there's a couple different areas that already we're finding out, even before Cohen speaks from his prepared statement, they'll be learning more about. One, and this is maybe just of personal interest to me, but Cohen's going to talk about apparently a 9-foot-tall portrait of Donald Trump himself that Trump arranged for somebody else to buy, and then, according to Cohen, paid that person back through his charitable foundation. Now, this is not the most serious thing Donald Trump will be accused of today, but that's against the law. You can't use your charity to buy things for yourself. President Trump has already been sued by the New York Attorney General for 2 other cases in which he used his charity's money to buy portraits of himself. So there's certainly a pattern here. I'm really interested in hearing that part of it. One thing Cohen has also promised, and I'll be fascinated to see, is I think they're called statements of financial condition. These are statements prepared by Trump's own accountants to be given to potential lenders, to be given to potential business partners, describing Trump's cash assets, the value of his land assets, what stock holdings he has, what debts he has. I've been trying to collect those over the years because they're a fascinating look into what Trump was claiming to people who he was going to do business with. At the same time, he was making these big boasts about his income. We'll actually get to see more than I know from Cohen today. I'm fascinated to see that.
Do we expect to see receipts, as people call them, sort of the paper trail, whether it's emails or literally receipts, checks, things like that?
Yeah, I think he's going to show, and we've already seen them, checks from President Trump and also apparently from the Trump organization, written while Trump was in office, that were designed to pay Cohen back for these hush money payments to Stormy Daniels, as you see on screen. That's not quite a receipt, but it's about the same thing. Those statements of financial condition are interesting to me because one of the big mysteries of Trump's finances is he bought all this land, this real estate, with cash over the last 10 years. A really unusual practice for him, an unusual practice for the real estate industry. Nobody does that. Nobody buys things in cash. And explanation from the Trump Organization was, well, we just have so much cash, it's easy for us to buy things and not take out loans, which seems a little unusual for the business they're in and the history their business has. These statements we're seeing could show a little more of the reality that how much cash was Donald Trump sitting on. Is it plausible to think that the president had enough cash to buy all these things?
Emily, how will Michael Cohen be received today by this committee? He is facing a 3-year prison sentence, in part for lying to Congress.
Sure, and I think that Republicans on the panel are absolutely going to go after his credibility. We've been seeing them sort of build that case all week. They're going to say he's a liar. Why should we believe a liar? Why should we even have a liar in this room talking to us? And bear in mind that some of the Republicans on this panel are some of Trump's biggest and really only allies in Congress. You've got Mark Meadows, who is considered, the Trump whisperer, and he's going to mount a very strong defense of Trump by discrediting everything that Michael Cohen says. So I think that that's what you're going to see from the Republican side of the aisle. Now, on the Democratic side of the aisle, it's a lot of unknowns because we've got some freshman members of Congress for whom this is like one of their big, first congressional hearings, and certainly they're going to be trying to create some drama. They're going to be playing to different audiences. They're going to be playing to social media, so it's going to be, I think, in the room, a very interesting dynamic.
One thing that's stunning to me is the things we're going to see from Republicans in that hearing today. We've already seen from congressional allies like Matt Gaetz, threatening, intimidating, trying to sort of cause a circus. That's what Michael Cohen did for Trump. That was Cohen's job for Trump for years, and it would have been his job now if not for the revelation that these payments had come out that's caused Cohen to turn on Trump. But the role that we're going to see those guys playing, that was the role Michael Cohen played. And it's going to be fascinating to see those tactics applied to Cohen himself.
And a lot of this isn't necessarily even about undermining Michael Cohen's credibility with the broader public and people watching the hearing. I think a lot of it is going to be about knocking Michael Cohen off of his game and really kind of rattling him early on, because this is a guy, don't forget, who was supposed to testify earlier this month, and he backed out of it for a few weeks, citing supposed threats, alleged threats from President Trump and his allies. So clearly he's shown that he has the capability of being rattled by this, and so I think, it's going to be up to Michael Cohen to decide how hard he wants to go after the president after he delivers this opening statement, and Republicans are going to try to make that very difficult for him.
Let's go to Capitol Hill, where reporter Rhonda Colvin is outside of the hearing room where this Oversight Committee hearing will take place today. Rhonda, Cohen spent the day on Capitol Hill yesterday, but it was behind closed doors, so really all eyes are on today's hearing. What's the sense of anticipation there?
The sense of anticipation, Libby, is exactly what you would expect today. We've been here since about 7 this morning, and we've seen lines out the door coming into this building, coming into some of the other office buildings, trying to get in. Members of the public, media, we are shoulder to shoulder with other members of the media, and the public, members of the public who want to get a glimpse of Michael Cohen or anybody who might be attending this. They are wrapped around this hallway. So certainly it is, as you would expect today, on such a highly anticipated moment in our politics. We do know that Michael Cohen did arrive around 9 o'clock, a little bit before 9 o'clock today. He did not walk past us where the main media setup is, but he did come through the back way. So we do know he is seated now inside and awaiting what could be, hours worth of testimony today. This, of course, is coming after several postponements. Cohen and his lawyers have changed the date. Committees have changed. Early in February, we were supposed to have this hearing. Then it got moved to mid-February. I'm not actually sure what's happening behind me, but you might be hearing some cheering right now. But again, everybody is anticipating this moment. But, when this hearing was postponed several times, it did bring frustrations to a lot of the members who are part of these committees who wanted to hear from Cohen. We actually heard from Senator Burr a few weeks ago, Senator Richard Burr, who is the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and he shared his frustrations with us. Here's a look.
Assure you that any goodwill that might have existed in the committee with Michael Cohen is now gone. He's had a letter for 6 months asking for his return. He's already stiffest on being in Washington today because of an illness, yet on Twitter, a reporter reported he was having a wild night Saturday night, eating out in New York with 5 buddies. Didn't seem to have any physical limitations, and he was out with his wife last night. The way he's positioning himself, not coming to the committee, we may help him go to prison.
Now, Michael Cohen did meet in front of Senator Burr's committee yesterday. That was the closed-door hearing yesterday. We really don't know what happened there, of course, since it was closed door. After that hearing wrapped, we did see Michael Cohen step out and talk to media very briefly, and he said he just wants to tell his story today to the public. So that's what we are all awaiting here, right here outside of Rayburn to hear.
Thank you so much, and we'll head back to you. You know, these hearings always have a lot of buzz and anticipation, but this one seems especially so, both because we're hearing from someone who is in Trump's inner circle for so long, and also someone who has said he wants to essentially come clean. I mean, this is like the rebirth moment of Michael Cohen. One thing that we do anticipate him talking about is this hush money payment question. Is that one of the biggest issues, David, in terms of the direct relationship of the 2016 campaign and campaign interference? You know, sort of campaign disclosures sounds very unsexy. A hush money payment to someone you're having an affair with is explosive.
That's right. I think the two, from what we can tell ahead of time, the two most important issues looking back at 2016 are what Trump knew about WikiLeaks and its knowledge, it's the release of Democratic emails to help his campaign, and also what Trump knew of these hush money payments to Stormy Daniels through Michael Cohen, and what Trump did as president basically to pay Cohen back, what he knew about the purpose of those payments and what he paid him back. So yes, I think that'll be one of the most, because both of those things could be traced to crimes. I mean, it's a crime to interfere in an election. It's a crime to break campaign finance laws. Both those things are really going to matter. We haven't heard Cohen speaking about them in his own voice. We've heard him reading a statement. We haven't heard him talking about it extemporaneously. That's what's going to make today so interesting.
All right, we're finally seeing some images from inside of this hearing room where the Oversight Committee is gathering to hear testimony from Michael Cohen, the only witness today, so he will be front and center. Elijah Cummings is the chairman of this committee, a Democrat from Maryland. He laid out in a memo sort of what the topics are that will be covered, and then what some topics are that are not expected to be covered. We can run down the list of the items to be covered, and a lot of them, David, are right in your sweet spot because some of the sort of the sub issues of this are like Trump International Hotel as well as the Trump Foundation. But we're looking at generally the president's business practices, potential conflicts of interests, the accuracy of things that President Trump has said, and then this question of debts and payments in the 2016 election, following the law. And then efforts by President Trump potentially to intimidate Michael Cohen or others. I want to also look at topics that are not anticipated to come up, and this is according to Elijah Cummings. Some really big issues: the Russia investigation, counterintelligence threats, meaning what else could be out there if foreign actors have leverage over President Trump and could potentially blackmail or bribe him over those issues. Why are we not touching these topics, and really, will they come up anyway? Aaron, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that what you see in those three topics that are not allowed there, those all pertain specifically to what Robert Mueller is up to. They are very sensitive issues, obviously. But if you look at his opening statement, he has gotten clearance to talk about Trump Tower Moscow and how that situation all played out. Now, maybe that's because he already pleaded guilty to lying about this, but it does seem to suggest that he has a certain amount of latitude to talk about things that maybe aren't at the heart of the Mueller investigation, but things that he is involved in. The other thing that's not on that list that's interesting is the Southern District of New York's investigation. If Michael Cohen can go on in this hearing and talk about pretty much anything that SDNY is looking into, including, I would add, the Trump Organization, which we don't know exactly what the level of interest is between SDNY and the Trump Organization. If he can kind of fill out the picture of that, that's something that we really haven't seen a whole lot, at least in the public record and in reporting that apart from what David has done, of course, that a lot of people haven't seen so far.
I mean, I'll be interested to see if he does talk about things that we don't know about related to the things that SDNY has looked into, which include a variety of Trump Organization business practices, but especially the payments to Michael Cohen to reimburse him for the payments to Stormy Daniels. If those things are mentioned in this case, does that put pressure on SDNY to then make a legal case out of them, to pursue that investigation further? We don't really know if the Southern District of New York investigation has stopped or if it's going great guns. What we learned today may help us learn a little bit more about what's out there for them to get.
And there may be a chance that Michael Cohen doesn't answer some questions, that he consults with his attorneys and pleads the fifth and doesn't get into some of these details if they're self-incriminating. So we expect to see some huddling, I think, so this might be a lot of fireworks, but then some pauses as there's some consulting with lawyers, I think.
How high stakes is this moment for Michael Cohen? He's already facing prison time. The idea would be that you'd use the moment of confessing and sharing and revealing information as leverage, but he already has a sentence on the table.
Right.
What does he gain through this process today, or what does he risk?
That's interesting. He's heading to prison, so it's not like there's going to be some sort of reprieve. This seems to be sort of almost like a coming clean atoning of some sort. He's saying, I'm going to let the people decide. I think also there's a bit of wanting to take down the president, someone to whom he was incredibly loyal for a decade, and is now saying he's seen the error of his ways, that he regrets. So it seems to be a little personal atonement, but also kind of hoping that to bring down other people with him.
As someone who has covered the Trump organization for these years, David, what do you attribute this sort of change of heart to, and this revelation by Michael Cohen that he should talk publicly and bare his soul?
Well, I think Emily's right that Cohen's currency in life for 10 years was his loyalty to Donald Trump and his connection to Donald Trump. He was never a great lawyer. He was a bad investor in taxis. He didn't have a lot else going for them, but he was Donald Trump's guy. He was the guy who would call you up and threaten you over Donald, if you thought you were going to do something bad to Donald Trump. So the idea that currency would suddenly evaporate and the man that he'd given this loyalty for so long would be out there in public insulting him and saying how terrible he was, you can understand that there might be some sort of hurt feelings, there might be a sort of a sense of revenge. Also, Cohen's identity in life is gone now, so he has to create another one. And maybe he wants to go into prison having created this image of himself as a whistleblower and a truth teller and somebody who cracked open this case that nobody else could crack open. That's a better legacy to go into jail with. And when your only legacy was loyalty to Donald Trump, and he's not loyal to you.
All right, David Fahrenthold, we're going to let you go, but Aaron and Emily are sticking around. Thanks for talking with us. While this is all happening, of course, here in Washington, President Trump is in Vietnam for the historic summit with North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. The Washington Post's White House bureau chief, Philip Rucker, is covering the summit and joins us now on the phone from Hanoi. Philip, thank you so much for talking with us. First of all, just lay out for us what's already happened this evening, your time, this morning, our time.
Yeah, Libby, well, good to be with you. It is evening. We're about 12 hours ahead here in Vietnam, and President Trump met Kim Jong-un for the first time of this two-day summit this evening at a hotel in Hanoi. They sat for a private dinner accompanied by a couple of their top advisors. For Trump, it was the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. And President Trump really tried to make the case to Kim that he has great potential as a leader of North Korea and that his country could have a true economic revival, if he were to abandon his nuclear weapons and, open up to the Western world. It's the pitch that President Trump first started to make at that Singapore summit last year with Kim Jong-un and plans to continue tomorrow when he has a full day of more formal meetings and negotiating sessions with the North Korean dictator. But, as you're talking about the Cohen testimony, that is also top of mind for President Trump. He had some downtime here this afternoon, a few hours ago in his hotel room, and he started teeing off on Twitter about Michael Cohen, calling him a liar and really disparaging his former attorney.
How focused is the president and how focused is his team on the Cohen testimony, both in terms of the level of distraction, but also just in terms of like the toll it could take on him as he is trying to have this landmark moment overseas?
Well, it's a legitimate concern for President Trump. Now his advisors here on the ground are keeping an eye on the Cohen testimony. He also has his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, back in the United States, as well as other lawyers and political operatives in his orbit at the White House and at the Republican National Committee, who are going to be monitoring sort of every minute of this testimony and responding in kind. There has been a hope among White House officials that we've spoken to that Trump will not pay much attention to Cohen and will not allow himself to be distracted by the testimony. But Trump, as we all do, and he's not going to let this go unchecked. In fact, I suspect he'll be up pretty late in the night here in Vietnam watching the proceedings in Washington. And it's a bit of a humiliation for him. He is on the world stage here trying to conduct diplomacy, trying to achieve a historic breakthrough with North Korea over nuclear weapons, and he's truly minimized and compromised by the testimony, the extraordinary testimony of his former lawyer.
How much is his team focused on this, Phil? Because of course that can be important too.
They're pretty focused on it. They say they're not, but how can they not be? This is a big moment in Trump's presidency, and they're fully engaged and paying attention and trying to minimize the damage.
What are you going to be watching from tomorrow, your time, as the president sits down with the North Korean dictator? Do we anticipate any big news headlines? And could there be some incentive to create some big news headlines?
Well, that is actually the fear that allies and some, White House advisors have about Trump, that he will be so motivated to try to turn the page on the news cycle that he could make, a dangerous concession to North Korea to try to get a big headline out of this summit. Now, the administration officials have been telling us that they expect more incremental progress from this summit. They don't think there'll be any sort of breakthrough accord that's reached here in Vietnam over denuclearization of North Korea. But that being said, Trump is spontaneous. He can be impulsive. And when he sits down face to face with Kim Jong-un, he very well could agree to something that his team doesn't want him to agree to, all in the interest of reaching a big deal and getting a big screaming headline that he can get credit for back home.
Philip Rucker, White House Bureau Chief, on the phone with us from Hanoi. Thank you so much for talking with us, Phil.
Thank you, Libby.
Emily, the split-screen moment of seeing the president sit down for this historic meeting and then seeing this hearing unfold on Capitol Hill, is there a real competition here for the attention of the American public, and what's really newsworthy and what's sort of sensational on both fronts?
Absolutely. Well, I can tell you here in Washington there are watch parties. There's a tremendous amount of interest in this hearing. There is, there are bars that are opening early here in Washington. This reminds me of the Comey testimony that was really sort of a moment that people gathered around. Certainly a lot of people are watching the president and watching this historic summit too, but yes, it's going to be a split screen moment. And I think that, that certainly bothers the president. This was sort of a moment that he was hoping to have, that he's been gearing up to for months. And the headlines are going to be very much about Cohen.
Now, we were anticipating potentially the Mueller report to come as soon as this week. Our Washington Post colleagues have reported that's not anticipated now because the president's overseas in part. And so there is this sort of when do you hit the news cycle? Who's respectful of the news cycle? And Democrats, of course, would love nothing more than to get some newsy bites out of today, Aaron. One question we have about this committee is how well can Democrats work together to get at something substantive? Because if we're going to see how Elijah Cummings runs this hearing in just a few moments, but how much time will each member get? A limited amount of time.
Right.
Will they be able to have some continuity among questions? If it goes, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, it's hard to sort of get the train rolling and get some substantive answers. One question I have is, will they be able to coordinate their line of questioning enough to go somewhere?
Yeah, and members of Congress are actually not very good at that. If you've been watching hearings over the last month or so, I'm thinking, of course, about the Matthew Whitaker hearing, where he was in front of the House Oversight Committee. Also, the William Barr confirmation hearing as Attorney General. Democrats were kind of all over the place, especially in that Barr hearing. There didn't seem to be a concerted, continuous narrative that they were building. It really jumped back and forth, and Republicans can do something to kind of thwart that momentum by changing the subject when they have their chance, because it goes Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, so they can do what they can. But I think in situations like these, it's incumbent upon Democrats to have some kind of a strategy to keep things focused. And when, Michael Cohen maybe hints at something important but doesn't quite say it, they have somebody come back and they follow up on that topic. That's not something that you see enough, I think, in these congressional hearings. I've spoken to people after the Barr hearing that were really frustrated by how Democrats handled that.
Let's go back to Rhonda Coleman, who's talking with one of the committee members. Rhonda.
That's right, Libby. I'm here with Representative Jerry Connolly of Virginia. Thank you for stopping with us. Tell me what you're expecting from Mr. Cohen today.
I expect for him to tell his story in all of its details, including the sordid. This was somebody who made illegal campaign payments to silence certain witnesses who could have been injurious to President Trump's electoral prospects during the campaign. This is somebody who was aware of the WikiLeaks connection with Julian Assange and the illegal penetration of the database at the DNC. This was somebody who was an intimate of both Mr. Trump and his family and the Trump Organization over a long 10-year period. So we want to hear that story and let him have the opportunity to tell that story in full.
One of your Senate colleagues, Kamala Harris, yesterday, she sits on the Intelligence Committee. She said she learned something new in that closed-door hearing that they had yesterday. Are you expecting to hear anything new or just some of the same that we've heard from Mr. Cohen?
I believe we're going to hear some more details about things we already knew or thought we knew. And I also expect some surprises during the course of Q&A.
Thank you, Representative Connolly. I got to let you go in. Thank you, and I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. A lot of committee members, people are watching today because it will be their first moment in the spotlight in terms of Congress. I'm thinking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. There are some other freshman members on the Democratic side of the aisle, Ayanna Pressley, Rashida Tlaib, people who have come into this with a lot of attention, a lot of scrutiny, and here's their opportunity to have that moment where you're grilling someone who was in Trump world. What are you going to be watching from them, Emily?
Well, they've certainly had time to sharpen their knives, but to Erin's point, how well have they choreographed this? Follow-up questions, drilling down, and not letting things drift, I think is the key for them. They're also, I think, going to be playing to different audiences. Certainly they're thinking about the, not just the committee and the record that they're creating, but they're playing to the American public. They're playing to people who are watching this, following them on social media. How tough do they look? I think a lot of these freshman members really have been, campaigning on this, that they're going to go after the Trump administration, and this is one of their first big chances to prove that. So how hard are they going to go on Cohen, and is it going to be to the detriment of a collective effort to have choreography that doesn't step on each other's toes?
And speaking of drilling down on a number of topics, having gone through the whole opening statement, I think it's important that there are a number of things that are unsaid in that statement that they could potentially drill into. A big one is that Michael Cohen says that the president did not directly tell him to lie, which BuzzFeed had reported last weekend. He said that that was not something that the president said.
And yet, it seemed like an implication, or
yes. And
not,
that was
not a spoken set of words, but
and that was a common thread. That there's a lot of suggestion that the president had to know. The president, knew what he was doing when he told me to do this. He didn't say it explicitly. That's obviously important, but as far as proving crimes, that does not actually get you to that point.
True.
And so I think that so the BuzzFeed story is one thing. The other thing, he says the president knew that the payments he has said the president knew about that the hush money payments were illegal, but his opening statement doesn't say how he knows that. So I think it's going to be incumbent upon him to say how he knew that was.
Because Michael Cohen has said before, well, yeah, he knew, and people have tried to hold him to,
and
like, well, how do you know that? He's like, he knew.
He still hasn't explained that, and the president's knowledge of that being an illegal thing is a significant point in this whole thing.
And I think Michael Cohen will be asked, and certainly this might help explain some of those kind of falling short of definitive statements. I think he's going to be explaining sort of the dynamic. How did Trump interact with him? How did he interact with other members of the Trump Organization? How, what was the managerial style? Were there direct commands, or what was understood, what was implicit? And I think those are things people are going to get at because they might help us understand that.
Another big one is Trump Tower Moscow. His opening statement says that the president directed and was knowledgeable that he was still pursuing this project in early 2016. This is, of course, the thing that Michael Cohen lied to investigators about and pleaded guilty to it. But he doesn't detail in the opening statement exactly what the president was aware of as far as his efforts. The big one for me was the president aware that Michael Cohen actually reached out to the Kremlin in the course of trying to secure the Trump Tower Moscow project. If he was, that is a direct link between the Russian government and the president through a number of people. But in his opening statement, Michael Cohen does not say the president was aware of that specific contact, which I'm guessing if he was, Michael Cohen would have just come out and said it right away.
You're looking at live images from the House Oversight Committee hearing. Michael Cohen is coming into the room right now. You can see him entering. We've been watching the committee members gather, including Elijah Cummings, who's the chairman. When Whitaker testified, the former acting attorney general, he was before the House Judiciary Committee. So this is like oversight committees under Democrats' first chance to really show the American public what oversight looks like under a democratically controlled House.
Yeah, and I think that the William Barr hearing, he was expected to be confirmed. They didn't necessarily grill him as well as some Democrats would have hoped that they did. You know, then we had, of course, the Matthew Whitaker hearing where there are some questions, and House Democrats think that he might have actually, in one case, perjured himself. We don't know exactly the content of the evidence they have on that. But this is the big one. This might be the biggest hearing of the entire 2 years that they're in charge of the House and have this power to hold these hearings.
It will be so interesting to see the tone they take toward Michael Cohen. You know, he's a whistleblower. And yet there's going to be some, I think, tough questioning. So it's sort of interesting, is he a friendly witness, or is he someone that they want to tangle with, I mean, mix it up with? It's going to be interesting to see what tone they strike.
And that's a really interesting point, because even as Michael Cohen was helping investigators with all of these things, at his sentencing, the Southern District of New York still laid into him and basically said that he hasn't been as forthcoming as he should be. He's a very kind of mercurial, interesting witness who hasn't always pleased the investigators that he's supposed to be cooperating with.
We'll be following this all live here. You can catch it at WashingtonPost.com. We'll be on YouTube and the streaming site Twitch. We'll bring you the hearing live and uninterrupted. And when they do take breaks, we'll come back with more analysis from the Washington Post. You can see the photographers being cleared out of the way there as Michael Cohen takes his seat. The House Oversight Committee, as I mentioned, has more than 40 members, and they will all have an opportunity to ask a question. Let's go to the hearing room now.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. The full committee hearing is convening to hear the testimony of Michael Cohen, former attorney to President Donald Trump.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
You'll state your point of order.
Rule 9F of the committee rules say that any testimony from your witness needs to be here 24 hours in advance. The committee, the chairman knows well that at 10:08 we received the written testimony, and then we received evidence this morning at 7:54. Now, if this was just an oversight, Mr. Chairman, I could look beyond it. But it was an intentional effort by this witness and his advisors to once again show his disdain for this body. And with that, I move that we postpone this hearing.
I want to thank the gentleman. Let me say this, that we got the testimony late last night. We did. And we got it to you all pretty much the same time that we got it. I want to move forward with this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, this is a violation of the rule, and if it was not intentional, I would not have a problem. I'm not saying it was intentional on your part. I'm saying it's intentional on his part, because Mr. Dean, last night on a cable news network, actually made it all very evident. John Dean, and I'll quote, Mr. Chairman, he said, as a former committee counsel in the House Judiciary Committee and then a long-term witness, sitting alone at the table is important. Quote, holding your statement as long as you can so the other side can't chew it up is important as well, close quote. And so it was advice that our witness got for this particular body. And Mr. Chairman, when you were in the minority, you wouldn't have stood for it. And I can tell you that we should not stand for it as a body.
Let me say this.
Chairman?
Let me say this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Katie Hill.
I move to table.
Mr. Chairman?
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, I was asking to be recognized before the motion.
The vote is so in tabling the motion.
You know who had this material before all the members of the committee?
Excuse me.
CNN had it before
Sir,
we did. CNN had the exhibits
Sir.
before we did. Well, I just wanted to be recognized.
Yeah, well, the vote is on tabling the motion to postpone. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
And I appeal the ruling of the chair. Yes, I can assure you it's in the rules. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Do the rules matter, Mr. Chairman?
I
Move to
recognize
table.
the gentlelady.
Move to waive the rules.
There's a motion to
Move
table.
to table.
Chairman.
The vote is the vote.
She made two motions. What's the motion?
The vote is on tabling.
I move to table the appeal to the ruling of the chair.
The vote is on that. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Cummings.
Yes.
Mr. Cummings votes yes. Ms. Maloney. Ms. Maloney votes yes.
House Oversight Committee is taking a vote. You'll hear Democrats voting yes, Republicans voting no. Mark Meadows has jumped in right away here as the hearing just gets started, saying that Republicans didn't get the opening statement with enough time. But then we heard Katie Hill, who's a freshman Democrat, say she wants to table this appeal that Mark Meadows has made. So that's why when you hear a Democrat vote yes, what they're voting for is to table it, keep the hearing going, and move forward. Since Democrats have the majority, they should be able to do this easily, but this just shows the process drawing out as we get a sense of how Republicans are going to enter this hearing. Let's go back and listen to more of the roll call vote here.
Ms. Spear votes yes. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes yes. Mr. DeSaulnier. Mr. DeSaulnier votes yes. Ms. Lawrence. Ms. Lawrence votes yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett votes yes. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna votes yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez votes yes. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes yes. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes yes. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes yes. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Amash. Mr. Amash votes no. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes no. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes no. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Meadows.
No.
Mr. Meadows votes no. Mr. Heiss.
No.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Grothman.
No.
Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Comer.
No.
Mr. Comer votes no. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes no. Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Gibbs votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes no. Ms. Miller. Ms. Miller votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes no. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe votes no. On this vote, we have 24 yeses, 17 noes.
Motion to table is agreed to. Let me say this. You've made it clear that you do not want the American people to hear what Mr. Cohen has to say. But the American people have a right to hear him. So we're going to proceed. The American people can judge his credibility for themselves. Now,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
We did not say that. We just said we wanted to follow the rules. He didn't say stop the hearing. He just said postpone it so we could get his testimony and the exhibits when we were supposed to get them according to the rules of this committee. That's all we said. We didn't say we didn't want to hear from the guy. We just said we want to follow the rules.
Reclaiming my time. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to give an opening statement. Today, the committee will hear the testimony of Michael Cohen, President Donald Trump's longtime personal attorney and one of his closest and most trusted advisors over the last decade. On August 21st, Mr. Cohen appeared in federal court and admitted to arranging secret payoffs of hundreds of thousands of dollars on the eve of the election to silence women alleging affairs with Donald Trump. Mr. Cohen admitted to violating campaign finance laws and other laws. He admitted to committing these felonies, quote, in coordination with and at the direction of, unquote, President Trump. And he admitted to lying about his actions to protect the president. Some will certainly ask, if Mr. Cohen was lying then, why should we believe him now? Good question. This is a legitimate question. As a trial lawyer for many years, I've faced this situation over and over again, and I ask the same question. Here is how I view our role. Every one of us in this room has a duty to serve as an independent check on the executive branch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in search of the truth. The President has made many statements of his own, and now the American people have a right to hear the other side. They can watch Mr. Cohen's testimony and make their own judgment. We received a copy of Mr. Cohen's written statement late last night. It includes not only personal eyewitness accounts of meetings with Donald Trump as president inside the Oval Office, but it also includes documents and other corroborating evidence for some of Mr. Cohen's statements. For example, Mr. Cohen has provided a copy of a check sent while President Trump was in office with Donald Trump's signature on it to reimburse Mr. Cohen for the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels. This new evidence raises a host of troubling legal and ethical concerns about the President's actions in the White House and before. Would you all close that door, please? Thank you. This check is dated August 1st, 2017. 6 months later, in April of 2018, the President denied anything about it. In April of 2018, President Trump was flying on Air Force One when a reporter asked him the question, did you know about a $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels? The answer was, quote, no. A month after that, the President admitted to making payments to Mr. Cohen, but claimed they were part of a, quote, a monthly retainer, unquote, for legal services. This claim fell apart in August when federal prosecutors concluded, and I quote, in truth and in fact, there was no such retainer agreement, end of quote. Today, we will also hear Mr. Cohen's account of a meeting in 2016 in Donald Trump's office during which Roger Stone said over a speakerphone that he had just spoken with Julian Assange, who said there would be a, quote, massive dump of emails that would damage Hillary Clinton's campaign, end of quote. According to Cohen, Mr. Trump replied, quote, wouldn't that be great, end of quote. The testimony that Michael Cohen will provide today, ladies and gentlemen, is deeply disturbing, and it should be troubling to all Americans. We will all have to make our own evaluation of the evidence and Mr. Cohen's credibility. As he admits, he has repeatedly lied in the past. I agree with Ranking Member Jordan that this is an important factor we need to weigh. But we must weigh it, and we must hear from him. But where I disagree fundamentally with the ranking member involves his efforts to prevent the American people from hearing from Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen's testimony raises grave questions about the legality of President Donald Trump's conduct and the truthfulness of statements while he was president. We need to assess and investigate this new evidence as we uphold our constitutional our oversight responsibilities. And we will continue after today to gather more documents and testimony in our search for the truth. I have made it abundantly clear to Mr. Cohen that if he comes here today and he does not tell us the truth, I will be the first one to refer those untruthful statements to DOJ. So when people say he doesn't have anything to lose, he does have a lot to lose if he lies. And the American people, by the way, voted for accountability in November. And they have a right to hear Mr. Cohen in public so they can make their own judgments. Mr. Cohen's testimony is the beginning of the process, not the end. Ladies and gentlemen, the days of this committee protecting the president at all costs are over. They're over. Before I close, I want to comment about the scope of today's hearing. At the request of the House Intelligence Committee and my very good friend, Adam Schiff, Congressman Adam Schiff, the chairman, I intended, over the objections of the ranking member of our committee, to limit the scope of today's hearing to avoid questions about Russia. However, Mr. Cohen's written testimony, in his written testimony, he's made statements relating to Russia. And these are topics that we understand do not raise concern from the Department of Justice. So in fairness to the ranking member and all committee members, we will not restrict questions relating to the witness's testimony or related questions he is willing to answer. Finally, I remind members that we will need to remain mindful of those areas where there are ongoing Department of Justice investigations. Those scoping limitations have not changed. Finally, and to Mr. Cohen, Martin Luther King, Mr. Cohen, said some words that I leave with you today before you testify. He said, faith is taking the first step, even when you can't see the whole staircase. There comes a time when silence becomes betrayal. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that truly matter. In the end, he says, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. And with that, I yield to the distinguished gentleman, the ranking member of our committee, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
To the point
Mr.
that
Mr. Jordan is recognized. Mr. Jordan is recognized for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, here we go. Here we go. Your first big hearing, your first announced witness, Michael Cohen. I want everyone in this room to think about this. The first announced witness for the 116th Congress is a guy who is going to prison in 2 months for lying to Congress. Mr. Chairman, your chairmanship will always be identified with this hearing. And we all need to understand what this is. This is the Michael Cohen hearing presented by Lanny Davis. That's right. Lanny Davis choreographed the whole darn thing. The Clintons' best friend, loyalist, operative, Lanny Davis put this all together. You know how we know? He told our staff. He told the committee staff. He said the hearing was his idea. He selected this committee. He had to talk Michael Cohen into coming. And most importantly, he had to persuade the chairman to actually have it. He told us it took 2 months to get that job done, but here we are. He talked him into it. This might be the first time someone convicted of lying to Congress has appeared again so quickly in front of Congress. Certainly, it's the first time a convicted perjurer has been brought back to be a star witness in a hearing. And there's a reason this is the first, because no other committee would do it. Think about this. With Mr. Cohen here, this committee, we got lots of lawyers on this committee. This committee is actually encouraging a witness to violate attorney-client privilege. Mr. Chairman, when we legitimize dishonesty, we delegitimize this institution. We're supposed to pursue the truth, but you have stacked the deck against the truth. We're only allowed to ask certain questions, even with that amendment you just told us about. Well, Russia's now on the table. You initially told us we can't ask questions about the special counsel, can't ask questions about the Southern District of New York, can't ask questions about Russia. Nope. Nope. Only subjects we can talk about are ones you think are going to be harmful to the President of the United States. And the answers to those questions are going to come from a guy who can't be trusted. Here's what the U.S. Attorney said about Mr. Cohen. While Mr. Cohen enjoyed a privileged life, his desire for ever greater wealth and influence precipitated an extensive course of criminal conduct. Mr. Cohen committed four distinct federal crimes over a period of several years. He was motivated to do so by personal greed and repeatedly used his power and influence for deceptive ends. But the Democrats don't care. They don't care. They just want to use you, Mr. Cohen. You're their patsy today. They got to find somebody, somewhere, to say something so they can try to remove the president from office. Because Tom Steyer told him to. Tom Steyer, last week, organized a town hall. Guess where? Chairman Nadler's district in Manhattan. 2 nights ago, Tom Steyer organized a town hall. Guess where? Chairman Cummings' district in Baltimore. The best they can find to start this process, Michael Cohen. Fraudster, a cheat, convicted felon, and in 2 months a federal inmate. Well, actually, they didn't find him. Laney Davis found him. I'll say one thing about the Democrats. They stick to the playbook. Remember how all this started. The Clinton campaign hired Perkins Coie law firm, who hired Glenn Simpson, who hired a foreigner, Christopher Steele, who put together the fake dossier that the FBI used to go get a warrant to spy on the Trump campaign. But when that whole scheme failed, and the American people said, we're going to make Donald Trump president, they said, we got to do something else. So now, Clinton loyalist, Clinton operative Laney Davis has persuaded the chairman of the Oversight Committee to give a convicted felon a forum to tell stories and lie about the President of the United States so they can all start their impeachment process. Mr. Chairman, we are better than this. We are better than this. I yield back. Actually,
I wanted to note,
Mr. Chairman, actually, I have a motion. I have a motion.
Gentleman is not recognized.
I have a motion under Rule 2K6 of Rule 11.
You yielded back, sir. You yielded back.
Mr. Chairman, you took 7 minutes. I took 4.
Well, the gentleman yielded back.
That's how you're going to operate? First, you don't follow the rules, and now you're going to say, so you don't get, you get to,
point of order.
You get to deviate from the rules.
Regular order.
I just have a simple motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
It's regular order to have the testimony 24 hours in advance.
Excuse me. I wanted to note that under Rule 11, Clause 4, all media and photographers must be officially credentialed to record these proceedings and take photographs. I also wanted to briefly address the spectators in the hearing room today. We welcome you and we respect your right to be here. We also ask in turn for your respect as we proceed with the business of the committee today. It is the intention of the committee to proceed without any disruptions Any disruptions of this committee will result in the United States Capitol Police restoring order, and that protesters will be removed, and we are grateful for your presence here today and your cooperation. Now I want to welcome Mr. Cohen and thank him for participating in today's hearing. Mr. Cohen, if you would please rise, and I will begin to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness answered in the affirmative. And thank you, and you may be seated. The microphones are sensitive, so please speak directly into them. Without objection, your written statement will be made a part of the record. With that, Mr. Cohen, you are now recognized to give an oral presentation of your testimony. Is your mic on?
Yes. Chairman Cummings, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me here today. I have asked this committee to ensure that my family be protected from presidential threats and that the committee be sensitive to the questions pertaining to ongoing investigations. I thank you for your help and for your understanding. I am here under oath to correct the record, to answer the committee's questions truthfully, and to offer the American people what I know about President Trump. I recognize that some of you may doubt and attack me on my credibility. It is for this reason that I have incorporated into this opening statement documents that are irrefutable and demonstrate that the information you will hear is accurate and truthful. Never in a million years did I imagine, when I accepted a job in 2007 to work for Donald Trump, that he would one day run for the presidency, to launch a campaign on a platform of hate and intolerance, and actively win. I regret the day I said yes to Mr. Trump. I regret all the help and support I gave him along the way. I am ashamed of my own failings and publicly accepted responsibility for them by pleading guilty in the Southern District of New York. I am ashamed of my weakness and my misplaced loyalty, of the things I did for Mr. Trump in an effort to protect and promote him. I am ashamed that I chose to take part in concealing Mr. Trump's illicit acts rather than listening to my own conscience. I am ashamed because I know what Mr. Trump is. He is a racist, he is a con man, and he is a cheat. He was a presidential candidate who knew that Roger Stone was talking with Julian Assange about a WikiLeaks drop on Democratic National Committee emails. And I will explain each in a few moments. I am providing the committee today with several documents, and these include a copy of a check Mr. Trump wrote from his personal bank account after he became president to reimburse me for the hush money payments I made to cover up his affair with an adult film star and to prevent damage to his campaign. Copies of financial statements from 2011, 2012, and 2013 that he gave to such institutions such as Deutsche Bank. A copy of an article with Mr. Trump's handwriting on it that reported on the auction of a portrait of himself that he arranged for the bidder ahead of time and then reimbursed the bidder from the account of his nonprofit charitable foundation, with the picture now hanging in one of his country clubs. And copies of letters I wrote at Mr. Trump's direction that threatened his high school, colleges, and the college board not to release his grades or SAT scores. I hope my appearance here today, my guilty plea, and my work with law enforcement agencies are steps along a path of redemption that will restore faith in me and help this country understand our president better. And before going further, I want to apologize to each member, to you as Congress as a whole. The last time I appeared before Congress, I came to protect Mr. Trump. Today, I am here to tell the truth about Mr. Trump. I lied to Congress when Mr. Trump stopped negotiating the Moscow Tower project in Russia. I stated that we stopped negotiating in January of 2016. That was false. Our negotiations continued for months later during the campaign. Mr. Trump did not directly tell me to lie to Congress. That's not how he operates. In conversations we had during the campaign, at the same time I was actively negotiating in Russia for him, he would look me in the eye and tell me there's no Russian business, and then go on to lie to the American people by saying the same thing. In his way, he was telling me to lie. There were at least a half a dozen times between the Iowa caucus in January of 2016 and the end of June when he would ask me, "How's it going in Russia?" referring to the Moscow Tower project. You need to know that Mr. Trump's personal lawyers reviewed and edited my statement to Congress about the timing of the Moscow Tower negotiations before I gave it. So to be clear, Mr. Trump knew of and directed the Trump-Moscow negotiations throughout the campaign and lied about it. He lied about it because he never expected to win. He also lied about it because he stood to make hundreds of millions of dollars on the Moscow real estate project. And so I lied about it too, because Mr. Trump had made clear to me through his personal statements to me that we both knew to be false, and through his lies to the country that he wanted me to lie. And he made it clear to me because his personal attorneys reviewed my statement before I gave it to Congress. Over the past 2 years, I have been smeared as a rat by the President of the United States. The truth is much different. And let me take a brief moment to introduce myself. My name is Michael Dean Cohen, and I am a blessed husband of 24 years and a father to an incredible daughter and son. When I married my wife, I promised her that I would love her, I would cherish her, and I would protect her. As my father said countless times throughout my childhood, you, my wife, and you, my children, are the air that I breathe. So to my Laura, and to my Sammy, and to my Jake, there's nothing I wouldn't do to protect you. I have always tried to live a life of loyalty, friendship, generosity, and compassion. It's qualities my parents ingrained in my siblings and me since childhood. My father survived the Holocaust, thanks to the compassion and selfless acts of others. He was helped by many who put themselves in harm's way to do what they knew was right. And that is why my first instinct has always been to help those in need. And Mom and Dad, I am sorry I let you down. As the many people that know me best would say, I am the person that they call at 3 a.m. if they needed help. And I proudly remember being the emergency contact for many of my children's friends when they were growing up, because their parents knew that I would drop everything and care for them as if they were my own. Yet last fall, I pled guilty in federal court to felonies for the benefit of, at the direction of, and in coordination with individual number one. And for the record, individual number one is President Donald J. Trump. It is painful to admit that I was motivated by ambition at times. It is even more painful to admit that many times I ignored my conscience and acted loyal to a man when I should not have. Sitting here today, it seems unbelievable that I was so mesmerized by Donald Trump that I was willing to do things for him that I knew were absolutely wrong. For that reason, I have come here to apologize to my family, to my government, and to the American people. Accordingly, let me now tell you about Mr. Trump. I got to know him very well, working very closely with him for more than 10 years as his executive vice president and special counsel, and then as personal attorney when he became president. When I first met Mr. Trump, he was a successful entrepreneur, a real estate giant, and an icon. Being around Mr. Trump was intoxicating. When you were in his presence, you felt like you were involved in something greater than yourself, that you were somehow changing the world. I wound up touting the Trump narrative for over a decade. That was my job. Always stay on message. Always defend. It monopolized my life. At first, I worked mostly on real estate developments and other business transactions. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Trump brought me into his personal life and private dealings. Over time, I saw his true character revealed. Mr. Trump is an enigma. He is complicated, as am I. He is both good and bad, as do we all. But the bad far outweighs the good. And since taking office, he has become the worst version of himself. He is capable of behaving kindly, but he is not kind. He is capable of committing acts of generosity, but he is not generous. He is capable of being loyal, but he is fundamentally disloyal. Donald Trump is a man who ran for office to make his brand great, not to make our country great. He had no desire or intention to lead this nation, only to market himself and to build his wealth and power. Mr. Trump would often say, this campaign was going to be the greatest infomercial in political history. He never expected to win the primary. He never expected to win the general election. The campaign, for him, was always a marketing opportunity. I knew early on in my work for Mr. Trump that he would direct me to lie to further his business interests. And I am ashamed to say that when it was for a real estate mogul in the private sector, I considered it trivial. As the president, I consider it significant and dangerous. But in the mix, lying for Mr. Trump was normalized, and no one around him questioned it. In fairness, no one around him today questions it either. A lot of people have asked me about whether Mr. Trump knew about the release of the hacked documents, the Democratic National Committee emails, ahead of time. And the answer is yes. As I earlier stated, Mr. Trump knew from Roger Stone in advance about the WikiLeaks drop of emails. In July of 2016, days before the Democratic convention, I was in Mr. Trump's office when his secretary announced that Roger Stone was on the phone. Mr. Trump put Mr. Stone on the speakerphone. Mr. Stone told Mr. Trump that he had just gotten off the phone with Julian Assange, and that Mr. Assange told Mr. Stone that within a couple of days, there would be a massive dump of emails that would damage Hillary Clinton's campaign. Mr. Trump responded by stating to the effect, "Wouldn't that be great?" Mr. Trump is a racist. The country has seen Mr. Trump court white supremacists and bigots. You have heard him call poorer countries shitholes. In private, he is even worse. He once asked me if I could name a country run by a black person that wasn't a shithole. This was when Barack Obama was President of the United States. And while we were once driving through a struggling neighborhood in Chicago, he commented that only black people could live that way. And he told me that black people would never vote for him because they were too stupid. And yet, I continued to work for him. Mr. Trump is a cheat. As previously stated, I am giving to the committee today 3 years of Mr. Trump's personal financial statements from 2011, 2012, and 2013, which he gave to Deutsche Bank to inquire about a loan to buy the Buffalo Bills and to Forbes. These are Exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C to my testimony. It was my experience that Mr. Trump inflated his total assets when it served his purposes, such as trying to be listed amongst the wealthiest people in Forbes, and deflated his assets to reduce his real estate taxes. I'm sharing with you 2 newspaper articles, side by side, that are examples of Mr. Trump inflating and deflating his assets, as I said, to suit his financial interests. These are Exhibit 2 to my testimony. As I noted, I'm giving the committee today an article he wrote on and sent to me that reported on an auction of a portrait of Mr. Trump. This is Exhibit 3A to my testimony. Mr. Trump directed me to find a straw bidder to purchase a portrait of him that was being auctioned off at an Art Hamptons event. The objective was to ensure that this portrait, which was going to be auctioned last, would go for the highest price of any portrait that afternoon. The portrait was purchased by the fake bidder for $60,000. Mr. Trump directed the Trump Foundation, which is supposed to be a charitable organization, to repay the fake bidder, despite keeping the art for himself. And please see Exhibit 3B to my testimony. And it should come as no surprise that one of my more common responsibilities was that Mr. Trump directed me to call business owners, many of whom are small businesses that were owed money for their services, and told them that no payment or a reduced payment would be coming. When I asked Mr. Trump, or when I told Mr. Trump of my success, he actually reveled in it. And yet, I continued to work for him. Mr. Trump is a con man. He asked me to pay off an adult film star with whom he had an affair and to lie about it to his wife, which I did. And lying to the First Lady is one of my biggest regrets because she is a kind, good person, and I respect her greatly, and she did not deserve that. And I'm giving the committee today a copy of the $130,000 wire transfer from me to Ms. Clifford's attorney during the closing days of the presidential campaign that was demanded by Ms. Clifford to maintain her silence about her affair with Mr. Trump. And this is Exhibit 4 to my testimony. Mr. Trump directed me to use my own personal funds from a home equity line of credit to avoid any money being traced back to him that could negatively impact his campaign. And I did that too, without bothering to consider whether that was improper, much less whether it was the right thing to do or how would it impact me, my family, or the public. And I am going to jail in part because of my decision to help Mr. Trump hide that payment from the American people before they voted a few days later. As Exhibit 5A to my testimony shows, I am providing a copy of a $35,000 check that President Trump personally signed from his personal bank account on August 1st of 2017. When he was President of the United States, pursuant to the cover-up, which was the basis of my guilty plea to reimburse me, the word used by Mr. Trump's TV lawyer, for the illegal hush money I paid on his behalf. This $35,000 check was one of 11 check installments that was paid throughout the year while he was president. Other checks to reimburse me for the hush money payments were signed by Donald Trump Jr. and Allen Weisselberg. And see for that example 5B. The President of the United States thus wrote a personal check for the payment of hush money as part of a criminal scheme to violate campaign finance laws. And you can find the details of that scheme directed by Mr. Trump in the pleadings in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York. So picture this scene. In February of 2017, 1 month into his presidency, I'm visiting President Trump in the Oval Office for the first time, and it's truly awe-inspiring. He's showing me all around and pointing to different paintings, and he says to me something to the effect of, "Don't worry, Michael, your January and February reimbursement checks are coming." They were FedExed from New York, and it takes a while for that to get through the White House system. As he promised, I received the first check for the reimbursement of $70,000 not long thereafter. When I say con man, I'm talking about a man who declares himself brilliant, but directed me to threaten his high school, his colleges, and the college board to never release his grades or SAT scores. As I mentioned, I'm giving the committee today copies of a letter I sent at Mr. Trump's direction threatening these schools with civil and criminal actions if Mr. Trump's grades or SAT scores were ever disclosed without his permission. And these are under Exhibit 6. The irony wasn't lost on me at the time that Mr. Trump, in 2011, had strongly criticized President Obama for not releasing his grades. As you can see in Exhibit 7, Mr. Trump declared, "Let him show his records," after calling President Obama a terrible student. The sad fact is that I never heard Mr. Trump say anything in private that led me to believe he loved our nation or wanted to make it better. In fact, he did the opposite. When telling me in 2008 or 2009 that he was cutting employees' salaries in half, including mine, he showed me what he claimed was a $10 million IRS tax refund. And he said that he could not believe how stupid the government was for giving someone like him that much money back. During the campaign, Mr. Trump said that he did not consider Vietnam veteran and prisoner of war Senator John McCain to be a hero because he likes people who weren't captured. At the same time, Mr. Trump tasked me to handle the negative press surrounding his medical deferment from the Vietnam draft. Mr. Trump claimed it was because of a bone spur, but when I asked for medical records, he gave me none and said that there was no surgery. He told me not to answer the specific questions by reporters, but rather offer simply the fact that he received a medical deferment. He finished the conversation with the following comment: "You think I'm stupid? I'm not going to Vietnam." And I find it ironic, Mr. President, that you are in Vietnam right now. And yet, I continue to work for him. Questions have been raised about whether I know of direct evidence that Mr. Trump or his campaign colluded with Russia. I do not. And I want to be clear, but I have my suspicions. Sometime in the summer of 2017, I read all over the media that there had been a meeting in Trump Tower in June of 2016 involving Don Jr. and others from the campaign with Russians, including a representative of the Russian government, and an email setting up the meeting with the subject line, "Dirt on Hillary Clinton." And something clicked in my mind. I remember being in a room with Mr. Trump, probably in early June of 2016, when something peculiar happened. Don Trump Jr. came into the room and walked behind his father's desk, which in and of itself was unusual. People didn't just walk behind Mr. Trump's desk to talk to him. And I recall Don Jr. leaning over to his father and speaking in a low voice, which I could clearly hear, and saying, "The meeting is all set." And I remember Mr. Trump saying, "Okay, good, let me know." What struck me as I looked back and thought about the exchange between Don Jr. and his father was, first, that Mr. Trump had frequently told me and others that his son Don Jr. had the worst judgment of anyone in the world, and also that Don Jr. would never set up any meeting of significance alone, and certainly not without checking with his father. I also knew that nothing went on in Trump world, especially the campaign, without Mr. Trump's knowledge and approval. So I concluded that Don Jr. was referring to that June 2016 Trump Tower meeting about dirt on Hillary with the Russian representatives when he walked behind his dad's desk that day, and that Mr. Trump knew that was the meeting Don Jr. was talking about when he said, "That's good, let me know." Over the past year or so, I have done some real soul searching, and I see now that my ambition and the intoxication of Trump power had much to do with the bad decisions, in part, that I made. And to you, Chairman Cummings and Ranking Member Jordan, and the other members of this committee, and the members of the House and Senate, I am sorry for my lies and for lying to Congress. And to our nation, I am sorry for actively working to hide from you the truth about Mr. Trump when you needed it most. For those who question my motives for being here today, I understand. I have lied, but I am not a liar. And I have done bad things, but I am not a bad man. I have fixed things, but I am no longer your fixer, Mr. Trump. And I am going to prison and have shattered the safety and security that I tried so hard to provide for my family. My testimony certainly does not diminish the pain that I have caused my family and my friends. Nothing can do that. And I have never asked for, nor would I accept, a pardon from President Trump. And by coming today, I have caused my family to be the target of personal, scurrilous attacks by the President and his lawyer, trying to intimidate me from appearing before this panel. Mr. Trump called me a rat for choosing to tell the truth, much like a mobster would do when one of his men decides to cooperate with the government. And as Exhibit 8 shows, I have provided the committee with copies of tweets that Mr. Trump posted, attacking me and my family. And only someone burying his head in the sand would not recognize them for what they are. It's encouragement to someone to do harm to me and my family. And I never imagined that he would engage in vicious, false attacks on my family and unleash his TV lawyer to do the same. And I hope this committee and all members of Congress on both sides of the aisle make it clear that as a nation, we should not tolerate attempts to intimidate witnesses before Congress and attacks on family are out of bounds and not acceptable. And I wish to especially thank Speaker Pelosi for her statements, and it's Exhibit 9, to protect this institution and me, and the chairman of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, Adam Schiff, and you, Chairman Cummings, for likewise defending the institution and my family against the attacks by Mr. Trump, and also the many Republicans who have admonished the President as well. I am not a perfect man. I have done things I am not proud of, and I will live with the consequences of my actions for the rest of my life. But today, I get to decide the example that I set for my children and how I attempt to change how history will remember me. I may not be able to change the past, but I can do right by the American people here today. And I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer the committee's questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. I now recognize myself. Mr. Cohen, before I start, I want to make sure you really understand something. You have admitted lying to Congress, to this very body, and now you're going to prison for it. Do you, Mr. Cohen, recognize the gravity of your offenses? You are a lawyer, right?
As of yesterday, I am no longer a lawyer. I have lost my law license, amongst other things.
But you understand the gravity of this moment.
I most certainly do, Mr. Chairman.
I want you to really hear this, Mr. Cohen. We will not tolerate lying to this Congress by anybody. We're in search of the truth. Do you understand that?
I do.
Now, the President has also made numerous statements that turned out to be inaccurate. For example, he said he knew nothing about the hush money payments to Ms. Clifford. And his 2017 financial disclosure form said he never owed money to reimburse you for those payments. Yet, in your testimony, Mr. Cohen, you said that you met with the President in the Oval Office in February of 2017 and discussed his plans to reimburse you for money you paid. You say he told you, and I quote, "Don't worry, Michael, your January and February reimbursement checks are coming." Is that accurate? And was that in the Oval Office?
The statement is accurate, but the discussions regarding the reimbursement occurred long before he became president.
Would you explain that?
Back in 2017, when, actually I apologize, in 2016, prior to the election, I was contacted by Keith Davidson, who is the attorney, or was the attorney for Ms. Clifford, for Stormy Daniels. And after several rounds of conversations with him about purchasing her life rights for $130,000, what I did each and every time is go straight into Mr. Trump's office and discuss the issue with him. When it was ultimately determined, and this was days before the election, that Mr. Trump was going to pay the $130,000. In the office with me was Alan Weisselberg, the chief financial officer of the Trump Organization. He acknowledged to Alan that he was going to pay the $130,000 and that Alan and I should go back to his office and figure out how to do it. So yes, sir, I stand by the statement that I gave, but there was a history to it.
In your testimony, you said you bought some checks. Is that right? You said you bought some checks.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about one of these. This from the Trump Trust that holds the president businesses. Can you tell me who signed this check?
I believe that the top signature is Donald Trump Jr., and the bottom signature, I believe, is Alan Weisselberg's.
And can you tell me the date of that check?
March 17th of 2017.
Now, wait a minute, hold up. The date on the check is after President Trump held his big press conference claiming that he gave up control of his businesses. How could the president have arranged for you to get this check if he was supposedly playing no role in his business?
Because the payments were designed to be paid over the course of 12 months, and it was declared to be a retainer for services that would be provided for the year of 2017.
Was there a retainer agreement?
There is no retainer agreement.
Would Don Jr. or Mr. Weisselberg have more information about that?
Mr. Weisselberg, for sure, about the entire discussions and negotiations prior to the election, and Don Jr. would have cursory information.
Now, here's another one. This one appears to be signed by Donald Trump himself. Is that his signature?
That is Donald Trump's signature.
So let me make sure I understand. Donald Trump wrote you a check out of his personal account while he was serving as President of the United States of America to reimburse you for hush money payments to Ms. Clifford. Is that what you are telling the American people today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
One final question. The President claimed he knew nothing about these payments. His ethics filing said he owed nothing to you. Based on your conversations with him, is there any doubt in your mind that President Trump knew exactly what he was paying for?
There is no doubt in my mind, and I truly believe there is no doubt in the mind of the people of the United States of America.
And these new documents appear to corroborate what you just told us. With that, I'll yield to the gentleman from the gentleman and ranking member.
I will make sure that you and I meet one day while we're in the courthouse, and I will take you for every penny you still don't have, and I will come after your Daily Beast and everybody else that you possibly know. So I'm warning you, tread very effing lightly, because what I'm going to do to you is going to be effing disgusting. You understand me? Mr. Cohen, who said that?
I did.
And did you say that, Mr. Cohen, in your testimony on page 2, you said you did things for Mr. Trump in an effort to protect him. Was that statement that I just read that you admitted to saying, did you do that to protect Donald Trump?
I did it to protect Mr. Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, and Eric Trump.
And in your sentencing statement back in December in front of the judge, you said this, Mr. Cohen, my weakness can be characterized as a blind loyalty to Donald Trump, a blind loyalty that led me to choose a path of darkness. Is that accurate, Mr. Cohen?
I wrote that.
You wrote that and said that in front of the judge. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let me read a few other things here, and let me ask you why you did some of these things. When you filed a false tax return in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016, was all that out of blind loyalty to the president?
No, it was not.
When you failed to report $4 million in income to the Internal Revenue Service, did you do that to protect Donald Trump?
No, I did not.
And when you failed to pay $1.4 million in taxes, I got constituents who don't make that in a lifetime. When you failed to pay $1.4 million in taxes to the U.S. Treasury, was that out of some blind loyalty to the President of the United States?
It was not, but the number was 1.38 and change, and I have paid that money back to the IRS at this time.
I think the American people will appreciate that 1.3.
And I would also just like to say it was over a course of 5 years, approximately $260,000 a year.
Yeah, and that's what I said, 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, that's 5 years.
Yes.
Got it. When you made false statements, to financial institutions concerning a home equity line of credit, taxi medallions, and your Park Avenue apartment in 2013, 2014, and 2015, and you pled guilty to making those false statements to those banks. Was that all done to protect the president?
No, it was not.
How about this one? When you created the fake Twitter account, Women for Cohen, and paid a firm to post tweets like this one, in a world of lies, deception, and fraud, we appreciate this honest guy at Michael Cohen, hashtag TGIF, hashtag handsome, hashtag sexy. Was that done to protect the president?
Mr. Jordan, I didn't actually set that up. It was done by a young lady that worked for Red Finch, and during the course of the campaign, which you would know gets somewhat crazy and wild, we were having fun. That's what it was, sir. We were having fun.
Was it done to protect the president?
That was not done to protect the president.
Was it a fake Twitter account?
That was, no, that was a real Twitter account. It
Did
exists.
you pay a firm to create this
I didn't
account,
pay the firm
Women
to
for
do
Cohen?
that. It was done by a young lady that works for the firm. And again, sir, we were having fun during a stressful time.
The point is, Mr. Cohen, did you lie to protect the president or did you lie to help yourself?
I'm not sure how that helped me, sir.
I'm not sure how it did either.
Right. And I would
point
like
is,
to
I
also
think-
note that more than half the people
And
on
here's
that
the
site
point.
are men.
Here's the point. The chairman just gave you a 30-minute opening statement, and you have a history of lying over and over and over again, and frankly, you don't have to take my word for it. Take what the court said. Take what the Southern District of New York said. Cohen did crimes that were marked by a pattern of deception and that permeated his professional life. These crimes were distinct in their harms, but bear a common set of circumstances. They each involved deception and were each motivated by personal greed and ambition. A pattern of deception for personal greed and ambition, and you just got 30 minutes of an opening statement where you trashed the President of the United States of America. Mr. Cohen, how long did you work for Donald Trump?
Approximately a decade.
10 years?
That's correct.
You said all these bad things about the president there in that last 30 minutes, and yet you worked for him for 10 years? All those bad things, I mean, if it's that bad, I can see you working for him for 10 days, maybe 10 weeks, maybe even 10 months. But you worked for him for 10 years. Mr. Cohen, how long did you work in the White House?
I never worked in the White House.
And that's the point, isn't it, Mr. Cohen?
No, sir.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, sir.
You wanted to work in the White House.
No, sir.
You didn't get brought to the dance.
Sir.
And now?
I was extremely proud to be personal attorney to the President of the United States of America. I did not want to go to the White House. I was offered jobs. I can tell you a story of Mr. Trump reaming out Reince Priebus because I had not taken a job where Mr. Trump wanted me to, which is working with Don McGahn at the White House General Counsel's
Mr. Cohen,
office.
you work for the president.
Sir, one second. All right. What I said at the time, and I brought a lawyer in who produced a memo as to why I should not go in because there would be no attorney-client privilege, and in order to handle some of the matters that I talked about in my opening, that it would be best suited for me not to go in, and that every president had a personal
Cohen, here's
attorney.
what I see. Here's what I see. I see a guy who worked for 10 years and is here trashing the guy he worked for 10 years, didn't get a job in the White House, and now you're behaving just like everyone else who's got fired or didn't get the job they wanted, like Andy McCabe, like James Comey, same kind of selfish motivation after you don't get the thing you want. That's what I see here today, and I think that's what the American people.
Mr. Jordan, all I wanted was what I got, to be personal attorney to the president, to enjoy the senior year of my son in high school and waiting for my daughter who was graduating from college to come back to New York. I got exactly what I want.
Exactly what you want?
What I
You're going to
wanted.
prison
That's
in-
right.
Gentlemen,
I received exactly
All right.
what I wanted.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, thank you for being here today. As you likely know, I served as the chair of the Democratic National Committee at the time of the Russian hacks and when Russia weaponized the messages that it had stolen. But I want to be clear. My questions are not about the harm done to any individual by WikiLeaks and the Russians. It's about the possible and likely harm to the United States of America and our democracy. I have a series of questions that I hope will connect more of these dots. Mr. Cohen, is it your testimony that Mr. Trump had advanced knowledge of the Russia WikiLeaks release of the DNC's emails?
I cannot answer that in a yes or no. He had advanced notice that there was going to be a dump of emails, but at no time did I hear the specificity of what those emails were going to be.
But you do testify today that he had advanced knowledge of their imminent release.
That is what I had stated in my testimony.
And that he cheered that outcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Trump likely share this information with his daughter Ivanka, son Don Jr., or Jared Kushner?
I'm not aware of that.
Was Ivanka, Jared, or Don Jr. still involved in the Russian tower deal at that time?
The company was involved in the deal, which meant that the family was involved in the deal.
If Mr. Trump and his daughter Ivanka and son Donald Jr. are involved in the Russian Trump tower deal, is it possible the whole family is conflicted or compromised with a foreign adversary in the months before the election?
Yes.
Based on your experience with the President and knowledge of his relationship with Mr. Stone, do you have reason to believe that the President explicitly or implicitly authorized Mr. Stone to make contact with WikiLeaks and to indicate the campaign's interest in the strategic release of these illegally hacked materials?
I'm not aware of that.
Was Mr. Stone a free agent reporting back to the President what he had done? Or was he an agent of the campaign acting on behalf of the President and with his apparent authority?
No, he was a free agent.
A free agent that was reporting back to the President what he had done?
Correct. He frequently reached out to Mr. Trump, and Mr. Trump was very happy to take his calls. It was free service.
Roger Stone says he never spoke with Mr. Trump about WikiLeaks. How can we corroborate what you are saying?
I don't know, but I suspect that the special counsel's office and other government agencies have the information that you're seeking.
Moving on to a little later in 2016, a major WikiLeaks dump happens hours after the Access Hollywood tape is released. Do you believe or are you aware of Mr. Trump coordinating or signaling for this email dump?
I am unaware of that. I actually was not even in the country at the time of the Billy Bush tape. I was in London visiting my daughter.
Knowing how Mr. Trump operates with his winning at all costs mentality, do you believe that he would cooperate or collude with a foreign power to win the presidency? Is he capable of that?
It calls on so much speculation, ma'am. It would be unfair for me to
I understand,
give
but
an
you
answer
have
to
a
that.
tremendous amount of experience, given
Mr.
what
Trump
you testified today.
is all about winning, and
And
he
in
will
your-
do what is necessary
and in
within
your
which to win.
opinion and experience, would he have the potential to cooperate or collude with a foreign power to win the presidency at all costs?
Yes.
Based on what you know, would Mr. Trump, or did he, lie about colluding and coordinating with the Russians at any point during the campaign?
So as I stated in my testimony, I wouldn't use the word colluding. Was there something odd about the back and forth praise with President Putin? Yes, but I'm not really sure that I can answer that question in terms of collusion. I was not part of the campaign. I don't know the other conversations that Mr. Trump had with other individuals. There's just so many dots that all seem to lead to the same direction.
And finally, before my time expires, Mr. Cohen, the campaign and the entire Trump organization appeared to be filthy with Russian contact. There are Russian business contacts. There are campaign Russian contacts. There are lies about all of those contacts. And then we have Roger Stone informing the President just before the Democratic National Convention that WikiLeaks was going to drop documents in the public arena that we knew at that point were hacked and stolen by Russia from the Democratic National Committee.
The gentle lady's time has expired. You may answer her inquiry.
My question is,
Quickly.
given all those connections, is it likely that Donald Trump was fully aware and had every intent of working with Russia to help make sure that he could win the presidency at all costs?
Okay. So let me say that this is a matter that's currently being handled by the House Select and the Senate Select Intelligence Committees, and so I would rather not answer that specific question other than just to tell you that Mr. Trump's desire to win would have him work with anyone. And one other thing that I had said in my statement is that when it came to the Trump Tower Moscow project, it was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and we never expected to win the election. So this was just business as usual.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Gray of Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Jordan, the chairman and this committee have promised members of the American people a fair and open process. Yet the Democrats have vastly limited the scope of this hearing. They've issued a gag order to try to tell members of this committee what we can and cannot talk about. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle claim that they want the truth, that they want transparency and fair oversight. Yet the Democrats' witness to testify before Congress today is none other than a scorned man who's going to prison for lying to Congress. Let that sink in. He's going to prison for lying to Congress, and he's the star witness to Congress. If you read the sentencing report on Mr. Cohen, words like deceptive and greedy are scattered throughout that report. It paints a picture of a narcissist, a bully, who cannot tell the truth, whether it's about the president or about his own personal life. But today, he's the majority party's star witness. If the Democrats were after the truth, they'd have an honest person here testifying. And if they were really after the truth, they'd not restrict the questioning to just a few topics. But let's take a look at those restricted topics. Mr. Chairman, the first topic in your limited scope that I can ask Mr. Cohen is about the president's debts. But, Mr. Chairman, didn't Mr. Cohen plead guilty to lying to banks about his personal finances? So we're asking a guy going to jail for lying about his debts to comment about the president's debts. He's the expert. Mr. Chairman, your next couple of topics say that I can ask Mr. Cohen about the president's compliance with financial disclosures and campaign finance laws, but didn't Mr. Cohen on 2 occasions break campaign finance law with his own donations? So again, the majority party's star witness on the president's compliance is a guy who broke compliance laws himself. Mr. Chairman, you graciously allow us to ask questions of Mr. Cohen on the president's dealings with the IRS and tax law. Your star witness here broke the law with regards to the IRS at least 5 times. He pled guilty on cheating on his taxes, lying to the IRS. He's the best witness you got. Next up, with the permission of the chairman, I get to ask Mr. Cohen about his perspective on the president's business dealings. Let me get this straight. The witness lied to multiple financial institutions to get loans to pay off other loans just to keep himself afloat, and he's going to be the expert on business practices. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, the witness may produce documents that he suggests incriminates the president, yet he lies to banks. All of those lies were done on fraudulent documents, documents that he forged. Nothing he says or produces has any credibility. Apparently, he even lied about delivering his own child, which his wife had to correct the record of. Ladies and gentlemen, how on earth is this witness credible? With all the lies and deception, the self-serving fraud, it begs the question, what is the majority party doing here? No one can see this guy as credible. He will say whatever he wants to accomplish his own personal goals. He's a fake witness, and his presence here is a travesty. I hope the American people see through this. I know the people back in Tennessee will. And with that statement, sir, I have a few questions of the witness. With your loss of your law license, I think you mentioned in your opening statement that you had been disbarred. What is your source of income in the future?
I don't expect I'm going to have a source of income when I'm in federal penitentiary.
What, is there a book deal coming or anything like that?
I have no book deal right now in the process. I have been contacted by many, including for television, a movie. If you want to tell me who you would like to play you, I'm more than happy to write the name down.
I'm sure
But
there's
I will
a very
also like to
attractive
turn
man.
around and just to correct your statement on me. No
Well, let me ask
individual-
one other question, though. I only have a limited amount of time.
No individual-
One quick question. Who paid your expenses to be here today?
Who's paid my expenses?
To be here today.
I paid my expenses.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield the remaining of my time to the ranking member.
Mr. Cohen, how many times did you talk to the special counsel's office?
7.
Did they talk to you at all in preparation for today's hearing between the 7 times you talked to him prior to your sentencing? Have you had any conversations with the special counsel's office between sentencing and today?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand your question.
You talked to him 7 times. That's in the sentencing memorandums that were in front of the court back in December. What I'm asking is how many times have you talked to the special counsel's office since then up to today's appearance here in Congress?
The gentleman's time has expired. You may answer the question now. That one question.
I'm sorry, I don't have the answer to that.
Mr. Maloney.
Wasn't, well, I'll come back to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Cohen, in your 10 years of working for Donald Trump, did he control everything that went on in the Trump organization? And did you have to get his permission in advance and report back after every meeting of any importance?
Yes.
Michael,
There was nothing that happened at the Trump organization, from whether it was a response as the Daily Beast story that you referred to, Ranking Member, that did not go through Mr. Trump with his approval and sign off, as in the case of the payments.
how many times did the President, Michael, ask you or direct you to try to reach settlements with women in 2015 and 2016?
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't have the answer to that. I'd have to go back and try to recollect. It's certainly the 2 that we know about.
And why do you think the President did not provide the accurate information in his 2017 financial disclosure form? What was he trying to hide? He corrected other forms, but he didn't correct this one.
The payments on the reimbursement of the funds that I extended on his behalf.
Can you elaborate more?
Well, going back into the story, as I stated, when Alan Weisselberg and I left the office and we went to his office in order to make the determination on how the money was going to be wired to the IOLA, the interest on a lawyer's account for Keith Davidson in California, I had asked Alan to use his money. Didn't want to use mine, and he said he couldn't, and we then decided how else we can do it. And he asked me whether or not I know anybody who wants to have a party at one of his clubs that could pay me instead, or somebody who may have wanted to become a member of one of the golf clubs. And I also don't have anybody that was interested in that. And it got to the point where it was down to the wire. It was either somebody wire the funds and purchase the life rights to the story from Miss Clifford, or it was going to end up being sold to television, and that would have embarrassed the president, and it would have interfered with the election.
But the President has never amended his 2017 form to this day, and while you're facing the consequences of going to jail, he is not.
Well, I believe that they amended a financial disclosure form, and there's a footnote somewhere buried. I don't recall specifically what it says, but there is a footnote buried somewhere.
Can you describe, Michael, to the American people, catch and kill?
So catch and kill is a method that exists when you're working with a news outlet. In this specific case, it was AMI, National Enquirer, David Pecker, Dylan Howard, and others, where they would contact me or Mr. Trump or someone and state that there's a story that's percolating out there that you may be interested in. And then what you do is you contact that individual and you purchase the rights to that story from them.
And you practice this for the president?
I was involved in several of these catch and kill episodes, but these catch and kill scenarios existed between David Pecker and Mr. Trump long before I started working for him in 2007.
Michael, can you suggest who else this committee should talk to for additional information on this or anything else?
Yes, I believe David Pecker, Dylan Howard, Barry Levine of AMI as well, Alan Weisselberg, Alan Garten of the Trump Organization as well.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony, and Mr. Chairman, this is a story of redemption.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Comer.
Mr. Cohen, in your testimony, you stated that you began work for the Trump Organization as a lawyer dealing with real estate transactions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Prior to coming to Congress, I served as a director of 2 different banks, so I've seen hundreds of loan applications. And to try to determine your credibility here today, I just wanted to ask you a couple of real estate transaction questions just to see how, in fact, you operate. According to the Southern District of New York prosecutors, you lied to banks to secure loans by falsely stating the amount of debt you were carrying. Mr. Cohen, my question to you, was it Donald Trump's fault that you knowingly committed a crime of deception to defraud a bank?
No, it's not.
Was that fraudulent loan you obtained for the Trump Organization or for you personally?
It would be for me, though I'm not familiar with which loan that you're referring to. I would like to say one thing, sir.
Cohen,
sorry, I would like just to respond. When
the loan that you pled guilty.
When we're talking about the home equity line of credit, which is what I believe you're referring to,
we're also referring, I'm going to ask a question pertaining to your summer home that you purchased.
I never purchased a summer home. No individual or no bank in the 22 years that I've had loans have ever lost a dollar with me. I owe no money to any bank.
Well, the banks usually find out if someone's trying to deceive them.
In 22 years, I have no money that's ever been owed to any individual or any bank.
Mr. Cohen, did your so-called blind loyalty to the president cause you to defraud the bank for your own personal gain?
Sir, I take exception to that because there has never been a fraud on I never defrauded any bank.
Well, let's dig a little deeper on that, on the bank fraud. According to the Southern District of New York, you failed to disclose more than $20 million in liabilities, as well as tens of thousands of dollars of monthly expenses. That's according to the Southern District of New York. Now, Mr. Cohen, you being a lawyer, surely you knew you were breaking the law. No, why would you have done that?
Sir, I'm not a CPA, and I pled guilty. I'm going to prison as a result of it.
Because you're a con?
No, sir.
Okay.
Because I pled guilty, and I am going to be doing the time. I have caused tremendous pain to my family, and I take
let's go back to the one last question about the bank. When the bank found out about the liabilities that you failed to disclose, you lied again to the bank. This is according to the Southern District of New York, and said it had been expunged when in fact you just shifted the debt to another bank. So apparently, according to the information that we received, your intent to defraud the bank was for the desire to purchase the summer home for $8.5 million?
No, sir. That would have been off of an equity line, considering I had less than a 50% loan to value on the assets, and there was a pre-existing line of credit that existed years before the date that you're referring to, where this is all surrounding New York City taxi medallions.
But you understand that when you fail to disclose liabilities, especially $20 million in liabilities, that is, in fact, fraud.
Except even with the $20 million in liability.
How much was it?
The medallions were at that time worth over $45 million.
Mr. Cohen, you called Donald Trump a cheat in your opening testimony. What would you call yourself?
A fool.
You calling, okay, well, no comment on that.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, we said we were in search of the truth. I don't believe that Michael Cohen is capable of telling the truth. And I would hope that as this committee moves forward, that when we have the opportunity to subpoena witnesses, we subpoena witnesses that are not recently disbarred, are not convicted felon, and witnesses that haven't committed bank fraud and tax fraud. That is how we're going to determine the truth. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
I think, John, for you, I would just make one point. We just had a 5-minute debate where Mr. Cohen disputes what the Southern District of New York found, what the judge found, that he was actually guilty of committing bank fraud. If this statement back here doesn't say it all, Cohen's consciousness of wrongdoing is fleeting, his remorse is minimal, his instinct is to blame others is strong. There's only one wrong with that statement. His remorse is non-existent. He just debated a member of Congress saying, I really didn't do anything wrong with the false bank things that I'm guilty of and going to prison for.
Mr. Jordan, that's not what I
this
said,
is
and you know that that's not what I said.
what
I said I pled guilty, and I take responsibility for my actions. Shame on you, Mr. Jordan.
Mr.
Chair, not what I said.
Mr. Chairman.
That's not what I said. What I said is I took responsibility, and I take responsibility. What I was doing is explaining to the gentleman that his facts are inaccurate. I take responsibility for my mistakes, all right? I am remorseful, and I am going to prison. I will be away from my wife and family for years. So before you turn around and you cast more dispersion, please understand, there are people watching you today that know me a whole lot better. I made mistakes. I own them, and I didn't fight with the Southern District of New York. I didn't put the system through an entire scenario. But what I did do is I pled guilty, and I am going to be, again, going to prison.
Mr. Norton.
Mr. Cohen, at the center of the reasons you're going to prison is conviction for campaign finance violations, and they center around some salacious revelations. The Washington Post reported or aired a Access Hollywood video. It set a record for the number of people who watched, crashed the newspaper's server. But this happened in early October, on the cusp of the election. What was Mr. Trump's reaction to the video becoming public at that time, and was he concerned about the impact of that video on the election?
The answer is yes. As I stated before, I was in London at the time visiting my daughter who was studying there for a Washington semester abroad. And I received a phone call during the dinner from Hope Hicks stating that she had just spoken to Mr. Trump, and we need you to start making phone calls to the various different news outlets that you have relationships with. And we need to spin this. And what we want to do is just to claim that this was men locker room talk.
Was the concern about the election in particular?
The answer is yes. Then couple that with Karen McDougal, which then came out around the same time, and then on top of that, the Stormy Daniels matter.
Yeah, and these things happen in the month before the election and almost one after the other. The Stormy Daniels revelation, where prosecutors and officials, prosecutors learned of that matter. And prosecutors stated that the officials at the magazine contacted you about the story, and the magazine, of course, is the National Enquiry. Is that correct, that they did
Yes, ma'am.
come to you? Were you concerned about this news story becoming public right after the Access Hollywood study in terms of impact on the election?
I was concerned about it, but more importantly, Mr. Trump was
And that
concerned
was
about
my
it.
next question. What was the president's concern about these matters becoming public in October as we were about to go into an election?
I don't think anybody would dispute this belief that after the wildfire that encompassed the Billy Bush tape, that a second follow-up to it would have been pleasant. And he was concerned with the effect that it had had on the campaign, on how women were seeing him, and ultimately whether or not he would have a shot in the general election.
And so you negotiated the $130,000 payment.
The $130,000 number was not a number that was actually negotiated. It was told to me by Keith Davidson that this is a number that Ms. Clifford wanted.
Well, you finally completed that deal, as it were, on October the 28th, days before the election. What happened in the interim?
Contemplated whether or not to do it. Wasn't sure if she was really going to go public. There was, again, some communications back and forth between myself and Keith Davidson. And ultimately, it came to either do it or don't. At which time, again, I had gone into Mr. Trump's office, as I did after each and every conversation. And he had told me that he had spoken to a couple of friends, and it's $130,000. It's not a lot of money, and we should just do it. So go ahead and do it. And I was at the time with Alan Weisselberg, where he directed us to go back to Mr. Weisselberg's office and figure this all out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Beddoes.
Mr. Cohen, do you know Lynn Patton? I'm right here.
Oh, yes, sir.
Do you know Lynn Patton?
Yes, I do.
I asked Lynn to come today in her personal capacity to actually shed some light. How long have you known Ms. Patton?
I'm responsible for Lynn Patton joining the Trump Organization and the job that she currently holds.
Well, I'm glad you acknowledged that, because you made some very demeaning comments about the president that Ms. Patton doesn't agree with. In fact, it has to do with your claim of racism. She says that as a daughter of a man born in Birmingham, Alabama, that there is no way that she would work for an individual who was racist. How do you reconcile the two of those, Mr.
As neither should I, as the son of a Holocaust survivor.
But, Mr. Cohen, I guess what I'm saying is I've talked to the president over 300 times. I've not heard one time a racist comment out of his mouth in private. So how do you reconcile it? Do you have proof of those conversations?
I would ask you to
Do you have tape recordings of those conversations?
No, sir.
Well, you've taped everybody else. Why wouldn't you have a tape?
That's also not true, sir. That's not true.
You haven't taped anybody?
I have taped individuals.
How many times have you taped individuals?
Maybe 100 times over 10 years.
Is that a low estimate? Because I've heard it's over 200 times.
No, I don't think. I think it's approximately about 100, from what I recall. But I would ask
so
you,
why
if
would
you ask me a question, sir.
Do you have proof? Do you have proof? Yes or no?
I do.
Oh, where's the proof?
Ask Ms. Patton how many people who are black are executives at the Trump Organization, and the answer is zero.
Mr. Cohen, we can go through this. I would ask unanimous consent that her entire statement be put in the record.
Without objection.
All right, let me go on a little bit further. Did you collect $1.2 million or so from Novartis?
I did.
For access to the Trump administration?
No, sir.
Why did you collect it?
Because they came to me based upon my knowledge of the enigma Donald Trump, what he thinks.
So they
how he
paid.
thinks- sir, please let me finish.
No, did they pay you $1.2
We've already
million
said that,
to
yes.
give them advice?
Yes, they did. A multi-billion-dollar conglomerate came to me looking for information, not something that's unusual here in D.C., looking for information, and they believed that I had a value.
So how many
and that the
times did you meet
value
with them?
was the insight that I was capable of offering them.
How many
and they
times?
were willing to pay.
How many times did you meet with them? For $1.2 million, how many times did you meet with them?
I provided them with both in-person as well as telephone access whenever they needed.
How many times? Yes, sir. That's a question, Mr. Cohen.
I don't recall, sir.
So did you ever talk to them?
I spoke to them on several occasions, yes.
How many?
6 times.
6 times. Wow. $200,000 a call.
Sir, I also would like to.
All right,
I also
hold on.
would like to bring
this
to
is
your
my
attention
5
the
minutes, Mr.
contract.
Cohen, not yours. Did you get money from the Bank of Kazakhstan?
It's not a Bank of Kazakhstan. It's called BTA.
BTA Bank, Kazakhstan BTA Bank. Did you get money from them?
I did.
For what purpose?
The purpose was because the former CEO of that bank had absconded with it was between $4 to $6 billion, and some of that money was here in the United States, and they sought my assistance in terms of locating that money and helping them to recollect it.
So are you saying that all the reports that you were paid, in some estimates over $4 million, to have access and understanding of the Trump administration, you're saying that all of that was just paid to you just because you're a nice guy?
Well, I am a nice guy, but more importantly,
Well,
each
I
and
would
every,
beg to differ.
each and
The
every
record
contract-
reflects that you're not a nice
Sir,
guy.
each and every contract contained the clause in my contracts that said, I will not lobby and I do not do government relations work. In fact, Novartis sent me their contract, which stated specifically that they wanted me to lobby, that they wanted me to provide access to government, including the president. That information, that paragraph was crossed out by me, initialed, and written in my own handwriting. It says, I will not lobby or do government relations work.
So Novartis representatives say that it was like they were hiring a non-registered lobbyist. So you disagree with that?
I don't know what they said, sir, but the contract speaks
Have you
for
ever
itself.
contacted anybody in the administration?
Yes.
To advocate on behalf of any aspect of any of your contracts? I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent.
The gentleman's time has expired. You may answer the question.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Clay.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, I'm pleased you agreed to testify today voluntarily. In my view, we are all here for just one reason, and that's the American people are tired of being lied to. They have been lied to by President Trump. They've been lied to by the president's children. They have been lied to by the president's legal representatives. And it pains me to say that they have been even lied to by his congressional enablers who are still devoted to perpetuating and protecting this giant con game on the American people. Now, Mr. Cohen, I'd like to talk to you about the president's assets. Since by law, these must be reported accurately on his federal financial disclosures and when he submits them for a bank loan. Mr. Cohen, you served for nearly a decade as then businessman Trump's personal attorney and so-called fixer. Did you also have an understanding of the president's assets and how he valued those items?
Yes.
In November of 2017, Crain's New York Business reported that the Trump Organization provided, quote, flagrantly untrue revenue figures going back to at least 2010 to influence Crain's ranking of the largest private companies in New York. According to the reports, while the Trump Organization reported nearly $9.5 billion in revenues in 2016, public filings suggested revenues were actually less than 1/10 of that. To your knowledge, did the president or his company ever inflate assets or revenues?
Yes.
And was that done with the president's knowledge or direction?
Everything was done with the knowledge and at the direction of Mr. Trump.
Well, tell us why he would do that and what purpose did it serve?
It depends upon the situation. There were times that I was asked, again with Alan Weisselberg, the CFO, to go back and to speak with an individual from Forbes, because Mr. Trump wanted each year to have his net worth rise on the Forbes wealthiest individuals list. And so what you do is you look at the assets and you try to find an asset that has, say, for example, 40 Wall Street, which is about 1.2 million square feet. Find an asset that is comparable, find the highest price per square foot that's achieved in the area, and apply it to that building. Or if you're going off of your rent roll, you can go by the gross rent roll times a multiple, and you make up the multiple, which is something that he had talked about. It's based upon what he wanted to value the asset at.
You know, you have provided this committee with copies of the president's financial statements or parts of them from 2011, 2012, and 13. And, Mr. Chairman, I would like to submit those for the record. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit the statements to the record.
Without objection to order.
Thank you. Can you explain why you had these financial statements and what you used them for?
So these financial statements were used by me for two purposes. One was discussing with media, whether it was Forbes or other magazines, to demonstrate Mr. Trump's significant net worth. That was one function. Another was when we were dealing later on with insurance companies, we would provide them with these copies so that they would understand that the premium, which is based sometimes upon the individual's capabilities to pay, would be reduced.
And all of this was done at the president's direction and with his knowledge?
Yes, because whatever the numbers would come back to be, we would immediately report it back.
And did this information provided to us inflate the president's assets?
I believe these numbers are inflated.
And, of course, inflating assets to win a newspaper poll to boost your ego is not a crime. But to your knowledge, did the president ever provide inflated assets to a bank in order to help him obtain a loan?
But you may answer that question.
These documents and others were provided to Deutsche Bank on one occasion where I was with them in our attempt to obtain money so that we can put a bid on the Buffalo Bills.
Thank you for your answer.
Mr. Heiss of Georgia.
I'd like to yield a second to the gentleman from North Carolina.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to ask unanimous consent to put into the record an article from STAT which indicates that Mr. Cohen's promise to access not just Trump, but also the circle around him. It was almost as if we were hiring a lobbyist, close quote. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that we put into the record a criminal referral for violating Section 22 U.S.C. Of the statute number 611. I ask unanimous consent that my letter referring Mr. Cohen for violating FARA for illegal lobbying activity be entered into the record.
Without objection to order.
I ask unanimous consent that the first order of business for this committee is for us to look in a bipartisan way at criminal referrals at the next business meeting.
No. These are not documents. They're objections. They're objections.
So we're objecting to a unanimous consent request? Is that what, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Heiss.
I'll take care of Heiss. Don't worry. Yes.
I will yield back.
All right. Now, let me be clear. Mr. Heiss, I'm going to give you your whole 5 minutes, all right?
Thank you, Mr.
In
Chairman.
fairness to you, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Meadows, the chairman made me, the ranking member, made me aware that I had given a little more time to Ms. Wasserman Schultz. I was going to let you do that anyway. But I just want the committee to know that because there are so many members, I'm going to be strict on this 5 minutes, all right? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Heiss, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, you claim that you've lied, but you're not a liar. Just to set the record straight, if you lied, you are a liar by definition. You also said a moment ago that the facts are inaccurate. If they are facts, they are accurate, and that would make you inaccurate. But I'd like to take a moment to, I'd like to know who you consulted with to prepare for today's hearing, Lanny Davis and who else?
I consulted with my counsel, Lanny Davis, as well as Michael Monaco.
All right. Did you or Michael or Lanny Davis or anyone else cooperate with the Democratic majority to prepare for this hearing?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Did you or anyone else on your team cooperate with the Democrat Party in preparing for this hearing?
We've spoken to the party.
Okay. Did you prepare with Chairman Cummings or anyone on your team?
I'm sorry, what do you mean by prepare?
Prepare for this hearing.
Prepare, I prepared with my counsel.
Did you prepare with the Democrat majority or Chairman Cummings?
We spoke with Chairman Cummings and the party.
With Chairman Schiff?
Spoke with Chairman Schiff and his people as well.
Were there any other individuals acting as a liaison for you with the majority party?
I'm sorry, sir. What are you saying?
Did you have a liaison other than these that you've mentioned who were working with the majority to prepare for this hearing?
Liaison. We spoke with the various individuals that you just raised, yes.
Tom Steyer, regarding him or any of his representatives, anyone associated with him, is he or any of them paying Lanny Davis to represent you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who is paying Lanny Davis?
At the present moment, no one.
So he's doing all this work for nothing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I hope so.
I kind of doubt it. But how did Lanny Davis come to represent you? Did he approach you or did you approach him?
I reached out to Lanny Davis at the recommendation of my former counsel over at McDermott, Will, and Emery, who knew Mr. Davis, and Mr. Davis.
So you reached out to Mr. Davis?
I did, yes, initially.
Okay. So did you want to testify before Congress, or did he urge you to testify here?
I was asked to come here, and I am here, sir, voluntarily, because it's my decision.
You were asked by who? My question, did he ask you to come here?
No, sir.
Okay, because he says that he did ask you to come here and that he convinced you, and also that he did the same with Chairman Cummings as well. So your testimony here is that you approached Lanny Davis to represent you and to come here. He did not persuade you to come here.
He did not persuade me. Actually, Chairman Cummings, which is part of the conversations that we engaged in with his people, as well as Chairman Schiff and others, we spoke in order to ask me to come here voluntarily.
I find the connecting of the dots here with Mr. Davis and you, and frankly the chairman and perhaps others, to be rather stunning that there is an agenda for all this happening here today. And I believe, frankly, that that's to bring the president down, to impugn the president. You made an oath last time you were here, and that oath meant nothing to you then. We had an oath here in this very room about a month ago, and it was, quote, "Be clear that I will seek the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God," end quote. That sounds like an oath to me. The chairman made that statement in this very room last month. But here we are today, our first big hearing with, as you and we all know, a convicted liar, lying to Congress, a criminal. And I believe this witness is totally incompatible with the stated goal of having to seek the truth in this hearing. This is the first time in the history of Congress we have someone testifying here who has already been convicted of lying to Congress. So congratulations for being the first in Congress to do that, and Mr. Cummings as well. I can't believe we have brought this committee to its knees in terms of losing its credibility, and it's a shameful mockery of what our purpose is. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just pick up on those last comments. I want to talk about a low point. How about Mr. Papadopoulos pled guilty, Mr. Manafort convicted, pled guilty to 2 other charges, Mr. Gates pled guilty, Mr. Flynn pled guilty, Mr. Pinedo pled guilty, Mr. Van der Zwaan pled guilty, Mr. Kalimnik indicted for obstruction of justice. And for 2 years, you want to talk about an agenda, my friends on the other side of the aisle refused to bring any of these people up before the committee. So today, for the first day, we have one witness who voluntarily is coming forward to testify. Your side ran away from the truth, and we're trying to bring it to the American people. So, Mr. Cohen, first of all, thank you for voluntarily coming before the committee to testify. I want to ask you about your statements regarding Trump Tower in Moscow, and I want to drill down some of the facts and details. Now, you may not be aware of it, but this goes back a ways. Back in 1987, Mr. Trump wrote that he had had ongoing discussions with Soviet officials back then to build a large luxury hotel across from the Kremlin in partnership with the Soviet Union. So at that time, it was the Soviet Union. I want to ask you, in your filing with the special counsel Mueller's office, the prosecutors wrote, and I quote, Mr. Cohen discussed the status and progress of the Moscow project with Individual 1 on more than the 3 occasions Mr. Cohen claimed to the committee, and he briefed family members of Individual 1 with the company about the project. I know this is redundant, but Mr. Cohen, who are we referring to here when we refer to Individual 1?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay, and the company?
The Trump Organization.
Okay.
Through a subsidiary.
Okay. And who were the family members that you briefed on the Trump Tower Moscow project?
Don Trump Jr. and Ivanka Trump.
Okay. Now, were these in the regular course of business, or did the president or family request the briefings?
This is the regular course of business.
Do you recall, there's a question on the number of briefings. Do you recall how many there might have been?
I'm sorry, sir?
Do you recall how many of these briefings there might have been?
Approximately 10 in total.
All right. In your written remarks, you also wrote, and I quote, there were at least a half-dozen times between the Iowa caucus in January 2016 and the end of June when Mr. Trump would ask me, how's it going in Russia, referring to the Russia Moscow Tower project. Now, how did the president communicate those questions to you? Was it verbally or over the phone?
Verbally, most of the time, or virtually all of the time. He would say to me, Michael, come walk with me. He was heading to, let's say, a rally, to a car, and as I would walk him to the elevator, he would ask me questions quickly regarding a series of
Could there be any
issues.
doubt about what he was referring to in terms of the project in Russia?
No, this would be it.
Okay.
Otherwise, there would have been no reason to ask it of me.
Right, right. You also wrote, and I quote, to be clear, Mr. Trump knew of and directed the Trump-Moscow negotiations throughout the campaign and lied about it, close quote. How did the president actually direct the negotiations? What details did he direct?
Well, after each communication that I had, I would report back to him, and our goal was to get this project. We were interested in building what would have been the largest building in all of Europe. You know, sir, just if I can say one last thing in regard to the gentleman's statement, since this is on topic. The lies that I told to Congress, in fairness, benefited Mr. Trump. It was in furtherance of my protection of Mr. Trump. which I stated in my testimony. And I am not protecting Mr. Trump anymore. And so, while I truly appreciate taking some of your time onto it, to attack me every single time about taxes, I have no credibility. It's for exactly that reason that I spent the last week searching boxes in order to find the information that I did, so that you don't have to take my word for it. I don't want you to. I want you to look at the documents, and I want you to make your own decision.
I need my last 10
Sorry,
minutes.
sir.
That's okay. Let me just say, I don't think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are afraid that you're going to lie. I think they're afraid you're going to tell the truth.
Thank you, sir.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gosar.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Oh, I appreciate the gentleman for yielding. I just want to respond to Mr. Lynch. I want you to think about this. When have you ever seen a federal agency where this has happened? James Comey, director, fired. Andy McCabe, deputy director, fired. Lied 3 times under oath, under investigation, right, as we speak. Jim Baker, FBI counsel, demoted, then left, currently under investigation by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Connecticut. Lisa Page, demoted, then left. Peter Strzok, deputy head of counterintelligence, demoted, then fired. That's what happened. That's what we're concerned about. And today we actually asked for Rod Rosenstein. Oh, by the way, we now know 3 people have told us Rod Rosenstein actually was contemplating using the 25th Amendment to remove the guy from presidency who the American people put there. And we asked for him to be a witness today, and the chairman said no. And instead we get 30 minutes from a guy who's going to prison in 2 months for lying to Congress. Mr. Cohen, I got 2 quick questions before I yield back to my colleague. Mr. Heiss asked you who all you've talked to. You said you spoke to Mr. Schiff. Obviously, you spoke to Mr. Cummings. You're going in front of both committees. You're here today. You're going to be in front of Mr. Schiff's committee tomorrow. Have you spoken to Chairman Nadler or anyone on his staff, or have any of your attorneys spoken to Chairman Nadler?
I don't know about my attorneys. I have not spoken to
you don't know if your attorneys have
I have not spoken to Congressman Nadler. And I'm not aware, sir, I'm not aware if my attorneys, I can ask them.
Can turn around and ask it.
The answer, sir, is no.
Okay. And you said at this present time, Mr. Davis is not getting paid. Does that are you anticipating him receiving some kind of compensation in the future?
When I start to earn a living.
Well, he's going to wait 3 years? Yeah. Wow.
The answer is yes.
That's a first. I've never known a lawyer wait 3 years to get paid.
I guess he thinks it's important.
All right. With that, I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
Well, thank you. Mr. Cohen, you know, you're a disgraced lawyer. I mean, you've been disbarred. And so I'm sure you remember, well, maybe you don't remember, duty of loyalty, duty of confidentiality, attorney-client privilege. I think the gentleman over your right side actually understands that very, very well and wouldn't do what you are doing here today. So let's go back at this credibility. You want us to make sure that we think of you as a real philanthropic icon, that you're about justice, that you're the person that somebody would call at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, they wouldn't. Not at all. When you saw Mr. Comer dissect you, right in front of this committee, you conflicted your testimony, sir. You're a pathological liar. You don't know truth from falsehood.
Sir, I'm sorry. Are you referring to me or the president?
Hey, this is my time.
Are you referring to me, sir, or the president?
When I ask you a question,
yes.
I'll ask for an answer.
Sure.
Now, are you familiar with Rule 35 of the Federal Rules and Criminal Procedures?
I am now.
Oh. So the committee understands that you've been in contact with the Southern District of New York. Is that true?
I am in constant contact with the Southern District of New York regarding ongoing investigations.
And part of that application is to reduce sentencing time, is it not? Yes.
There is a possibility.
Yes. The answer is yes.
No, it's not, sir.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is.
It's not.
And so testimony here could actually help you out in getting your sentence lessened. Isn't that true?
I'm not really sure how my appearance here today is providing substantial information that the Southern District can use for the creation of a case. Now, if there is something that this group can do for me, I would gladly welcome it.
Well, I got to tell you, you know, America's watching you. I've been getting texts right and left saying, how can anybody listen to this pathological person? He's got a problem. He doesn't know fact from fiction. And that's what's sad here, is that you didn't do this for Donald Trump, to protect Donald Trump. You did it for you. This is all about you. This is all about this Twitter feed no, let me read one of those. Another one. Women who love and support Michael Cohen, strong, pit bull, sex symbol, no nonsense, business-oriented, and ready to make a difference.
1,000 followers.
Ready to make a difference against the law. That's pretty sad. You know, over and over again, you know, we want to have trust. It's built on the premise that we're truthful, that we come forward. But there's no truth with you whatsoever. That's why that's important to you, to look up here and look at the old adage that our moms taught us. Liar, liar, pants on fire. No one should ever listen to you and give you credibility. It's sad. It's sad that we have come. In fact, I want to quote the chairman's very words. This is a real, hold on.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Sad state.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cohen, several times in your testimony, you state the bad things that you did for Mr. Trump. And at some point, you apparently changed your course of action. There's a recurring refrain in your testimony that says, and yet I continued to work for him. But at some point you changed. What was the breaking point at which you decided to start telling the truth?
There are several factors. Helsinki, Charlottesville, watching the daily destruction of our civility to one another, putting up silly things like this.
Oh, that's silly.
Really unbecoming of Congress. It's that sort of behavior that I'm responsible for. I'm responsible for your silliness because I did the same thing that you're doing now for 10 years. I protected Mr. Trump for 10 years. And the fact that you pull up a news article that has no value to it, and you want to use that as the premise for discrediting me, that I'm not the person that people called at 3 o'clock in the morning, would make you inaccurate. In actuality, would make you a liar, which puts you into the same position that I am in. And I can only warn people, the more people that follow Mr. Trump, as I did blindly, are going to suffer the same consequences that I'm suffering.
What warning would you give young people who are tempted, as you were? Would you encourage them not to wait 10 years to see the light? What advice would you give young people, in particular young lawyers, so they do not abuse their bar license as you did?
Look at what's happened to me. I had a wonderful life. I have a beautiful wife. I have 2 amazing children. And I achieved financial success by the age of 39. I didn't go to work for Mr. Trump because I had to. I went to work for him because I wanted to. And I've lost it all. So if I'm not a picture perfect, that's the picture that should be up there. If I'm not a picture perfect example of what not to do, that's the example that I'm trying to set for my children. You make mistakes in life, and I've owned them, and I've taken responsibility for them. And I'm paying a huge price, as is my family. So if that in and of itself isn't enough to dissuade somebody from acting in the callous manner that I did, I'm not sure that that person has any chance, very much like I'm in right now.
A recurring theme in your testimony is concern for your family's safety. What specifically are you most concerned about?
Well, the president, unlike my Cohen for Trump that has 1,000 followers, he's got over 60 million people. And when Mr. Trump turned around early in the campaign and said, I can shoot somebody on 5th Avenue and get away with it, I want to be very clear. He's not joking. He's telling you the truth. He said, you don't know him. I do. I sat next to this man for 10 years, and I watched his back. I'm the one who started the campaign, and I'm the one who continued in 2015 to promote him. And so many things I thought that he can do that are just great. And he can, and he is doing things that are great. But this destruction of our civility to one another is just, it's out of control. And when he goes on Twitter and he starts bringing in my in-laws, my parents, my wife, what does he think is going to happen? He's he's sending out the same message that he can do whatever he wants. This is his country. He's becoming an autocrat. And hopefully something bad will happen to me or my children or my wife so that I will not be here and testify. That's what his hope was. It was to intimidate me. And again, I thanked everybody who joined and said that this is just not right.
Have you ever seen Mr. Trump personally threaten people with physical harm?
No. He would use others.
He would hire other people to do that?
I'm not so sure that he had to hire them. They were already working there. Everybody's job at the Trump Organization is to protect Mr. Trump. Every day, most of us knew we were coming in and we were going to lie for him on something. And that became the norm. And that's exactly what's happening right now in this country. And it's exactly what's happening here in government, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a break?
All right.
I did, sir. So that's okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The House Oversight Committee taking a break at the request of Michael Cohen, their witness today. You can see there are some of the members that have been in the chamber sort of filtering around. We're only, at my count, about 7 people through the Democrats, Emily, 6 people through the Republicans. There's more than 40 members in this committee, so still a long list of members of Congress to go through. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined here in our studio by Emily Heil, co-writer of Reliable Source, reporter here at The Washington Post. Emily, so far some of the most explosive information we've gotten was from Michael Cohen's opening statement. And I think we've seen a path since then of where Republicans are trying to go and where Democrats are trying to go. A lot of Republicans choosing to give back their time to Jim Jordan, the top Republican on this committee, because they clearly think that he's doing a forceful and powerful job of discrediting Michael Cohen and trying to make this about his own motives rather than protecting the president.
And I think what that tactic does, too, is it allows the ranking member to keep the Republican message consistent where Democrats veer in different directions and aren't looking to be too fruitful in their lines of questioning. And so by ceding time back to the ranking member, it allows for a consistent sort of messaging throughout this. And we've seen what that is. And that is clearly just to try to discredit this witness, to undermine him, and to undermine what he is saying to this committee by pointing to, to his past lies to Congress, to his convictions, to his character. So that's sort of, I think, the strategy that Republicans are using right now.
Let's bring Aaron Blake into the conversation, senior political reporter. Aaron, are we learning anything new yet today?
You know, I think with the opening statement that he put out where he, he had a lot of witnesses come here and they're subpoenaed and they may not want to testify. Michael Cohen clearly has an agenda. He wanted to clear his name. He wanted to get information out there. He put a lot of that into his opening statement. And so I think that the most maybe damning things for President Trump that he knew about, he was going to put in that opening statement. He was going to include in those documents. So I think it's a little bit difficult for Democrats to approach this now because they have to mine deeper into some of these things that may not have as interesting things as we saw in the opening statement. So I think it's been difficult for them to extract a whole lot more detail from him. I think one of the interesting things was just a little while ago, they were talking about the financial statements that Michael Cohen had produced in the documents. He was asked by Lacey Clay, the Democrat from Missouri, whether these documents that Cohen says inflated the president's wealth were submitted to banks in attempts to secure loans. And Michael Cohen said that it in fact had been submitted to Deutsche Bank as the president was seeking a loan to get the Buffalo Bills, the NFL team. So I think it's stuff like that that's going to happen on the margins that may suggest areas where we could see further inquiry from investigators, or we might see other members of the committee start to dig a little bit deeper into them.
Yeah, there was one moment where Carolyn Maloney, Democrat of New York, asked, how many times did President Trump, and this is dating back from before he was president, ask you to reach settlements with women he'd had affairs with? And Michael Cohen said, I don't know, I'd have to look back, certainly the two that we know about. But, meaning Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels, but then time was running out and she moved on and they never got back to it. And it seems like there are these moments, given the limited time of questioning and Democrats not coordinating, where there are other opportunities. It seems like common sense to drill down deeper and say, how can you not remember? Give me a ballpark. If you can't remember if it was 10 or 11 or 12 or 13, you know, do you remember it was more than 2?
Yeah, and this is, we talked about this before, how it really takes a concerted effort and strategy and the members combining to have this thing where they follow up on each other's questions, but sometimes they don't even follow up on their own questions when they get at something interesting. And I think this is a bigger problem for Democrats as they try to get information. Given this is a hearing in the House where there are so many members, they really need to keep it to 5 minutes, otherwise this thing gets really out of control and gets super long. So I would imagine that there are some Democratic staffers telling their members that maybe they should drill down on this a little bit, but you're right, the fact that he didn't know how many other settlements might have been reached at that time, I think, is a very ripe line of inquiry.
Let's go to Rhonda Colvin, a reporter on Capitol Hill, who's with one of the freshman members of this committee. Hi, Rhonda.
All right, I'm here with Representative Katie Hill. She is the vice chair of the Oversight Committee. And I'm here with Katie Hill. She's the vice chair of the committee. Katie, what have you taken away from the first half of this?
What I've taken away so far is that our Republican colleagues are doing everything they can to discredit the witness and to distract and to use every fallacy in the book to take away from the American people having the opportunity to hear the truth. And, you know, again, I'm not going to take away from the fact that he has lied. That's fair. But he lied to protect the president. And the president himself has been shown by every single fact-checking organization out there to have lied 8,000 times since he became the president. So the hypocrisy is just unbelievable to me. And, you know, honestly, I think that's the biggest thing I've taken away. And his testimony is pretty shocking in and of itself. And we need to give the American people the chance to decide for themselves whether they believe it or not. And for us, we need to figure out where we need to go from here. And if this gives us clues as to, you know, the next witnesses we need to call and the, you know, the other documents that we need to request. This is just the start. This is the beginning of figuring out the truth and uncovering the truth. And he is one witness. He is one person who provides important context, but it's certainly not, you know, the end-all be-all of this investigation.
Your Republican colleagues are certainly pressing him on his credibility, and they keep saying that he lied once, he's lying now. Do you think that bringing that forward, is that making people perhaps more sympathetic to Cohen? I've been watching this with members of the public, and they seem to be a little bit more sympathetic toward him after he's getting such harsh criticism from members of the Republican Party.
Well, I think that most American people believe in some level of redemption, and I'm telling you, I don't know a single person who hasn't lied in their lifetime. So to say that you've lied once, that means that you can't possibly tell the truth again. It's just a bogus argument. So I think it probably does create some level of sympathy. I mean, if you have come into this hearing, or if you're coming into watching this and you've decided that you're not going to believe him, then nothing's going to change your mind. But if you are coming into it with an open mind, you're going to take it with a little bit of, you know, suspicion, and you know, you can't just believe everything with absolute certainty. But I do think that when you're seeing somebody just unabashedly, an entire side of the aisle, unabashedly just try to lambast him with their time, I think it does create a level of sympathy. And this guy's going to pay his time. He's going to be in federal prison for 3 years. He's at least showing some degree of remorse. He is showing contrition, and hopefully, I think he sees this as a chance to redeem himself. There is nothing about this testimony that has a chance to reduce his sentence. This is simply so that, I believe, so that he can get it out there. And you know, hopefully the American people can, again, they have to decide for themselves. I can't decide for them. I have to come out of this and say, well, where would this be something that he's telling the truth about, where would it not? And we'll decide from there.
All right, Representative Hill, thank you so much for joining us. Representative Hill, she is the Vice Chair of the Oversight Committee. As I mentioned, I have been watching this with members of the public, and they are really reacting to it. They're sort of glued to the screen, and I think this might be one of those moments where we're all asking ourselves, where were we when Michael Cohen testified? So people they're here, they're still in the hallways, they're in that overflow room. They don't want to miss a minute, so that's the mood here in Capitol Hill. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. And of course, the reaction of people in that room are going to depend on why they were drawn there in the first place. There are a lot of critics of President Trump who are members of the public who are coming to watch, who want to see this, who want to watch this moment of Democrats having one of their first opportunities in this new Congress put the screws to the Trump administration. So we have to acknowledge that. Republicans are going to be thrilled with how Jim Jordan is handling this, though, and his ability to try to show that Michael Cohen gets something out of this himself. He did concede to one of the Republican members a little while ago that while he has already been sentenced, if he got a lesser sentence, it would not be a bad thing.
Right.
While he says that's not his motivation, Emily, he wasn't like, no, I'm staying in prison for 3 years no matter what.
Absolutely, and he's trying to draw the distinction between the lies that he told on behalf of the president, and now that he's no longer beholden to the president, that now we can believe Michael Cohen as the person, not Michael Cohen, the conduit to President Trump. Now, to the Congresswoman's point, I think there is some context here that I think Democrats could mine. One thing I was struck by was in Michael Cohen's testimony when he said every day when you went to work at the Trump Organization, you were expected to lie for Donald Trump. And I think that that's an area where, perhaps there is some room for Democrats to drill down on. If you walked in expecting to lie on behalf of the boss, what were some of those lies? Where do you go from there? I think that's a line of questioning for Democrats for sure.
He's also brought up members of the family and the culture that was generally created among the Trump Organization that extends to members of the Trump family.
Yeah, and he said that Ivanka and Don Jr. were involved in some of these things. I think that some of the dots he's connecting between not just the president, but also his children and the Trump Organization being involved in all these things. He's mentioned Alan Weisselberg more times than I can remember, and this is a subplot of the whole thing that I think a lot of us have been interested in, but there hasn't been a whole lot to grab hold of because he's operated so much behind the scenes.
Let's talk about why that's important.
Well, this is a guy who it was reported, I'm not sure how long ago, that he had reached an immunity deal with prosecutors. It was supposed to be a limited immunity deal. We didn't know exactly what the extent of his cooperation would be, but obviously as this is the chief financial officer of the Trump Organization, this is somebody who would be aware of many of the things that are happening around the president. And Michael Cohen has mentioned him a number of times when it comes to especially the hush money payments, but also other things having to do with the things that he was working on. And so I think this just really adds to a kind of a juicy subplot of this whole thing that we just don't know a whole lot about right now.
We heard some about catch and release, this practice that most journalism organizations do not go in for, but this is something that the National Enquirer and the owners of the National Enquirer apparently allegedly did with Team Trump and on stories that they'd gotten tips on or gotten a hold of with people who were willing to talk and then get paid for their stories. Aaron, have we learned anything new on that front?
I thought it was interesting that Michael Cohen was asked who should be asked about that, and he named some people around Trump, including Alan Garten. I don't know if that's because he knows that they were involved in this process at all, but certainly the fact that he would put those names forward was suggestive of something.
Sometimes these breaks can be an opportunity not just for the witness to regroup and consult his attorneys, but also for members of Congress to regroup and think about what have we not accomplished so far 2.5 hours into this hearing, Emily. So we'll see if Democrats and Republicans take a different tact or continue along the ways they've been going. Michael Cohen's back in the room, so we'll head back to the hearing room. You can keep watching this live here at the Washington Post all day long.
Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, you have admitted to lying on your taxes. According to federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York, you also lied to banks to get loans. The prosecutors wrote, quote, to secure loans, Cohen falsely understated the amount of debt he was carrying and omitted information from his personal financial statements to induce a bank to lend based on incomplete information, end quote. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You lied on financial documents. So you lied to financial institutions in order to secure loans. So we've established that you lie on your taxes, you lie to banks, and you have been convicted of lying to Congress. It seems to me that there's not much that you won't lie about when you stand to gain from it. In fact, the prosecutors for the Southern District of New York noted that each of your crimes, quote, bear a common sense of characteristics which each involving deception and being motivated by your personal greed and ambition. Is your appearance here today motivated by your desire to remain in the spotlight for your personal benefit?
No, ma'am.
You have sought out ways to rehabilitate your image, from tax evader, bank swindler, and all-around liar to an honorable, truthful man by appearing before cable news. I'm concerned you could be using your story and this congressional platform for your personal benefit, such as a desire to make money from book deals. So can you commit under oath that you have not and will not pursue a book or movie deal based on your experiences working for the president?
No.
You cannot commit to making money off of a book or movie deal based on your work?
No. There's two parts to your question. The first part of your question, you asked me whether or not I had spoken to people regarding a possible book deal. And I have. And I've spoken to people who have sought me out regarding a movie deal.
No, I didn't ask you if you'd
That was
spoken
the
to
first part of your
anybody.
question.
I said, can you commit under oath that you will not, that you have not and will not pursue a book deal?
And I would not do that, no.
Okay. Can you commit under oath that you will not pursue opportunities to provide commentary for a major news network based on your experiences working for the president?
No.
Can you commit under oath that you will not pursue political office in the state of New York?
No.
So you don't commit to changing your ways, basically, because you want to continue to use your background as a liar, a cheater, a convicted liar to make money. That's what you want to do.
And that's going to get me a book deal and a movie deal and television and a spot on television? I don't think so.
Well, it appears that it will. I'd yield my time, remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Cohen, in your sentencing statement to the court in December of last year, you said, I want to apologize to the people of the United States. You deserve to know the truth. Approximately a month later, BuzzFeed News ran a story that was the story in the country for a couple days. BuzzFeed's story ran January 17th, 2019. On January 18th, your counsel went on TV and wouldn't confirm or deny the story. The next day, the special counsel's office did something that's never happened. Never happened. They said the description of specific statements to the special counsel's office and the characterization of documents and testimony obtained by this office regarding Michael Cohen's congressional testimony are not accurate. Why didn't your lawyer, the day that he's on TV, when this story is the biggest thing in the news in the country, why didn't he deny the BuzzFeed story?
Because I didn't think it was his responsibility to do that. We are not the fact checkers for BuzzFeed.
He's on TV to talk about the very story you committed to the court when you were trying to get your sentence reduced, that the American people deserve to know the truth. You had the golden opportunity to give them the truth on a false story, the BuzzFeed story, and your lawyer didn't say a thing. He actually said this, I can't confirm, I can't deny. You had an opportunity to do exactly what you told the judge you were going to do 1 month after you said it, and you didn't do it. Why not?
Again, it wasn't our responsibility to be the fact checker for the news agencies.
This is the biggest story in the country.
Please let me. The President says so far
Let
approximately
me just say one thing and then I'll let you
9,000.
finish. I got 8 seconds. I got 8 seconds. I'll let you finish.
Chairman, may I please finish?
The special counsel
Chairman, can I
said
please finish?
something they've never done. They said that
Sir.
story was false. Now you can respond.
Okay. My response. The President has told something over 9,000 lies to date. Do I ask Mr. Davis or Mr. Monaco, or do I go on television in order to correct his mistakes?
When Mr.
The
Davis
answer,
goes on
sir,
to talk
the
about
answer is
that
no.
specific subject,
The
you
answer is
should.
no. And
Gentlemen,
I would like
the
to
gentleman's
also,
time has, listen up. The gentleman's time has expired. You may finish answering the question, and then we're going to go to Mr. Connolly.
all I wanted to say is I just find it interesting, sir, that between yourself and your colleagues, that not one question so far since I'm here has been asked about President Trump. That's actually why I thought I was coming today, not to confess the mistakes that I've made. I've already done that, and I'll do it again every time you ask me about taxes or mistakes. Yes, I made my mistakes. I'll say it now again, and I'm going to pay the ultimate price. But I'm not here today, and the American people don't care about my taxes. They want to know what it is that I know about Mr. Trump, and not one question so far has been asked about Mr. Trump.
Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Cohen, based on your testimony and your 10-year experience, I think you can recognize the behavior you're being subjected to on the other side of the aisle. Discredit, slander, use any trick in the book to prevent your testimony from sticking. The idea that a witness would come to us who's flawed, and you certainly are flawed, means they can never tell the truth, and there is no validity whatsoever to a single word they say, would discredit every single criminal trial of organized crime in the history of the United States, because all of them depend on someone who's turned. It would make RICO null and void. We couldn't use it anymore. This Congress historically has relied on all kinds of shady figures who turned. One of the most famous who led to the decapitation of the organized crime families in America, Joe Valachi. Congressional hearing. He was a witness, and he committed a lot worse crimes than you're convicted of, Mr. Cohen. So don't be fooled by what my friends on the other side of the aisle are trying to do today. It is do everything but focus on the principle, known as individual number one in the Southern District of New York, as I recall. Is that correct, Mr. Cohen?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Cohen, I want to ask you about something that's not in your testimony and that so far has not been made public. In our committee staff search of documents provided by the White House that were otherwise redacted or already in the public, and I guess the White House thought that was funny, they made one mistake, the White House. There was an email from a special assistant to the president to a deputy White House counsel, and the email is dated May 16th, 2017, and it says, and I quote, POTUS, meaning the president, requested a meeting on Thursday with Michael Cohen and Jay Sekulow. Any idea what this might be about? End quote. Do you recall being asked to come to the White House on or around that time with Mr. Sekulow? May of 2017.
Off the top of my head, sir, I don't. I recall being in the White House with Jay Sekulow, and it was in regard to the documents, the document production, as well as my appearance before the House Select Intel. But I'm not sure if that's specifically what you're referring. But what I will do is I will check all my records, and I'm more than happy to provide you with any documentation or a response to this question.
Well, that's you sort of touch on presumably the purpose of the discussion, at least among others. This meeting occurred just before your testimony before the Select Committee on Intelligence here in the House. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was that a topic of conversation with the President himself?
If this is the specific instance that I was there with Mr. Sekulow, yes.
So you had a conversation with the President of the United States about your impending testimony before the House Intelligence Committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the nature of that conversation?
He wanted me to cooperate. He also wanted just to ensure, by making the statement, and I said it in my testimony, there is no Russia, there is no collusion, there is no deal. He goes, it's all a witch hunt, and he goes, this stuff has to end.
Did you take those comments to be suggestive of what might flavor your testimony?
Sir, he's been saying that to me for many, many months. And at the end of the day, I knew exactly what he wanted me to say.
And why was Mr. Sekulow in the meeting?
Because he was going to be representing Mr. Trump going forward as one of his personal attorneys in this matter.
So it was sort of a handoff meeting.
Correct.
In any way, final question, did the President in any way, from your point of view, coach you in terms of how to respond to questions or the content of your testimony before a House committee?
Again, it's a difficult answer because he doesn't tell you what he wants. What he does is, again, Michael, there's no Russia, there's no collusion, there's no involvement, there's no interference. I know what he means because I've been around him for so long. So if you're asking me whether or not that's the message, that's staying on point, that's the party line that he created, that so many others are now touting, yes, that's the message that he wanted to reinforce.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Cohen, can you just clarify, did you say that at times you would do what you thought Mr. Trump wanted you to do, not specifically what he told you to do?
At times, yes.
So you just went on your intuition?
I don't know if I would call it intuition as much as I would just say my knowledge of what he wanted, because it happened before, and I knew what he had wanted.
Does a lawyer have a duty to provide his client with good legal advice?
Yes.
Were you a good lawyer to Mr. Trump?
I believe so.
When you arranged a payment to Ms. Clifford, you say in your testimony, I'm going to quote from your testimony, that you did so, quote, without bothering to consider whether that was improper, much less whether it was the right thing to do. You said that, unquote. That's your testimony today. You said you didn't even consider whether it was legal. How could you give your client legal advice when you're not even considering whether it's legal?
I did what I knew Mr. Trump wanted. This conversation with Mr. Trump started.
I didn't ask whether you're a good fixer. I asked whether you were a good lawyer.
Sometimes you have to melt both together. I needed to, at that time, ensure and protect Mr. Trump. And if I put my, which I'm clearly suffering the penalty of, I clearly erred on the side of wrong.
So you feel like without bothering to consider whether it was proper, much less whether it was the right thing to do, by ignoring any conscience, if you have one, that you were protecting Mr. Trump?
I'm sorry, sir, I don't understand.
You feel that was how to protect, as his lawyer, you feel that you did a good job. You said you were a good lawyer, right?
That's
Is that
correct.
being a good lawyer? To not even consider whether it's legal or not?
I didn't work for the campaign. I was working and I was trying to protect Mr. Trump. I sat with Mr. Trump, and this goes back all the way to 2011. This wasn't the first scenario with Ms. Daniels.
Let's go back then.
So my point is, this was an ongoing situation. It didn't just start in October.
Right.
Sir, please, you have to let me finish.
Well,
it started in it didn't start in October.
Let me
it
ask you
started
specifically
many
on that.
years earlier.
When were you disbarred?
Yesterday, from what I read in the paper.
Yesterday. When should you have been disbarred, based on the legal counsel you were giving your client?
I don't have an answer for your question.
How long were you counsel for Mr. Trump?
Since 2007.
When is the first time you gave him bad legal advice or failed to inform him of his legal obligations, as you testified today you did in the case of the payment to Ms. Clifford? When was the first time you did that? Would that qualify for disbarment?
I don't know, sir. I'm not the Bar Association.
I think you should consult with them maybe occasionally on some of these things.
Well, there's no point now. I lost my law license.
Has anybody else promised to pay Mr. Davis for representing you?
No.
Nobody has.
No. Are you offering?
Question, quickly. July, you said, and this is also in your testimony, in the days before the Democratic Convention, you became privy to a conversation that some of Hillary Clinton's emails would be leaked. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was that in, you said late July? Do you know the exact day?
I believe it was either the 18th or the 19th, and I would guess that it would be on the 19th.
But it was definitely July.
I believe so, yes.
Do you know that was public knowledge in June? This was Mr. Assange, and I'd like to submit this, unanimous consent to submit this for the record.
Without objection, so.
Mr. Assange reported to the media on June 12th that those emails would be leaked. So I'm not saying you have fake news, I'm saying you have old news, and there's really not much to that. I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cohen, I'm quoting you close I can. Earlier said, I spent last week looking through boxes to find documents that would support your accusations. Where are those boxes, good sir? Where are those boxes? Are they in your garage? Or?
They're in the storage.
And are these not boxes that should have been turned over to investigative authorities during the many criminal investigations you've been subject to?
Sir, these are the boxes that were returned to me
If
post the raid.
if they include data pertinent to crimes that you've committed, should they not have been turned over and remanded to investigative authority? Did Mr. Lanny Davis know of these boxes?
No,
Gentleman's time has expired. You may answer the question.
I don't understand his question, sir.
Very well. Christian Morsi.
Mr. Cohen. Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Cummings, for convening this hearing, and thank you, Mr. Cohen, for voluntarily testifying this morning. Mr. Cohen, you were the Executive Vice President and Special Counsel for the Trump Organization, correct?
I was the Executive Vice President, Special Counsel to Donald J. Trump.
And Special Counsel means you were the attorney for him, is that right?
Just means I was there in order to handle matters that he felt were significant and important to him individually.
And those included legal matters?
Yes, sir.
Sir, as a former attorney, you're familiar with legal documents known as non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs, is that right?
Yes.
Sir, I'm sure you know that NDAs properly written in scope can be reasonable in certain business contexts, but they can also be abused to create a chilling effect to silence people, as we've seen in the Me Too movement and other places. Isn't that right, Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And Mr. Cohen, the Trump Organization used NDAs extensively, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Cohen, I'm reading from a recent Washington Post article regarding the language in one of these types of NDAs where the terms were described as very broad. For instance, the terms confidential information was defined to be anything that, quote, Mr. Trump insists remain private or confidential, including but not limited to any information with respect to the personal life, political affairs, and or business affairs of Mr. Trump or any family member, close quote. Do those terms sound familiar to you?
I've seen that document.
In fact, there's a class action lawsuit filed this month by former Trump campaign worker Jessica Denson that this NDA language is illegal because it is too broad, too vague, and would be used to retaliate against employees who complain of illegality or wrongdoing. Would you agree that in the use of these types of NDAs with this type of language, and later when Donald Trump sought to enforce them, that he intended to prevent people from coming forward with claims of wrongdoing?
Yes.
Would you agree that the effect of the use of these NDAs and their enforcement was to have a chilling effect on people or silence them from coming forward?
I apologize. If you want to define chilling, I'm not sure.
Oh, just that he would, in using these NDAs or trying to enforce them, would basically try to keep people silent.
That was the goal.
And nothing at the Trump Organization was ever done unless it was run through President Donald Trump, correct?
That's 100% certain.
Okay. Mr. Cohen, Do you believe that there are people out there today, either from the president's business or personal life, who are not coming forward to tell their stories of wrongdoing because of the president's use of NDAs against them?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Sir, I have a couple other questions for you. When was the last communication with President Trump or someone acting on his behalf?
I don't have the specific date, but it was a while ago.
Okay. Do you have a general time frame?
I would suspect it was within 2 months post the raid of my my home.
Okay, so
hotel.
Early fall of last year, generally?
Generally.
And what did he or his agent communicate to you?
Unfortunately, this topic is actually something that's being investigated right now by the Southern District of New York, and I've been asked by them not to discuss and not to talk about these issues.
Fair enough. Is there any other wrongdoing or illegal act that you are aware of regarding Donald Trump that we haven't yet discussed today?
Yes, and again, those are part of the investigation that's currently being looked at by the Southern District of New York.
Sir, Congressman Cooper asked you about whether you were aware of any physical violence committed by President Trump. I just have a couple quick questions. Do you have any knowledge of President Trump abusing any controlled substances?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you have any knowledge of President Trump being delinquent on any alimony or child care payments?
I'm not aware of any of that.
Do you have any knowledge of President Trump arranging any health care procedures for any women not in his family?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Cloud.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Cohen, can you tell me the significance of May 6th?
After May 5th.
In terms of, sir?
A couple months from now.
That's the day that I need to surrender
Yes,
to
sir,
federal
it is.
prison.
Could you, for the record, state what you've been convicted of?
I've been convicted on 5 counts of tax evasion. There's 1 count of misrepresentation of documents to a bank. There's 2 counts, one dealing with campaign finance for Karen McDougal, 1 count of campaign finance violation for Stormy Daniels, as well as lying to Congress.
Thank you. Can you state what your official title with the campaign was?
I did not have a campaign title.
And your position in the Trump administration?
I did not have one.
Okay, in today's testimony, you said that you were not looking to work in the White House. The Southern District of New York, in their statement, their sentencing memo, says this: Cohen's criminal violations in the federal election laws were also stirred, like others' crimes, by his own ambition and greed. Cohen privately told friends, colleagues, and including seized text messages, that he expected to be given a prominent role in the new administration. When that did not materialize, Cohen found a way to monetize his relationship in excess with the president. So were they lying, or were you lying today?
I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm just saying it's not accurate. I did not want to go to the White House. I retained, and I brought an attorney in, and I sat with Mr. Trump, with him, for well over an hour, explaining the importance of having a personal attorney, that every president has had one, in order to handle matters like the matters I was dealing with, which included, say, like Summer Zervos, Stormy Daniels, was dealing with Stephanie Clifford, and other personal matters that needed.
Memo. Excuse me, this is my time. Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to submit the sentencing memo from the Southern District of New York for the record.
Without objection to order.
It's fine. All right, I'll get that to you in a second. Okay, this memo states that you committed 4 distinct federal crimes over a period of several years. You were motivated to do so by personal greed and repeatedly used your power to influence for deceptive ends. It goes on to say that they each involved, they were distinct in their harms, but bear a common set of characteristics, that they involved deception and were each motivated by personal greed and ambition. There's a lot we don't know in regards to this investigation, but here's what we do know. We know that you were expecting a job at the White House and didn't get it. You made millions lying about your close access to the president. You have a history of lying for personal gain, including that's banks, about your accountant, to law enforcement, and your family, the Congress, the American people. The Southern District of New York, you've said that you did all this out of blind loyalty to Mr. Trump, but your sentencing memo states this. This was not an act out of blind loyalty, as Cohen suggests. Cohen was driven by a desire to further ingratiate himself with a potential future president for whose political success Cohen himself claimed credit for. Now, we're in a search for truth, and I don't know, Chairman, how we're supposed to ascertain the truth in this quagmire of a hearing when the best witness we can bring before this has already been convicted of lying before us. And what's sad is the American people have seen this play out before. We have people in prominent positions fail, and then a couple years later they get a book deal. Now, you're set to go to jail for a couple years. You come out with a multi-million book deal. That's not bad living. And so my question is will you today to commit to donate any further proceeds to book deals, to film reviews, to charity?
No.
Thank you. I yield my
Will,
time.
will the gentleman yield?
Now,
Will the gentleman yield?
Now, may I finish?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yield to Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Chairman, may I finish?
Mr. Cohen.
May I finish my?
Mr. Cohen, he's yielded to me, and so
I didn't finish, sir, my response.
Listen, everything's
I'm
been
Chairman,
made.
Mr. Chairman, may I finish my response, please?
I'll let you respond, but let's answer his question, please.
Mr. Cohen, everything's been made of your lies in the past. I'm concerned about your lies today. Under your testimony just a few minutes ago, to me, you indicated that you had contracts with foreign entities, and yet we have a truth and testimony disclosure form which requires you to list those foreign contracts for the last 2 years, and you put NA on there. And it's a criminal offense to not have that accurately. So when were you lying? Either in the testimony to me earlier today or when you filled out the form?
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Cohen, you may answer his question and then whatever you wanted to say on that.
His question is, unfortunately, I don't have an answer for his question. But as
no, Mr. Chairman.
As it relates.
The gentleman is out of order. He said he does not have an answer.
Mr. Chairman, when we were in the majority, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman, hold on.
Regular order. The gentleman has just said he doesn't have an answer. And you had already gone over your time.
He's under oath to tell the truth. One of them is not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
You'll have time to answer questions.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. Mr. Chairman, just a question.
Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Cohen, thank you for your composure today. Our colleagues are not upset because you lied to Congress for the president. They're upset because you stopped lying to Congress for the president. Now, you've described the Trump campaign as a once-in-a-lifetime money-making opportunity, the greatest infomercial of all time, I think you said, and this may be the most trenchant observation of your whole testimony. Do you think the Trump campaign or presidency ever stopped being about making money for the president, his family, and his organization?
Yes.
When did it stop being that?
When he won the election.
And what did it become about at that point?
Then it had to be about figuring out what to do here in Washington.
Can you carefully explain to America how the hush money payments to Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels worked? Can you carefully explain what catch and kill is?
Sure. I received a phone call regarding both Karen McDougal as well as Stormy Daniels, obviously at different times, stating that there were issues that were going to be damaging to Mr. Trump. With the Stormy Daniels, it started in 2011 when she wanted to have something removed from a website. And that was the first time I met Keith Davidson. I spoke with Keith Davidson, her then acting attorney. And we were successful in having it taken down from the website. It wasn't until years later, by around the time of the campaign, did they come back and they ask, what are you going to do now, because she's back on the trail trying to sell the story? at which point in time David Pecker, on behalf of the National Enquirer, reached out to her and her attorney in order to go take a look at lie detector test that would prove that she was telling the truth. They then contacted me and told me that she was telling the truth, at which point, again, all the time.
She took a lie detector test.
She allegedly took a lie detector test and was seen by an employee of the National Enquirer. At which point in time, I went straight into Mr. Trump's office and I explained why this time it's different than another time.
Okay, now when you say different than another time, were there other women paid sexual hush money by Donald Trump or his organization? Was this a standard operating practice?
No.
So you're not aware of any other cases where it had taken place?
I'm not aware of any other case that Mr. Trump paid. So which brings us to the Karen McDougal. He was supposed to pay. He was supposed to pay $125,000 for the life story of Karen McDougal. For whatever the reason may be, he elected not to pay it. David Pecker was very angry because there was also other monies that David had expended on his behalf. Unfortunately, David never got paid back for that either.
So David Pecker had done this in other cases of other mistresses or women?
Other circumstances, yes.
Okay.
Not all of them had to do with women.
Are you aware of anything that the President has done at home or abroad that may have subjected him to or may subject him to extortion or blackmail?
I am not, no.
Okay. Are you aware of any videotapes that may be the subject of extortion or blackmail?
I've heard about these tapes for a long time. I've had many people contact me over the years. I have no reason to believe that that tape exists.
In December 2015, Donald Trump was asked about his relationship with Felix Sater, a convicted felon and real estate developer, and he replied, "Felix Sater, boy, have to even think about it. I'm not that familiar with him." Why did Trump endeavor to hide his relationship with Felix Sater, and what was his relationship?
Well, he certainly had a relationship. Felix was a partner in a company called Bayrock that was involved in the deal of the Trump Soho Hotel, as well as, I believe, the Trump Fort Lauderdale project. Why did he want to distance himself? That's what Mr. Trump does. He distances himself when things go bad for someone. And at that point in time, it was going bad for Mr. Sater.
You said you lied to Congress about Trump's negotiations to build his Moscow tower because he'd made it clear to you that he wanted you to lie. One of the reasons you knew this is because, quote, Mr. Trump's personal lawyers reviewed and edited my statement to Congress about the timing of the Moscow tower negotiations before I gave it. So this is a pretty breathtaking claim, and I just want to get to the facts here. Which specific lawyers reviewed and edited your statement to Congress on the Moscow tower negotiations, and did they make any changes to your statement?
There were changes made, additions. Jay Sekulow, for one.
Were there changes about the timing, the question of...
Gentleman's time has expired. You may answer that question.
There were several changes that were made, including how we were going to handle that message.
Mr.
Which
Groth,
was...
were you finished?
Yes, the message, of course, being the length of time that the Trump Tower Moscow project stayed and remained alive.
That was one of the changes.
Yes.
Mr. Grothman.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to clear up something, just a little something that bothers me. You started off your testimony, and you said, I think in response to some question, that President Trump never expected to win. I just want to clarify that I dealt with President Trump several times as he was trying to get Wisconsin. He was always confident. He was working very hard. And this idea that somehow he was just running to raise his profile for some future adventure, at least in my experience, is preposterous. And I'll find it offensive when anti-Trump people imply that he just did this on a lark and didn't expect to win. But be that as it may, my first question concerns your relationship with the court. Do you expect, I mean, right now I think you're sentenced to 3 years, correct?
That's correct.
Do you expect any time using this testimony, other testimony, after you get done doing whatever you're going to do this week, do you ever expect to go back and ask for any sort of reduction in sentence?
Yes, there are ongoing investigations currently being conducted that have nothing to do with this committee or Congress that I am assisting in, and it is for the benefit of a Rule 35 motion, yes.
So you expect, and perhaps what you testify here today will affect going back and reducing this, what we think is a relatively light 3-year sentence. You expect to go back and ask for a further reduction?
Based off of my appearance here today?
Well, based upon whatever you do between now and your request for...
The Rule 35 motion is in the complete hands of the Southern District of New York. And the way the Rule 35 motion works is what you're supposed to do is provide them with information that leads to ongoing investigations. I am currently working with them right now on several other issues of investigation that concerns them that they're looking at. If those investigations become fruitful, then there is a possibility for a Rule 35 motion. And I don't know what the benefit in terms of time would be. But this congressional hearing today is not going to be the basis of a Rule 35 motion. I wish it was, but it's not.
I'd like to yield some time to Congressman Jordan.
I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Cohen, I'm going to come back to the question I asked before with regards to your false statement that you submitted to Congress. On here, it was very clear that it asked for contracts with foreign entities over the last 2 years. Have you had any foreign contract with foreign entities, whether it's Novartis or the Korean Airline or Kazakhstan BTA Bank? Your testimony earlier said that you had contracts with them. In fact, you went into detail.
Sir, I believe
on
it talks about lobbying. I did no lobbying. On top of that,
in
they
your
are
testimony,
not government.
I'm not asking about lobbying, Mr. Cohen.
They
I'm
are
saying,
not government agencies.
Do you have
privately
foreign
or publicly
contracts?
traded companies.
Do you have foreign contracts?
I currently have no foreign.
Did you have foreign contracts over the last 2 years?
Foreign contracts.
Contracts with foreign entities. Did you have
Yes.
contracts? Yes.
Yes.
Why didn't you put them on the form? It says it's a criminal offense to not put them on this form for the last 2 years. Why did you not do that?
Because those foreign companies that you're referring to are not government companies.
It says non-governmental, Mr. Cohen. You signed it.
They're talking about me as being non-governmental.
And right, it says foreign agency. It says foreign contracts. Do you want us to read it to you?
I read it, and it was reviewed by my counsel, and I am a non-government employee. It was not lobbying, and they are not foreign.
This has nothing to do with lobbying. It says it's a criminal offense to not list all your foreign contracts. That's what it says.
Well, then I'm going to take a look at it before I leave.
No, you've
heard it. I will, and hopefully I will amend it prior to leaving, because that's not the way I read your document.
You know, it's just one more example, Mr. Cohen, of you skirting the truth. Okay, I want to ask one other question. One other question, Mr. Cohen. It's my time, not yours. Were you advised, or was your counsel advised, to withhold your written testimony to the latest possible date, as John Dean said last night on CNN?
Was it my what?
Were you advised, or was your counsel advised, to withhold your written testimony to this committee at the latest possible date, to get it to this committee at the latest possible date, as John Dean said that he advised you? Yes or no?
No. We were
He never advised you.
John Dean? I've never spoken with John Dean.
Has he spoken to your attorney?
I don't know. I've never spoken
Well,
to
ask
John
your
Dean.
attorney. He's right
we
there
were
behind
working
you.
last night till 11, 12 o'clock at
You've
night.
known
in
that
order
you've
to
been coming for some time.
We were working till 11, 12 o'clock last night to finish everything.
So you were writing it last night, Mr. Cohen?
we were
Don't
making
give me
edits.
that bull.
We were making edits all the way through the night. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, in November 2013, President Donald Trump testified under oath in a lawsuit related to the failed real estate project, Trump International Hotel and Tower in Fort Lauderdale. During the deposition, President Trump was asked about his knowledge of Felix Sater, a Russian-born real estate developer and convicted member of the Russian mafia, who, according to press reports, pled guilty for his role in a $40 million stock manipulation scheme. And it's worth noting, as well publicized, the direct relationship between the Russian mafia and the Kremlin. Over the years, President Trump was asked how many times he interacted with convicted Russian mobster Felix Sater. In 2013, President Trump testified that, quote, "Not many. If he were sitting in the room right now, I really wouldn't know what he looked like," unquote. Mr. Cohen, as you previously testified, isn't it true that President Trump knew convicted Russian mobster Felix Sater in 2013 when he made that statement?
Yes.
Isn't it true that because of Mr. Sater's relationship to the Trump Organization, that he had an office in the Trump Tower?
And on the 26th floor, Mr. Trump's.
And the 26th floor is important. Why?
Because it's Mr. Trump's floor.
So he had an office on the same floor as President Trump.
In fact, his office, when he left, became my office.
And isn't it also true that convicted Russian mobster Sater even had business cards indicating that he was a senior advisor to Donald Trump, as reported by the Washington Post?
Yes.
Did convicted Russian mobster Sater pay rent for his office?
No, he did not.
So, based on those facts, isn't it true that President Trump misled at best, or worse, lied under oath?
Yes.
In December 2015, President Trump was asked again about his relationship to convicted Russian mobster Mr. Sater by a reporter for the Associated Press. He stated, quote, "Felix Sater, boy, I have to even think about it," unquote. He added, quote, "I'm not that familiar with him," unquote. Mr. Cohen, where would we find business records that explain the President's relationship to the convicted Russian mobster Felix Sater? Would those be in the Trump Organization's files?
They'd be in the Trump Organization's files. There would be CCs to Bayrock, which was the name of Mr. Sater's company. I suspect on Mr. Sater's email address, possibly hard files in possession of Mr. Sater.
And when you say in possession of the Trump Organization, where?
It depends upon who the attorney was that was working on it. Now it would probably be in a box, off-site. They have storage facility that they put old files.
In addition to convicted Russian mobster Sater, do you know of any other ties to convicted or alleged mobsters President Trump may have?
I am not aware.
Isn't it true that many people with ties to Russia ultimately bought condos in Trump properties, usually for cash? And if so, how many are we talking? 10, 20, 50?
I'm not, honestly, sir, I'm not aware of any. The statement that you're referring to, I believe, was made by either Eric or Don, and I don't agree with it.
So are you aware of any cash purchases by Russian oligarchs and family members of Trump properties?
I'm not aware of that. I can tell you, when you say cash, if you mean walking in with a satchel of rubles, the answer is I've never seen that happen. I've never heard of it. I will tell you, when we sold Mr. Trump's property in Palm Beach, the home for $95 million, it came in by wire, and that came from Mr. Rybolovlev's bank account.
One other question. You also talked about President Trump doing negotiations throughout the campaign regarding the Trump Tower in Moscow. Was he directly involved in those negotiations? And if so, how do you know?
Well, the answer is yes. And as it relates to negotiations, it was merely follow-ups as to what's currently happening, what's happening with Russia, meaning he wanted me to give him a status report. The problem with this is that the project never advanced because they were unable, Mr. Sater was unable to provide me with proof that somebody owned or controlled a piece of property that we can actually build on.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Marsh.
Mr. Cohen, why did Mr. Trump choose to hire you, and why did he trust you with the various tasks that you perform for him?
I don't know, sir. You would have to ask him that question.
Well, we've heard here that you have bad character. You've admitted to that over the years. You have no idea why he chose to hire you.
In 2006, I was asked by Don Jr. to come meet with his father. I did. He then followed up by asking if I would take a look at an issue that was occurring at Trump World Tower with the board. I went ahead and I looked into it, and I found that the statements that the board were making about Mr. Trump were inaccurate. And the reason Don came to me is because I had an apartment there for investment. My parents had an apartment there. My in-laws lived there. Friends of mine, we all bought as a big block from a brokerage company. We got a good price on each unit. And we ultimately turned over the board, and I became actually the treasurer of the board because the out-of-control spending was going to put the building into bankruptcy. And I was proud to say that within a year, we had plus $1 million versus minus 1.3. At the end of the day, Mr. Trump appreciated that, and he tasked me with something else. It was to handle a problem that Don Jr. had created in terms of a business, a license deal, and we resolved that. And then on top of that, the third time, Mr. Trump had asked me to take a look at the third Trump Entertainment Resort Chapter 11 reorganization, because he had a series of questions that he wanted answered. And I read these 2 stacked books, gave him the answers that he needed, and with that, the next time I was sitting in his office, and he asked me if I was happy at the sleepy old firm that I was with. I said yes. He said, would you rather work for me? And I asked if you offer me a job. And he said, yeah. And we negotiated, and I actually never went back to my office.
All right. But you suggested that the president sometimes communicates his wishes indirectly. For example, you said, quote, Mr. Trump did not directly tell me to lie to Congress. That's not how he operates, end quote. Can you explain how he does this?
Sure. It would be no different if I said, that's the nicest looking tie I've ever seen, isn't it? What are you going to do? You're going to fight with him? The answer is no. So you say, yeah, it's the nicest looking tie I've ever seen. That's how he speaks. He doesn't give you questions. He doesn't give you orders. He speaks in a code. And I understand the code because I've been around him for a decade.
And it's your impression that others who work for him understand the code as well?
Most people, yes.
Mr. Cohen, I don't know whether we should believe you today, but I'm going to ask you this one last question. What is the truth that you know President Trump fears most?
That's a tough question, sir. I don't have an answer for that one. What does he fear most?
What's the truth that he fears most? From your perspective. And again, I don't know whether we should believe you here today, but
you know, it's a tough question, sir. I don't know even how to answer that question.
Let me ask you this. What principles have you chosen to follow in your life? And do you wish to follow different principles now?
I've always tried to be a good person. I've tried to be a great friend. There were many, I think over 40 statements written in my support to the sentencing judge. I have friends who I treat incredibly well that I know for over 40 years, and I treat people after 40 minutes the same exact way. Am I perfect? No. Do I make mistakes? Yes. Have I made mistakes? Absolutely. I'm going to pay the consequences for it. But all I would like to do is be able to get my life back to protect my wife and my children, support and grow old. That's pretty much where I'd like to be.
And you feel you're following a different set of principles now than you followed throughout your life?
I do, and I'm trying. I'm trying very hard. I thank you for your questions. Some of the other ones really make it difficult to try to, show some redemption. But I am trying. I am trying.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hill. Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to mention really quick a clarification on the truth and testimony form. The mention was around whether it talks about foreign entities at all. And the question is, in fact, whether witnesses have any contracts or payments originating with a foreign government. It does not cover all foreign entities, just foreign government entities. So, Mr. Cohen, what I'd like you to ask you to do is review this issue over lunch with your attorneys. And if you need to amend your form, we ask that you do that before the conclusion of today's hearing. Also, I represent a purple district. I did not come here for partisan bickering. In fact, I actively wanted to avoid it. So when I ask these questions today, it is not as someone who has a vendetta against the president. It's as someone who comes from generations of service members who swore an oath to obey the orders of the President of the United States, and who, along with myself and every single other person up here, swore to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. My forefathers served their country, they served their commander-in-chief, and they served the idea that America is free and just, and that the law of the land rules us all, especially those in the highest levels of our government. So I ask these questions to help determine whether our very own president committed felony crimes while serving in the Oval Office, including efforts to conceal payments that were intended to mislead the public and influence the outcome of an election. I hope to God that is not the case. So, Mr. Cohen, on January 22nd, 2018, just days after the Wall Street Journal broke the story that Mr. Cohen paid $130,000 to Stephanie Clifford to silence her during the 2016 presidential campaign, a nonprofit watchdog called Common Cause filed a complaint with the Department of Justice and FEC, alleging the payment to Ms. Clifford may have represented an illegal in-kind contribution to the Trump campaign. I ask that their complaint be entered into the record. On February 13th, 2018, Mr. Cohen, you sent a statement to the reporters that said, quote, I used my own personal funds to facilitate a payment of $130,000 to Ms. Stephanie Clifford, and neither the Trump Organization nor the Trump campaign was party to the transaction with Ms. Clifford, and neither reimbursed me for the payment either directly or indirectly. Was the statement false?
The statement is not false. I purposefully left out Mr. Trump individually from that statement.
Okay. Why did you say it that way?
Because that's what was discussed to do between myself, Mr. Trump, and Alan Weisselberg.
So it was carefully worded?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Mr. Cohen, a reporter for the magazine Vanity Fair has reported that she interviewed you the very next day on February 14th, 2018, about the payment and reimbursement. And she wrote, quote, last February 14th, I interviewed Cohen in his office about the statement he gave the FEC in which he said Trump didn't know about the Stormy payment or reimburse him for it. Do you recall this meeting with the reporter?
I do.
The reporter also wrote, Trump called while I was there. I couldn't hear much, but he wanted to go over what the public messaging would be. Is that accurate?
It is.
Did the president call you while you were having a meeting with the reporter?
Yes.
Did the president call you to coordinate on public messaging about the payments to Ms. Clifford's in or around February 2018?
Yes.
What did the president ask or suggest that you say about the payments or reimbursements?
He was not knowledgeable of these reimbursements, and he wasn't knowledgeable of my actions.
He asked you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. In addition to the personal check for $35,000 in July 2017, is there additional corroborating evidence that Mr. Trump, while a sitting president of the United States, directly reimbursed you hush money as part of a criminal scheme to violate campaign finance laws?
There are 11 checks that I received for the year. The reason why 11, because, as I stated before, one had 2 checks.
And you have copies of all of those?
I can get copies. I'd have to go to the bank.
So we will be able to get copies of all 11 checks that Mr. Trump provided to you as part of this criminal scheme?
It's either from his personal account, as what was demonstrated in the exhibit, or it would come from the Donald J. Trump account, the trust account.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've just been sitting here. I'm new to the committee. I'm not an attorney. Sometimes, Mr. Chairman, your answers, you're either competent or are a liar. I think maybe I could be a better attorney. I don't know. I'm looking through this. You come in here and you rail on the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, while he's over across the Pacific Ocean trying to negotiate a deal to make this world safer. And, Mr. Chairman, just having this committee at this time when the Commander-in-Chief's out of the country is just I think, is a new president. But you call him a racist, a cheat, You know, you're attacking his character. And I've been with the president a little bit, I didn't see that in the president. I see a president who's very sincere. He's trying to make this country better for every American. And for you to come in here and do that, this is repentance on your part, is really unbelievable. Real repentance would be go serve your time and don't come back here and make allegations towards a man you can't substantiate. Now, I'm looking here from the remarks from the prosecutor of the Southern District of New York. False statements to Bank 3, which Cohen pleaded guilty, was far from an isolated event. It was one of a long series of self-serving lies Cohen told in numerous financial institutions. Earlier in your testimony, I think I heard you say that only there was a home equity loan, but apparently the prosecutors in New York think that there's other financial things that you did. You also, they said, managed to commit a series of crimes, all withholding himself out as a licensed attorney and upstanding member of the bar. Also, the Southern District prosecutor said that, wrote that your consciousness of wrongdoing is fleeting, that your remorse is minimal, and that your instinct is to blame others is strong. So I'm kind of left here. Why? You worked for the president for 10 years before he was president. If you have any sense of integrity that you're trying to tell us you have now, and it was that bad, why didn't you leave? You weren't stuck there because of financial reasons. You had ways to leave. You were an attorney. And so that's just kind of, you know, the president's working tirelessly, and you come and make these allegations, and you could have left any time you want. It looks like to me you're trying to save face. And with the other questions that came out here was, looks like to me you're going to have a very lucrative deal at some point in your life, because you don't look like you're any close to retirement, but you're going to have some type of lucrative deal. And so one of my questions is, and it's come up a little bit, talks with you and your attorney, and there's been talks about members of Congress and staff, and you said there was some discussions. Was any of those discussions that you or your attorneys had with members of Congress or staff or prosecutors to get considerations to favor or other considerations to you or your family in the future?
No, the conversations were about the topics, and because there were things that originally we could not speak about at the request of whether it was the special counsel's office or the Southern District or any of the other agencies, including the House Select Intel or the Senate Select Intel. Sir, just for your personal edification here, I was asked to come here. Your chairman sent a letter to Mr. Davis, and I accepted, so I'm here voluntarily. And
I understand that.
Sir, and if you believe that I'm here...
I understand. I think this is political theater.
Sir, if you believe it's not political theater for me, and I take no pleasure in saying anything negative about Mr. Trump. You've met him for a short period of time. I've been with him for over a decade. I've traveled with him internationally. I've spent dinners with him. It doesn't make me feel good about what's going on here. And as far as saving face, I'm not sure how being in front of the world, being called
well, this world today, with these lucrative book deals and movies that come about, I think you'll be pretty good in about 5 years. I yield the rest of my time to the chairman, ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Earlier you said you started the campaign?
That's correct, in 2011.
You started the campaign for President of the United States for Donald Trump?
I certainly did, sir.
Now that's news.
ShouldTrumpRun.com.
Wow.
2011 was my idea. I saw a document in the newspaper that said, who'd you vote for in 2012? 6% of the people said Michael Cohen. 6% of the people turned around and said they'd vote for Donald Trump.
The reason Donald Trump is president is because
So I brought it into his office, and I said to him, Mr. Trump, take a look at this. He goes, well, wouldn't that be great? And with that is where it all started.
Yeah. Okay. Like, I'm sure he had never thought of anything like that until you came.
No, I didn't
Let me ask you one question. I got 8 seconds.
It.
I got 8 seconds. What did you talk to Mr. Schiff about?
I spoke to Mr. Schiff about topics that were going to be raised at the upcoming hearing.
Whoa. Not just what time to show up, actually what you're going to talk about?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Wow.
Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I know the other side is suggesting that you are an incorrigible liar and that you're lying here today. I can't think of anything you have to gain at this point from lying. I mean, they talk about book deals and other things that you want to do, but I see a lot more that you could lose by telling the truth today, given the threats and other things that have been made against you and your family. So that's how I'm interpreting it. And of course, you brought documents with you as well to bolster the credibility of your testimony. I did want to go back to an earlier line of questioning regarding the preparation of your testimony before you came before the Intelligence Committee. You've talked about a meeting at the White House where the testimony was being reviewed. I think you said that there was at least one White House attorney, Jay Sekulow, who was there, and you acknowledged that there were some edits that were made to your testimony. So on that topic, who at the White House reviewed your testimony?
I don't know the answer to that. The document was originally created by myself, along with my attorney at the time, from McDermott, Will & Emery, and there was a joint defense agreement, so the document circulated around. I believe it was also reviewed by Abby Lowell, who represents Ivanka and Jared Kushner.
Why did you provide the testimony to the White House?
It was pursuant to the joint defense agreement that we were all operating under.
Mm-hmm. What were the edits that came back substantively on the testimony?
I'm sorry, I don't know, sir. I'd have to take a look at the document.
Uh-huh. Did you have a reaction to why there might not have been, in a sense, a protest to what was going to be false testimony that was going to be provided?
No, sir, because the goal was to stay on message. It's just limit the relationship whatsoever with Russia. It was short. There's no Russian contacts. There's no Russian collusion. There's no Russian deals. That's the message. That's the same message that existed well before my need to come and testify.
So it's an example of where this idea, this mentality of you toe the line, whatever the storyline or the narrative of the day or the month or the year is going to be, you toe that line whether it results in false testimony or not.
I towed the party line, and I'm now suffering, and I'm going to continue to suffer for a while along with my family as a result of it, so yes.
Let me switch gears quickly before my time expires. And you may not have direct knowledge of some of these things, but you're offering us some very helpful perspective on how the Trump world operates. And frankly, another reason I find your testimony fairly compelling and credible is because a lot of the things you're describing, a lot of the behavior you're describing, is very consistent with what we all see every single day. So it's not a leap for us to arrive in the same place of perspective that you presented. I'm interested in some of the activities around the inaugural committee, the inauguration of the president. There was an article that appeared in ProPublica, it's a watchdog group, about some negotiation on pricing of things at the Trump hotel, where it looks like the rental that was being quoted was substantially, even double what you would expect to pay according to what the market should bear. And so in a sense, the Trump hotel was upcharging to the inaugural
Even I couldn't afford to stay there.
Committee. Yeah. And so I'm just curious, do you have a sense of whether that kind of a practice is something that is consistent or inconsistent? Is it possible that that kind of upcharging could be done inside a Trump operation?
It did happen. And
Gentleman's time is
expired. What I can say to you is I wasn't part of the inaugural committee. I raised a lot of money for the inauguration, but I was not part of it, and there was a lot of things in that that issue is something that's also, obviously, we've read about in the paper, being investigated at the current moment.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, it's on my heart to tell you, sir, that, and I'm sorry for what your family's going through. I feel for your family. The word tells us clearly that a man's mouth is his destruction and his lips are the snare of his soul. And I see you, a man trapped in that. However, I must tell you that I've arrested several thousand men, and you remind me of many of them. The ones that immediately become humble and remorseful at the time they're actually booked, and while they're incarcerated, they're quite penitent, and then return to their former selves when they're back on the street. So, respectful to your family and what they're going through, I owe you the honesty to tell you that that's my sense of you, good sir. I'm going to give you another opportunity to respond to what you brushed off earlier regarding your own statement during his testimony from C-SPAN notation at 2 hours and 50 seconds in. You stated regarding your credibility, that you're being accused of having no credibility, that it is exactly for that reason I spent the last week searching boxes to find the information that I did so that you don't have to take my word for it. I want you to look at the documents and make your own decisions. Now, the documents you're referring to, Mr. Cohen, are the documents that you submitted with your testimony today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you believe those documents to be worthy of evidence for this oversight hearing today?
I leave that to you to decide.
And I ask you again, sir, and please don't be incredulous, this is a serious question. Where are those boxes that contain documents worthy of evidence to be presented to Congress, and why have they not been turned over to investigating authorities looking into some of the many criminal activities that you're allegedly cooperating in? Where are these boxes? Who knows of these? Where is this treasure of evidence?
The boxes that I'm referring to were boxes that were in my law office when the FBI entered and seized documents.
Mr. Chairman, I would hope that the investigating authorities have noted what the gentleman had just stated, and that actions be taken for those boxes to be seized and reviewed based upon proper warrants signed by a sitting judge. You noted earlier today, Mr. Cohen, quite incredulously, one of my colleagues asked you regarding the television deal. You expressed wonderment that your predicament could possibly get you on television. It certainly got you on television today, has it not, sir?
Sir, I was on television representing Mr. Trump going back into 2011.
Well, I didn't know who you were until today, really, until the FBI raided your home. Most of Americans didn't know who you were. How many attorneys do you think Mr. Trump has had through the course of his career? Quite a few, I would imagine. You're just one that's in a trap right now. And I understand you're trying to get out of it. You're in a bind. But I ask you, good sir, have you discussed film and book deals with your stated current attorney, Mr. Davis, Lanny Davis?
With Mr. Davis?
Yes.
No. But I have been approached by many people who are looking to do book deals, movie deals, and so on. So
Yes,
the answer
you're
to
right
that
as
is
an
yes.
American, but it leads me back to my instinct that compares you to many of the men that I've arrested during the course of my career. Mr. Chairman,
with all due respect, sir,
that our primary hearing to introduce the Oversight Committee, the 116th Congress of the American people, has manifested in the way that it obviously is. This is an attempt to injure our president and lay some sort of soft cornerstone for future impeachment proceedings. This is the full intent of the majority. I yield my remaining 30 seconds to the ranking member.
Mr. Cohen, earlier you said the United States Southern District of New York is not accurate in that statement.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Earlier you said that the United States Southern District of New York Attorney's Office, that statement is not accurate. You said it's not a lie. You said it's not accurate. You stand by that?
Yes, I did not want a role in the new administration.
So the court's wrong?
Sir, can I finish,
Sure.
please? I got exactly the role that I wanted. There is no shame in being personal attorney to the president. I got exactly what I wanted. I asked Mr. Trump for that job, and he gave it to me.
All I'm asking, if I could, and I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, you're saying that statement from the Southern District of New York attorneys is wrong.
I'm saying I didn't write it, and it's not accurate.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Welch.
Thank you. One of the most significant events in the last presidential campaign, of course, was the dump of emails stolen from the Democratic National Committee, dumped by WikiLeaks. Mr. Cohen, during your opening statement, which was at the height of the election, you testified you were actually meeting with Donald Trump in July 2016 when Roger Stone happened to call and tell Mr. Trump that he had just spoken to Julian Assange. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you said that Mr. Assange told Mr. Trump about an upcoming, quoting your opening statement, quote, massive dump of emails that would damage Hillary Clinton's campaign. Wow. So I want to ask you about Roger Stone's phone call to the president. First of all, was that on speakerphone? Is that what you indicated?
Yes, so Mr. Trump has a black speakerphone that sits on his desk. He uses it quite often because with all the number of phone calls he gets.
Now, in January of this year, 2019, the New York Times asked President Trump if he ever spoke to Roger Stone about these stolen emails, and President Trump answered, and I quote, "No, I didn't. I never did." Was that statement by President Trump true?
No, it's not accurate.
And can you please describe for us, to the best of your recollection, you were present, exactly what Mr. Stone said to Mr. Trump?
It was a short conversation, and he said, Mr. Trump, I just want to let you know that I just got off the phone with Julian Assange, and in a couple of days, there's going to be a massive dump of emails that's going to severely hurt the Clinton campaign.
And was Mr. Trump and Mr. Stone aware of where those emails came from?
That I'm not aware of.
Did Mr. Trump ever suggest then or later to call the FBI to report this breach?
He never expressed that to me.
Did the president at that time or ever since, in your knowledge, indicate an awareness that this conduct was wrong?
No.
The reason I ask is because on July 22nd, on the eve of the Democratic Convention, WikiLeaks published, as you know, the 20,000 leaked internal DNC emails. Could your meeting with Mr. Trump have been before that date?
Yes.
So Mr. Trump was aware of the upcoming dump before it actually happened?
Yes.
Right. And is there any record?
Though, sir, I don't know whether he knew or not, and I don't believe he did, what the sum and substance of the dump was going to be, only that there was going to be a dump of emails.
And he was aware of that before the dump occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are there any records that would corroborate the day of this meeting, calendars perhaps?
I'm not in possession, but I believe, again, this is part of the special counsel, and they probably best suited to corroborate that information.
Was anyone else present in the room during the call?
I don't recall for this one, no, sir.
Is there anyone else the committee should talk to about the president's knowledge of the WikiLeaks email dump?
Well, again, when he called, Rona Graff yelled out to Mr. Trump, Roger's on line 1, which was regular practice.
And that's his assistant?
That's his, yes.
All right. And during a news conference on July 27th, 2016, then candidate Trump publicly appealed to Russia to hack Hillary Clinton's emails and make them public. He stated, and I quote, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing." Now, going back to Mr. Stone's phone call to the president, do you recall if Mr. Trump had knowledge of the WikiLeaks dump at the time of his direct appeal to Russia?
I am not.
But the call with Mr. Stone, you believe, was before
Yes.
This 27th?
Yes, I'm sorry. If you're, I thought you were talking about a different set of documents that got dumped. So I was in Mr. Trump's office, it was either July 18th or 19th, and yes, he went ahead. I don't know if the 35,000 or 30,000 emails was what he was referring to, but he certainly had knowledge.
All right, thank you. Just
Yes,
one
sir.
last question. Mr. Raskin had been asking you some questions, and one of the things in your answer was that Mr. Pecker expended other monies to protect Mr. Trump. Can you elaborate on what some of those other activities were?
Sure. There was the story about Mr. Trump having a love child with an employee, and actually the husband of that employee works for the company as well. And there was a elevator operator who claims that he overheard the conversation taking place between one of Mr. Trump's other executives and somebody, and he ended up paying like $15,000 in order to buy that story to find out whether it was true or not. And that's just one example of things that David had done over the years. It was the reason why in the recording, when David was looking to become the CEO of Time Magazine, we were concerned about, we'll call it the treasure trove of documents that had been created over the years, that if he left, somebody could open up the key to a drawer and find all this information. So we were going to look to buy all of those life rights and so on.
Gentleman's time expired. Mr. Norman.
Mr. Corwin, thank you for testifying. I join Congressman Higgins in feeling for your family. They have no part in this. You know, I've heard all the testimony. I'm trying to decide what Clay's trying to decide. Are you really sorry for what you did, or you just got caught? And the thing that amazed me is that in your opening statement, which, let me quote, "Last fall, I pled guilty in federal court to felonies for the benefit of, at the direction of, and in coordination with individual one." Was that President?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your crimes were of your own to benefit yourself.
Some of them, yes.
No, go through all the ones with the real estate, with the banks. On your HELOC loan, you failed to disclose more than $20 million in debt. You failed to disclose $70,000 in monthly payments. On your $14 million line of credit, you failed to disclose that you had drawn on that. So this was all for yourself. This wasn't for the benefit of President Trump. This was to benefit Michael Cohen. So that's my question. Did you just get caught? And you worked for this man for 10 years, Mr. Cohen. You came in here with these, he's a con man. He's a cheat. This is the very man that, didn't you wiretap him illegally? Did you not wiretap President Trump without his knowledge?
I did record Mr. Trump in a conversation, yes.
Is that lawyer-client privilege? Is that something that an honest guy would do, an honest lawyer?
I actually never thought that this was going to be happening and that recording even existed. I had forgotten.
But you did it.
Yes, I did.
Have you ever...
I had a reason for doing it.
What was your reason?
Because I knew he wasn't going to pay that money, and David Pecker had already chewed me out on multiple occasions regarding other monies that he expended.
But this is a man that you trusted, you take a bullet for, you secretly recorded. Let me ask you this, Mr. Cohen. Have you legally or illegally recorded other clients?
I have recordings of people, yes.
Legally or illegally?
I believe that they're legal.
Did you tell them?
In New York State, you don't have to do that.
So you didn't tell them?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Sometimes I also use the recordings for contemporaneous note-taking instead of writing it down. I find it easier.
If the shoe were reversed, would you like your trusted lawyer recording you?
I probably would not, no.
No, sir. It's untrustworthy. It's something people just would not do. Now, your bank loans that I just ran down, did you ever default on any of these loans?
No, sir.
So the bank didn't take any loss?
No bank has. I am not in default. I've never filed a bankruptcy. The HELOC you're referring to, I replaced that from a different HELOC Paid it off. I owe no banks any money.
How about your medallion taxi cab? Did you have to sell
I'm
that?
still, well, the ones in Chicago, yes, I do have to sell. However, New York, the answer is no, I don't. And the industry is going through a major, major correction because of ride sharing. It's changed a lot of things.
The value of it has.
Yes, sir.
Right. Has so no bank, would the banks make you a loan again based on your record?
Actually, they did. They did. The bank actually redid and they refinanced the entire package.
Currently?
Post this, yes.
Okay. Have they never had to do a loan loss reserve for the projected losses?
I don't know what they did, but it's still the same amount.
Well,
I didn't get the benefit of it, no, sir.
Most likely they did. I was on an audit committee.
They may have done that, sir, but that's for their own banking, not for
no,
me.
it's by law.
My
They
note.
have to, if they suspect you of lying, which you admitted to, if they suspect you of maybe not being able to make a loan payment, they have to have a loan loss reserve that's 125% of what you. If it's $20 million, they have to post in their account $20 million plus. So they get no interest on it. And you know who pays for that? The American public who deals with that bank.
Yes, but, sir, I'm not in default, and I'm current on each and every one of those medallion loans. And I've never owed any money to First Republic Bank. In fact, at the time that I had the HELOC, I had more cash sitting in that same bank than
Last question.
than the HELOC and my mortgage
time.
combined.
Have you ever been to Prague?
I've never been to Prague.
Never have.
I've never been to the Czech Republic.
Yield my balance my time.
Ms. Fear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Cohen. On page 5 of your statement, you say, and I quote, "You need to know that Mr. Trump's personal lawyers reviewed and edited my statement to Congress about the timing of the Moscow Tower negotiations." Who were those attorneys?
Jay Sekulow from the White House?
Yes.
Jay Sekulow, I believe Abby Lowell as well.
And you have a copy of your original statement that you can provide to the committee?
I can try to get that for you.
All right, if you would do that. The letter of intent for the Moscow Tower was in the fall of 2015, correct?
Correct.
Was there an expiration date on that letter of intent?
There was no expiration
So
date.
it could technically still be in effect today?
Oh, no, it's been terminated.
It has been terminated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Mr. Trump tell you to offer Vladimir Putin a free penthouse?
No, ma'am.
So where does
that was Felix Sater. It was a marketing stunt that he spoke about.
So Felix Sater had suggested to you that Mr. Trump offer a penthouse to Mr. Putin?
Yes, because it would certainly drive up the price per square foot. No different than in any condo where they start listing celebrities that live in the property.
In 2016, did you travel to Europe?
Yes,
Did you meet with persons associated with the Moscow Tower project?
no.
It was for personal? Or?
Personal. My daughter was studying at Queen Mary in London.
So you did not meet with any Russians?
No.
There is an elevator tape that has been referenced as a catch-and-kill product. It was evidently of Mr. Trump and a woman, presumably Mrs. Trump, is that correct?
Are we talking about in Moscow or the Trump Tower elevator tape?
There's an elevator tape that went up for auction, ostensibly in 2016, is
Yes,
that correct?
I've heard about this.
And who is on that tape?
It's Mr. Trump with Melania.
And what happened in that tape?
The story goes that he struck Melania while in that elevator because there's a camera inside, which I'm not so sure. Actually, I'm certain it's not true. I've heard about that tape for years. I've known 4 or 5 different people, including folks from AMI, who have
But there was some
claimed-
tape that went up for auction, correct?
I don't believe that auction was real, and I don't believe Mr. Trump ever struck Mrs. Trump, ever. I don't believe it.
And are you aware of anyone purchasing that tape then?
I don't believe it was ever
So you never
purchased.
saw this tape?
No, ma'am, and I know several people who went to go try to purchase it for catch-and-kill purpose. It doesn't exist.
right.
Mr. Trump would never, in my opinion, that's not
Good to
something
know.
that he
Good
is
to
not.
know. Is there a love child?
There is not, to the best of my
So
knowledge.
you would pay off someone to not
It wasn't me, ma'am.
report.
It was AMI. It was David Pecker.
So he paid off someone about a love child that doesn't exist.
Correct. It was about $15,000.
Okay. How many times did Mr. Trump ask you to threaten an individual or entity on his behalf?
Quite a few times.
50 times?
More.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
500 times?
Probably. Over the 10 years.
Over the 10 years, he asked you.
And when you say threaten, I'm talking with litigation or an argument with
Intimidation.
a nasty reporter that is writing an article.
What do you know about, let's go to your tapes. You said there's probably 100 tapes?
Voice recordings,
Voice recordings. And will you make them available to the committee?
if you would really like them.
Did Mr. Trump tape
Don't you
conversations?
have to gavel that, sir?
We would.
Sorry.
Mr. Trump, did Mr. Trump tape any conversations?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Were you involved in the $25 million settlement to Trump University?
I had a role in that, yes.
Who paid the settlement?
I believe it was Mr. Trump. I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know the answer, but you were involved in the
Yes, in a
negotiations?
different aspect.
There's some reference to a businessman in Kansas being involved in that. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that, no.
All right. Finally, in my 13 seconds left, what do you want your children to know?
That I'm sorry for everything, and I'm sorry for the pain that I've caused them. And I wish I can go back in time.
Thank you. I yield back.
Young lady's time has expired. To the members of the committee, before we go to Ms. Miller, so that you can properly plan. There's a vote apparently coming up in about 10 to 20 minutes. And what we will do is we will recess, and we will come back, listen up, 30 minutes after the last vote begins. Got that? Not it ends. 30 minutes after it begins, and we'll do that promptly. All right? All right, Ms. Miller.
I am very disappointed to have you in front of this committee today. Quite frankly, this isn't the reason the people of West Virginia sent me to Congress. I find this hearing not in the best interest of the American people. This is another political game with the sole purpose of discrediting the president. If it was not already obvious, there are members here with a singular goal in Congress: to impeach President Trump. To achieve this goal, they will waste not only precious taxpayer dollars, but also time in this committee and Congress as a whole. In fact, they will go so far as to bring a convicted felon in front of our committee. We are supposed to take what you say, Mr. Cohen, at this time about President Trump as the truth. But you're about to go to prison for lying. How can we believe anything you say? The answer is we can't. This begs the question, why are those in the majority holding this hearing? I am appalled. We could be focused on actual issues that are facing America, like border security, neonatal abstinence syndrome, or improving our nation's crumbling infrastructure. Instead, the Democrats are trying to grasp at straws. Let's talk about this witness. From his sentencing hearing in the Southern District of New York, Judge Pauley stated, Mr. Cohen pled guilty to a veritable smorgasbord of fraudulent conduct, willful tax evasion, making false statements to a financial institution, illegal campaign contributions, and making false statements to Congress. Each of the crimes involved deception, and each appears to have been motivated by personal greed and ambition. This is who we have in front of us today in our committee, someone who is about to be sent to prison for 3 years for evading his taxes, deceiving a financial institution, lying to Congress, among other counts. One of the most appalling facts about this hearing is that Mr. Cohen has used his experiences with President Trump both before and after he was elected for his own greed and profit. I'd like some yes or no answers. Isn't it true you tried to sell a book about your time with President Trump entitled Trump Revolution, From the Tower to the White House, Understanding Donald J. Trump?
Yes, that happened
And-
early on when I was still even part, I believe, of the RNC.
And this book deal, which you had with Hatchet Books, was worth around $500,000. Isn't that correct?
No more, ma'am.
How much more?
I think it was about $750.
Wow. Mr. Cohen,
I did turn it down.
given that you continue to profit from publicly discussing your time with Mr. Trump, I worry that this committee hearing the majority has given you will only serve as a platform for you to continue to lie and sensationalize and exaggerate wherever it suits you. Do you plan to pursue another book deal about your experiences?
Yes.
I would presume this book would be a little different than your latest pitch, but your new angle might please some new fans. Anything to sell books. Mr. Chairman, we've canceled hearings on child separation and on other issues that are close to my heart for this media circus. What a waste of time and money for a man who has gladly exploited the name of the president to promote his own name and fill his own pockets. It pains me that we are sitting here adding another chapter to his book. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Earlier, Mr. Cohen, the gentlelady from California talked about this, this tape.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Earlier, the gentlelady from California talked about this tape, this elevator tape that you said does not exist.
That's correct. I do not believe it exists.
But is it also your testimony that the Trump team was willing to pay to make sure a story about a non-existent tape never became public?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
They were willing to stop a false tape?
We learned that this tape was potentially on the market and that it existed. And so what we did is exactly what we did with all the other catch and kill. We looked for it. And if, in fact, that it did exist, we would have tried to stop it. That's what I would have done.
False tape.
But it's a false tape. I've never heard it, and I can assure you one thing about Mr. Trump. Many things, he would never, ever do something like that. I don't see it.
Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cohen, I'd like to ask you more about the details of the $130,000 payment you made to Stephanie Clifford, the adult film actress known as Stormy Daniels, in order to purchase her silence shortly before the 2016 elections. First, according to documents filed by federal prosecutors in New York, you created a shell company called Essential Consultants, LLC. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And you created this company for the purpose of making the payment to Ms. Clifford. Is that correct?
Amongst other things, yes.
You then used a home equity line of credit to fund the account in the name of Essential Consultants, LLC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You then wired $130,000 to the attorney representing Ms. Clifford at that time and wrote in the memo field for the wire the word, quote, retainer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us why you decided to use this complicated process to make this payment?
Well, starting an LLC is not a sophisticated means. LLC, you call up a company, you pay for it, and they open it for you. And the reason that I used the home equity line of credit as opposed to cash that I had in the same exact bank was I didn't want my wife to know about it because she handles all of the banking. And I didn't want her coming to me and asking me what was the $130,000 for. And then I was going to be able to move money from one account to the other and to pay it off because I didn't want to have to explain to her what that payment was about. I sent it to the IOLA account, the interest on a lawyer's account, to Keith Davidson, California, Ms. Daniels' attorney. He would hold it in escrow until such time as I received the executed NDA, non-disclosure agreement.
Did Mr. Trump know you were going through this process to hide the payment?
Yes.
Why not just use Mr. Trump's personal or company bank account to make the payment? Why was the distraction so important besides you not wanting your wife to know?
What his concern was that there would be a check that has his very distinct signature onto it. And even after she cashed the check, all you need to do is make a photocopy of it, and it's kind of proof positive on exactly what took place. So here, the goal was to keep him far away from it as possible.
Can anyone corroborate what you have shared with us?
Absolutely.
And that is?
Keith Davidson, Alan Weisselberg, President Trump.
Okay. Now let's talk about the reimbursement. According to federal prosecutors, and I quote, after the election, Cohen sought reimbursement for election-related expenses, including the $130,000 payment. Prosecutors stated that you, and I quote, presented an executive of the company with a copy of a bank statement reflecting the $130,000 wire transfer. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Do you still have a copy of that bank statement?
Yes, it's actually made part of the exhibit.
Okay, so you will provide it to the committee?
Yes, ma'am.
According to federal prosecutors, executives at the company then, and I quote, agreed to reimburse Cohen by adding $130,000 and $50,000, grossing up that amount to $360,000 for tax purposes, and adding a $60,000 bonus such that Cohen would be paid $420,000 in total. Executives of the company decided to pay the $420,000 in monthly installments of $35,000 over the course of a year. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
What was the purpose of grossing up the amounts, essentially doubling what you had paid to Ms. Clifford and others?
Because if you pay $130,000 and you live in New York where you have a 50% tax bracket, in order to get your $130 back, you have to have $260. Otherwise, if he gave me back $130, I would then I'd be out $65,000.
What was the purpose of spreading the reimbursements to you over the 12 monthly installments?
That was in order to hide what the payment was. I obviously wanted the money in one shot. I would have preferred it that way. But in order to be able to put it onto the books, Alan Weisselberg made the decision that it should be paid over the 12 months so that it would look like a retainer.
And did Mr. Trump know about this reimbursement method?
Oh, he knew about everything, yes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cohen. So the president not only knew about the payments, he knew and helped to hide the payments and the reimbursements to you.
Yeah, we discussed it. Everything had to go through Mr. Trump, and it had to be approved by Mr. Trump.
And now you're going to prison, and he's...
And I am going to prison, yes, ma'am.
I yield back.
If I... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, you
Yes, I yield my time. Oh, she did.
Earlier you'd said, I'm assuming New York's a one-party consent state. One person can record the other one without it being illegal.
Correct.
But you also were a member of the New York Bar?
I was, yes.
How would you rate recording clients in the ethical realm of being a lawyer?
I know it's not illegal, and
I'm not asking if it's illegal. I'm asking if it's ethical.
I don't know. That we'd have to leave to the judgment of the Bar Association.
So, well, I think every other lawyer in here knows exactly where it is in the ethical standard. When you said you had 100 tapes, were any of those tapes of other clients?
Yes.
And I think this is pretty amazing. I really do. Did any of them waive privilege?
No.
So 5 minutes ago, in the middle of our hearing on oversight, you just immediately responded that you would hand over tapes to this committee without any of your previous clients waiving privilege.
I'm not the only one in possession of those documents. Those documents are in the hands of all of the
Whoever else is
agencies
in
already.
charge of those documents is not my concern. My concern is I know lawyers that would go to jail before they would violate attorney-client privilege, and in a matter of a second, you just said, absolutely, I will turn those over.
Just trying to cooperate, sir.
At the expense of clients who have never waived privilege.
They're already in the hands, sir, of all of the agencies. I didn't ask people.
What law enforcement determines to do with something and what you determine to do with something, client privilege and attorney trust accounts are about the two most sacred things that you can ever do in your entire career as a lawyer. And
by the
in
way, sir,
a matter of a second,
And the tape with Mr. Trump,
completely-
the reason that it's out there is because Rudy Giuliani waived the privilege.
I'm not talking about Rudy Giuliani. I'm talking about you. And I don't know who's on those tapes. Only you know who is on those tapes. There's 100 of them.
The other one is also subject to an ongoing.
My point is, within a matter of a second, 1 second, you took absolutely no calculation of your role as those clients' counselor, the role that plays in privacy, and in the role that plays in the solemn vow you took when you passed the bar, when you signed onto the bar, until recently were a member of the bar, and you just immediately said, if it helps me out in the today in front of TV, yes, absolutely, Mr. Chairman, you can have that. And I think, and that just goes into what we're going to talk about next briefly. We talk about these indictments on tax fraud and bank fraud as if they are isolated incidents. But they're not isolated incidents of bad judgment. These were intricate, elaborate lies that that needed to be held with constant constant deceptions of banks, businesses, associates, accountants, potentially your family. You received over $2.4 million in personal loans from Taxi Medallion Company 1. And those were loan payments for a business loan, correct?
No, sir.
You weren't receiving those. Okay, go ahead.
Those were payments that were made by the management company that was operating the medallions.
To you?
To me.
So, and those were deposited into your personal account, or in some instances, your wife's account?
It was deposited into the joint checking account of my wife and I, that's located at the base of the building that we reside in.
And were those disclosed on your tax returns?
They were not disclosed on my tax return.
And in fact, when your accountant talked to you about those deposits, you told him you wouldn't pay for a memo that you didn't ask to be done?
That's inaccurate.
So the
that's
sentencing court in New York has it wrong?
Okay. I don't know what Mr. Getzel wrote, my accountant. There are series of issues regarding his memo anyway, including the fact he's almost directing me in an earlier memo to commit fraud. But putting all that aside with Jeff Getzel, the answer to that is I pled guilty, all right? And I made my mistake, and I'm going, as I've said 100 times now, right? I'm not so sure why the singular attack on my taxes, if you want to look at them, I'm more than happy to show them to you.
If the chairman will give me 20 minutes, I got plenty of other things to talk about.
Every single word that's written
all right, I'm going to reclaim my time.
Is not 100% accurate.
Okay? Well, I'm done.
And that's exactly why when it comes to the credibility, why I asked Mr. Davis, Mr. Monaco, to please, let's figure out how to.
But that's my point with the credibility.
So that you understand.
These aren't isolated. These are not isolated incidents of attack. These were constant deceptions, whether it's rolling over a $20 million line of credit to a $14 million credit. You went through great lengths to conceal that from one bank, while at the same time, you are reducing your net income to another bank. These aren't things that happened on January 1 of 18, January 1 of 17, January 1 of 15. These are things that were constantly involved on a. My question is, was it exhausting keeping track of all the lies you were telling all these people?
The gentleman's time has expired. You may.
I don't have an answer for him. I
Very
just
well,
thank you for
Mr.
continuing the narrative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cohen, good luck on your road to redemption.
Thank you. It's going to be a long way.
The opposite of that is perdition, as I remember, and that's particularly hard on your children. So I wish you well, and I wish your family well. Mr. Cohen, as you sort of describe your road to here, Mr. Cooper asked you when the moment was, or moments when you decided you needed to change. It strikes me there is a transition that you have illuminated here. Your period of time, the 10 years working for somebody who you admired as a developer, and then when Charlottesville happened, and quite frankly, when the special counsel called you in, obviously was a key part of it, or you wouldn't be here. But the in-between part I find really interesting and troubling, at least in terms of appearances and confidence that the American people would have in this institution and democracy, quite frankly. So during that period of time, I want to ask you about two specific, if we have enough time. First, the Trump Tower. So you were negotiating for this. As you said, it was to be the tallest building in Europe. In your guilty plea with the special counsel, you quote, say, it quotes, Cohen asked individual one, is that President Trump?
Yes.
Okay. about the possibility of President Trump traveling to Russia in connection with the Moscow project, and asked a senior campaign official about potential business travel to Russia. When did this conversation happen? Do you recall?
Early on in the campaign.
And who was the campaign official?
Corey Lewandowski.
What did you discuss in this meeting?
Possibility of which dates that Mr. Trump would have availability if, in fact, that we were going to go over to Russia to take a look at the project. I'm sorry, sir?
So go ahead.
Unfortunately, it never came to fruition because we were never successful in getting the first prong of what I needed, which was ownership or control over a piece of property. And until such time, there was no reason to come up with a date. But when I first received the information request to go to Russia, what I decided to do is I spoke to Mr. Trump about it. He told me to speak to Corey and see what dates might be available if I got the information I needed.
So it stopped because of appearances, or did it stop because the parties decided not to pursue it?
I'm so sorry, I don't understand your question.
So why did the pursuit of the Trump Tower that Mr. Trump has now said, of course he pursued it because he thought he might be going back into the development business, why was the reason that the deal stopped?
Because he won the presidency.
Okay. So in that interim period of time, you must admit it looks troubling that now that we know what foreign influence was attempting to do, whether there was collusion or not, it certainly appears troubling that Mr. Trump was part of this negotiation, and at the same time what we know, perhaps separately, that the Russians were engaged in our election.
Well, I don't know about them being engaged in the election. I can only talk for myself. Here I would say to Mr. Trump, in response to his question, what's going on with Russia, I'm still waiting for documents, and then that night at a rally, he would turn around and do his battle cry of no Russia, no collusion, no involvement, witch hunt.
Okay, on a separate subject, but somewhat related, on January 17 of this year, the Wall Street Journal published a story stating that you hired John Gager, the owner of a consulting company who works for Liberty University in Virginia, to rig at least 2 online polls related to Donald Trump. Did you hire him?
Those were back in, I believe, 2015?
2014.
2014.
2014. So you did hire him?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Gauger about manipulating these online polls.
And did he use bots to manipulate the poll?
He used algorithms, and if that includes bots, then the answer is yes.
Yes, that's accurate. Did the President have any involvement?
Yes.
In directing you to do this?
Yes.
What were the results of the poll?
Exactly where we wanted them to be. In the CNBC poll, we came in at number 9, and the Drudge Report, he was top of the Drudge Report as well.
Okay.
Poll.
And
please understand also, the CNBC poll was called the Contenders, and it was top 250 people that they named, and it was supposed to be the top 10 most influential people.
Let me just finish with, earlier today, you directed a comment to my colleagues, and I'm quoting, so correct me if I got this wrong. You said the more people who follow Mr. Trump, the more people will be where I am. Is it your expectation that people in the administration will end up where you are?
Sadly, if they follow blindly like I have, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Time has expired. Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I ran for Congress, I talked about how Washington was broken. But I certainly did not expect the level of political gamemanship, partisanship, and sheer stagnation of policies that would improve the lives of Americans that I'm witnessing today. It is terribly disappointing to me that this committee and its chairman chose to spend our time in questioning an individual that has zero probative value and zero credibility, instead of spending our limited time focusing on improving the lives of Americans, creating jobs, or streamlining the functioning of our federal government. Yet here we are, taking testimony from a convicted liar, and not someone who has just lied to his clients or family or friends, but testimony from an individual who deliberately and premeditatedly lied to this body. He lied to Congress through false statements and written statements. He lied to Congress through his testimony. He then amplified his false statements by releasing and repeating his lies to the public, including the other potential witnesses. Yet now, we on this committee and the American people are expected to believe Mr. Cohen's testimony. I don't know a juror in America that would believe anything Mr. Cohen says given his past actions and lies. Mr. Cohen, you stood before multiple congressional committees before today and raised your right hand and swore an oath to be honest. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you lied to those congressional committees. Is that correct?
Previously?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
You stated that Trump never directed you to lie to Congress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, you lied to Congress on your own accord and then admitted to lying to Congress, correct?
I've already stated my piece on that. I knew what he wanted me to do. I was staying on party line.
But he never directed you to lie to Congress?
He did not use those words, no.
In your evidence that you provided this committee a mere 2 hours before the hearing started, were payments made to you by Mr. Trump, correct?
Amongst other things, yes.
Yet other than your testimony here today, there is absolutely no proof that those specific payments were for those specific purposes. Is that correct?
It's my testimony that the check that I produced as part of this testimony, the $35,000, and then the second check that's signed by Alan Weisselberg and Don Trump Jr., were 2 checks out of the 11 that were meant for the reimbursement of the hush money payment to Stormy Daniels.
So in your testimony on page 13, you claim, and I quote, Mr. Trump directed me to use my own personal funds from a home equity line of credit to avoid any money being tracked back to him that could negatively impact his campaign. Do you have any proof of this direction?
Just the payment, sir.
So no email?
Mr. Trump doesn't have email.
So no recording?
I do not have recordings, no.
No text message?
Mr. Trump doesn't text message.
So no direction other than your testimony today that that's what the payment was for?
And the fact that I paid on his behalf, at his direction, the money to Keith Davidson's IOLA account. You're right, there's no other documentation I have.
So nothing that you produce as part of your exhibits prove that President Trump directed you in any way to make that payment?
I don't even know how to answer that, sir.
Well, it's pretty simple. There's nothing in the evidence that shows, or the exhibits that you provided today, that show that Trump directed you to make those payments.
Other than the non-disclosure agreement that has been seized by government authorities and is widely shown, I don't believe there's anybody out there that believes that I just decided to pay $130,000 on his behalf.
Well, you were his attorney for over 10 years.
That doesn't mean that I pay $130,000.
Well, it doesn't also mean that he wasn't paying you for representation of counsel.
Okay.
So how did President Trump even know you had a HELOC?
I'm so sorry, sir?
How did President Trump even know you had a HELOC?
Because we discussed it. Because I told him the same thing, that I didn't want my wife to find out about it. And as one additional, Rudy Giuliani himself came out and expressed that Mr. Trump reimbursed me for the money that was spent to pay Stormy Daniels.
And did you tell Chris Cuomo that you had no access to Mr. Trump during October and November of 2016?
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're referring to.
Your interview with Chris Cuomo.
I would need to see the document.
Did you also tell Chris Cuomo that you made these payments without telling Mr. Trump because you wanted to protect Mr. Trump?
And I was protecting Mr. Trump.
And you told him that you made these payments without telling him?
When I said that, if that's what I said to Chris Cuomo, yes, that was my line.
And if this unsupported claim was true, then it would be part of an ongoing investigation as evidence of a crime, and the Department of Justice would not let you discuss it during your testimony here today. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Gentleman's time has expired. Did you answer?
Yes, I did want to say one last thing. Not only did I lie to the American people, I lied to the First Lady. When the President called me and I was sitting in a car with a friend of mine, and he had me speak to her and explain to the First Lady. So the answer is you're not accurate, and I don't feel good about any of this, and this was not my intention.
Ms. Lawrence.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put on the record, as being a Black American and having endured the public comments of racism from the sitting president, as being a Black person, I can only imagine what's being said in private. And to prop up one member of our entire race of black people and say that that nullifies that is totally insulting. And in this environment of expecting a president to be inclusive and to look at his administration speaks volume. So I have some questions. I want to talk to you about this intimidation of witness. Mr. Cohen, you were initially scheduled to testify before the House Oversight Committee on February the 7th, but your legal team delayed your testimony, quoting, ongoing threats against your family from the president and Attorney Giuliani. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on November 29th, after you admitted that the president's negotiations over a real estate project in Russia continue well through the summer before the 2016 election, President Trump called you, quote, a weak person and accused you of lying. And then on December 16th, after 2018, after you disclosed that it was the president who directed you to arrange hush money payments to Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal to conceal his extramarital affairs, he called you, the President of the United States, a rat. Mr. Cohen, why do you feel or believe that the president is repeatedly attacking you? You are stating that you feel intimidated, asking us to protect you, following your cooperation with the law enforcement.
When you have access to 60+ million people that follow you on social media, and you have the ability within which to spark some action by individuals that follow him, and from his own words that he can walk down Fifth Avenue, shoot someone, and get away with it. It's never comfortable when the President of the United States—
What do you think he can do to you?
A lot, and it's not just him. It's those people that follow him in his rhetoric.
What is a lot?
I don't know. I don't walk with my wife if we go to a restaurant or we go somewhere. I don't walk with my children. I make them go before me because I have fear, and it's the same fear that I had before when he initially decided to drop that tweet in my cell phone. I receive some, and I'm sure you'll understand, I receive some tweets, I receive some Facebook Messenger, all sorts of social media attacks upon me, whether it's the private direct message that I've had to turn over to the Secret Service because they are the most vile, disgusting statements that anyone can ever receive. And when it starts to affect your children, that's when it really affects you.
On January 20th, 2019, Mr. Giuliani called your father-in-law, quote, a criminal, and said that he may have ties to organized crime. Mr. Cohen, do you believe that the President, Mr. Giuliani, publicly targeted your father-in-law as an effort to intimidate you? Can you elaborate? Why is your father-in-law being pulled into this?
I don't know the answer to that. My father-in-law was in the clothing business, came to this country because in the 1972-73, the expulsion of Jews from the Ukraine. He came here to this country. He worked hard, and he's now enjoying his retirement. Never in my life did I think that Mr. Trump would do something so disgraceful. And he's attacking him because he knows I care about my family. And to hurt me, he's trying to hurt them. Interestingly enough, my father-in-law's biggest investments happen to be in a Trump property. So it just doesn't make any sense to me.
I want to be clear, any efforts to prevent a witness from testifying in front of Congress is against the law. I want to be real clear about that. And as the chairman has said, retaliating against witnesses and threatening their families and members is a textbook mob tactic that does not benefit the President of the United States or this country. And I want to be on the record, this hearing is not about discrediting the President. It's about the oath of office that we take as members of Congress to have checks and balances and to meet the laws and the policies of this country to serve. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Roy.
Mr. Cohen, I too want to offer my heartfelt thoughts for your family and what they're going through. I know it's tough, and for your time here today, I know it's tough for you to stand here in front of this committee. The chairman suggested you volunteered to come here. You testified that you were asked to come here. Is it correct you were asked to come here, yes or no?
Yes.
The combined total of the crimes for which you were sentenced would bring a maximum of 70 years, yes or no?
Yes.
Yet you are going to prison for 3 years, yes or no?
Yes.
The prosecutors of the Southern District of New York say to secure loans, Cohen falsely understated the amount of debt he was carrying and omitted information from his personal financial statements to induce a bank to lend on incomplete information. You told my colleague here today that you did not commit bank fraud. Not parsing different statutes, which I understand could be. I want for clarity, are you or are you not guilty of making false statements to a financial institution, yes or no?
Yes, I pled guilty.
You said clearly to Mr. Cloud and Mr. Jordan that the Southern District of New York lawyers were being untruthful in characterizing your desire to work in the administration. Do you say again that the lawyers of the Southern District of New York are being untruthful in making that characterization, yes or no?
I'm saying that's not accurate.
Okay, so you're saying they're being untruthful.
I'm not using the word untruthful. That's yours. I'm saying that that's not accurate. I did not want a role or a title in the administration.
I'm sure the lawyers.
I got the title that I wanted.
I'm sure the lawyers of the SDNY appreciate that distinction. Question, you testified today you have never been to Prague and have never been to the Czech Republic. Do you stand behind that statement?
Yes, I do.
I offer into the record an article in known conservative news magazine Mother Jones by David Korn, in which he says he reviewed his notes from a phone call with Mr. Cohen, that Mr. Cohen said, quote, I haven't been to Prague in 14 years. I was in Prague for one afternoon 14 years ago, end quote. Question, you, as my friend Mr. Armstrong rightly inquired, offered to the committee taped information involving clients with the bat of an eye. Do you stand behind that, yes or no?
I'm sorry. I don't understand what you said so fast.
You, as my friend Mr. Armstrong rightly inquired, offered to this committee taped information involving your clients with the bat of an eye. Do you stand behind that offer?
If the chairman asks me, and I'll take it under advisement now, and it's not a problem in terms of attorney-client privilege, yes, I will turn it over.
You, as my friend Mr. Meadows pointed out, misled this committee even today in a written submission that contradicted your testimony. You have suggested you are going to review that. Are you going to review it in our next break to correct the record, yes or no?
Yes.
Question, you helped out the president's campaign or were involved in the campaign as a representative, as a spokesman, even in your words today. It was your idea for the campaign dating back to 2011. Is that accurate, yes or no?
Yes.
2011 is a year that sticks in my head, for it's the year my daughter was born and it was the year I was diagnosed with cancer. I was not then pushing for Donald Trump to be president. I was fighting cancer. Even in 2016, I was publicly backing a certain Republican from Texas. Some might guess who it was. But you were all in. And you either wanted Donald Trump to be your president because it would be good for the country, or you did it for your own personal advancement, or both. Sort of the two options. Real Americans in my district and across the country wanted the president to be president, not in any way because he's perfect, but rather because they are sick and tired of this hellhole. They supported the president because they are sick and tired of the games that we are seeing here today. They are sick and tired of politicians who refuse to secure the border, balance our budget, restore health care freedom, and then get the hell out of their way so they can lead their life. They are mystified that we amass about $100 million of debt per hour, which means we've blown through $300, $400, $450 million during this charade in amassing debt. $450 million. They're sick and tired of a Democrat Party that willfully ignores cartel-driven asylum crisis on our border that endangers American citizens and the migrants who seek to come here. Just yesterday in Eagle Pass, Texas, Border Patrol agents arrested an MS-13 gang member. In McAllen, Texas, federal authorities are offering a reward for a man tied to Mexico's Gulf Cartel for his alleged roles in various murders, kidnappings, and home invasions in South Texas. A mass Honduran migrant rush at the Texas border forced brief closure of the Laredo port. This is this week. This is what we're ignoring. This is not what we're doing for the American people while we engage in this charade. This is not what the American people sent us here to do. This is an embarrassment for our country. I talked to my beautiful wife back in Dripping Springs, Texas, just before the hearing. I said, don't bother watching. She said, as I roughly expected, don't worry, I won't. I have more important things to do. And she, like the rest of the American people, have a hell of a lot more important things to do than to watch this. I said, amen, darling. I can't help but think that is what the majority of the American people are thinking while watching this unbelievable circus. I yield back.
Ms. Prescott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a lot to do as well.
I've got houses and schools to help rebuild in the Virgin Islands, expansion of voting rights, educational opportunities, criminal justice reform. Thank God the Democratic majority can walk and chew gum at the same time. So we're here with you right now. Mr. Cohen, you learned well in the 10 years that you worked with Donald Trump. What was your position with the GOP in the up to 8 months ago?
I was vice chair of the RNC Finance Committee.
You were vice chair of the finance of the Republican National Committee, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I do want to say I was a Democrat until Steve Wynn found out I was a Democrat and made me switch parties.
That would be
Said
a
it
smart
wasn't
thing
right
to
for a
do.
Democrat to be the vice chair.
Good. Let's get to it. I don't only have a little bit of time. On behalf of the many members here who have expressed to your family, our apologies to your family, but I want to apologize for the inappropriate comments and tweets that have been made by other members of this body. And as a former prosecutor and as former counsel on House ethics, I think that at the very least there should be a referral to the Ethics Committee of witness intimidation or tampering under USC 1512 of my colleague Matt Gaetz, and it may be possibly him being referred for a criminal prosecution. So I want to put that on the record. On May 2nd, 2018, the President's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, who was his personal attorney like you, appeared on Fox News and referred to the President's reimbursement to you for the $130 payment for Stephanie Clifford as part of a retainer. And on May 3rd, 2018, one day after Mr. Giuliani's appearance, the President tweeted, and I quote, "Mr. Cohen, an attorney, received a monthly retainer not from the campaign and having nothing to do with the campaign from which he entered into through reimbursement, a private contract between two parties known as a non-disclosure agreement, or NDA. The Office of Government Ethics, which is the agency which the federal government with responsibility over what the President needs to report publicly about his assets, was puzzled by this, it seems, and they were skeptical that a retainer was actually in place and asked to see the retainer agreement on call of May 8th with the President. The President's personal counsel, Sherry Dillon, replied that she would, and I quote, "not permit OGE staff to read the agreement because it is privileged." Ms. Dillon would not even let OGE staff come to her office to review the retainer agreement. Mr. Cohen, in a court filing made in August of last year, federal prosecutors stated that, quote, "in truth and in fact, there was no such retainer agreement." Mr. Cohen, did you ever have a retainer agreement in place with the President for the payment to Ms. Clifford?
No.
So was Mr. Giuliani's statement inaccurate?
Yes.
Was Ms. Dillon's statement about the retainer agreement inaccurate?
I'm sorry, Ms. Dillon's statement is?
About the retainer agreement, is it inaccurate?
And her statement is what?
And her statement to them was, quote, "not to permit OGE staff to read the agreement because it is privileged."
There was no agreement.
And is the President's tweet or his statement accurate?
And I'm sorry, one more time.
And his statement was, "Mr. Cohen, an attorney, received a monthly retainer, not from the campaign and having nothing to do with the campaign from which he entered in through a reimbursement."
That's not accurate.
You've mentioned some individuals to my colleague from New York, Ms. Connolly, and also in your testimony about Mr. Weisenberg and other individuals, Ms. Rona. Who are those individuals? Are they with the Trump Organization?
They
and
are.
Are there other people that we should be meeting with?
So Alan Weisselberg is the chief financial officer.
Uh-huh.
The
You got to
Trump
quickly give us
Organization.
as many names as you can so we can get to them.
Yes, ma'am.
As Ms. Rona, what is Ms. Rona's position?
Rona Graff is Mr. Trump's executive assistant.
And would she be able to corroborate many of the statements that you've made here?
Yes, her office is directly next to his, and she's involved in a lot that went on.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, when the President's lawyers were having the discussions with the Office of Government Ethics in 2018, did they reach out to you to talk with you about these payments?
No, ma'am.
And what did you share anything with them otherwise in any other conversation?
I do not recall, no.
Can the committee obtain more information about these facts by obtaining testimony and documents from the White House, the Trump Organization, and the President's attorneys?
I believe so.
Mr. Chair, I think that those are the individuals that we should be speaking with, and I yield back at this time.
Committee will now stand in recess again. We will come back. Listen up, 35 minutes after the last vote begins. So for Mr. Cohen, We're talking about probably about an hour or so. All right.
So much.
The House Oversight Committee taking a break. You see Michael Cohen getting up there. We anticipate, as you heard Chairman Cummings lay out, about an hour between now and the rest of the hearing. We've still got about 5 Democrats who haven't had a chance to ask their questions of Michael Cohen yet, so stay with us. Some names that are quite notable because they're freshmen who are eager to have a moment to get some answers from Michael Cohen. Among them, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, all new members of Congress. This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined by Emily Heil and Aaron Blake. We will be with you throughout this break. We're streaming live on the Washington Post website, on YouTube, as well as the streaming site Twitch. Aaron, as we look at the big headlines from this so far, you know, Michael Cohen has said that President Trump knew WikiLeaks planned to publish these DNC emails in advance. We've also gotten some more details about just how the payment process worked out for women in these quote-unquote hush money payments, which are part of what Michael Cohen's going to jail for because they're illegal campaign-related payments. We're also hearing some names that are significant and important because they might be threads that Democrats could pull at for other investigations. But I haven't heard a whole lot in the last hour or two that's been a brand new revelatory moment. Have you?
It was always going to be difficult given the amount of information that was in that opening statement and given that Michael Cohen wanted to get information out there. And so you would think he would have put the most serious things in that opening statement. I think one of the big things that we learned about was in one exchange he talked about how there was another investigation involving Trump and maybe the Trump organization that we didn't know about, but that he also couldn't talk about even though he said it existed because it was under investigation. He had agreed not to say anything about it. I thought that was really interesting. There were some other kind of pulling at the strings of certain angles of this as far as when the payments were made, who was involved. One interesting part was where he named people who could have been aware of certain activities, whether it's the president's family members, whether it's people in the Trump organization. I think the biggest takeaway from this hearing may be things that could be investigated moving forward or things that we don't know that actually are being investigated right now because they just haven't been in the news.
Let's go to Capitol Hill where our colleague Rhonda Colvin is with Congresswoman Tlaib. Rhonda, to you.
He will pull me away. Okay. We're here right now with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Democrat from Michigan. She's on the committee. She will be questioning Mr. Cohen in the next portion of the hearing. Congresswoman, what have you thought of the proceedings so far? What has stood out to you?
You know, for many of us, especially my residents at home, I mean, this is something that we've been talking about for a while, and that, Individual one, or what we call President Trump, was very hands-on with a lot of the illegal schemes and criminal activity that is very much related to the testimony that we heard today from Mr. Cohen.
What are you planning to ask him when you get to your questioning?
You know, I'm listening to some of the other colleagues' questions and so forth, and I think for me, no matter beyond the Mueller report, it has always been about upholding the Constitution and whether or not he is divested completely in all of his businesses, foreign and domestic, and whether or not he's right now currently operating illegal schemes, criminal schemes from the Oval Office, and whether or not in his knowledge and the experiences working with President Trump in the last 10 years, whether or not he is putting his own interest at first before the American people. And I think it's really important. I mean, that is the whole purpose and sole focus of the Oversight Committee, is to get the truth out. And it's very upsetting for a lot of my residents at home. I can tell you the thought of a sitting president doing these things out of the Oval Office, putting them second and putting his own greed, for power and his centered around that is something that is very scary, and it's very upsetting for many of my residents.
There's been a lot of talk by Mr. Cohen of Mr. Trump's character. He's talked about how he has made racist statements, that he inflates his wealth. What do you think about some of those character points that he's bringing out today?
These are things that we've heard about President Trump for decades. It's nothing new. I think hearing it from his personal attorney, and what's really alarming is a lot of my colleagues want to discredit him and call him liar and all these other things. True, but think about it. This sitting president chose him of all lawyers to be his personal lawyer. What does that say about the President of the United States? And I think that needs to be really uplifted in these hearings and understanding my colleagues and them trying to attack him, that indirectly they are attacking the President as well and choosing him as their personal lawyer.
Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, thank you very much. We will look forward to your questioning. Thank you. And I will go ahead and send that back to you in the studio, Libby.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. Got Emily Heil here, also Aaron Blake, and we're joined by Rosalind Helderman. Roz, thanks so much for coming by. What are you hearing in terms of newsmaking moments or themes that are coming out here today?
I mean, you know, I think we're going to be talking about this one and analyzing it for some days to come, just because there's so much on so many different topics that Michael Cohen has had to offer. I do think, as I have thought since this morning, that probably one of the most central new things we have learned, in part because we just hadn't heard any word of this before, is the claim from Cohen that he claims to have overheard Roger Stone tell Donald Trump about the WikiLeaks emails ahead of time. You know, for those of us who have been covering the Russia investigation since the very start, this question of did the president have advanced knowledge of WikiLeaks has always been kind of the central core question, or at least one of them that's very important. And so that claim was not one we had heard before, and was really quite stunning. But it's hardly the only thing, and it's really, you know, one thing after another that's kind of amazing.
It can be hard to parse out some of the big storylines, which is why it's great that we can talk about this and sort of pull them out ourselves, because Democrats and Republicans only have these 5-minute chunks to try to get a point across and then also try to elicit some sort of response. Emily, how are you feeling about how Michael Cohen's holding up? And is he doing more damage to himself? Is he gaining credibility in the eyes of some of these committee members?
It's interesting. There have been so many different sort of Michael Cohens in this hearing today. There's the pugnacious Michael Cohen. There's the very contrite Michael Cohen. He's tried to use humor sometimes, you know, making little jokes, which is, I think, very revealing of his personality. It's almost like he really wants the committee members to like him. You know, and in some ways he's coming off as, in some moments, in very sympathetic ways. I think there are moments when he describes like calling the First Lady and having to lie to her, and then later saying, you know, I didn't want to be doing that. And I think those are sort of human moments. There was a moment too where he almost broke into tears, thinking about what he wanted to tell his children. So I think there are moments where he's sympathetic, and there are other moments where these flashes of ego too, where you can see the sort of Trumpian, you know, his Trumpian instincts. I mean, he was almost boasting about how much time he'd spent with Trump in relation to members of Congress, that he knew him better, that he'd spent more time with him. So there are a range of Michael Cohens here, some of whom are a little more sympathetic than others. But I think, you know, the Republican attacks on him, the sort of one note of undermining his credibility, in some ways makes him feel a little more sympathetic. He's kind of feels like he's being ganged up on a little bit.
One of the ironies here is, even as Republicans are criticizing him and trying to diminish his credibility and make him the culprit of all of this, not President Trump, is Michael Cohen's batted down some stories out there that have been floating around related to a potential love child. This elevator tape came up. The allegation was that President Trump had hit Melania Trump, and Michael Cohen said, no way, doesn't exist, I can't ever see it happening. So even as Republicans are bashing him, he's giving some pushback on some of these allegations and rumors, Aaron.
And by the way, one of the other things that he has said that would be something that the president would like to see, because it disproves part of the Steele dossier, was the idea that Michael Cohen was in Prague at one point having some meetings with Kremlin figures, strategizing about the 2016 election. This was an unconfirmed allegation in the Steele dossier. It's actually interesting, though, because as it's come out since he first said that, he actually told reporters, including David Corn with Mother Jones, and another reporter. You can jump in on this if you want to, but there is some reporting that suggests that he has said that he was in Prague at some point long time ago, not during the campaign.
Yes, Tom Hamburger and I interviewed him in January of 2017, so this was a couple weeks before the dossier was public. public, but reporters, including us, were aware of it, and he was aware of it at the time as well. And he told us as well at that time that he said he had driven through Prague once years ago, but hadn't even stopped. And that he otherwise had never been in Prague. But he has sort of said this thing about how he was once there a number of times, and then more recently has shifted to the much more all-inclusive, never has been in Prague. But I mean, I think the point you were making is a really good one, which is that the Republican strategy of just declaring him to be an overall liar who cannot be believed about anything, as opposed to attempting to actually poke holes in the particular damaging things he is asserting, is very odd because he is saying some things that they would like to assert are true, not just the ones we've already cited, but he also said he's not aware of there being any compromising material. The P-tape, he's not aware of that. He suggested he's not aware of large amounts of Russian money in the Trump organization. All of these sort of big narratives we've been talking about for a long time, Michael Cohen said he doesn't believe are true.
The only Republican who's really tried to probe in any way that's not just, are you a liar, or are you sort of full of it, is Justin Amash, who's often someone who marches to the beat of his own drum and is very independent among House Republicans.
And picking up on Raz's point, another thing that he could have said, if his core mission today was to take down President Trump and he was willing to do anything he could, Michael Cohen could come out and say, the president told me to lie to Congress. That's, there may not be any proof of it, but if he's really bent on taking this guy down, that would be something that would be impossible to disprove, but also impossible to prove. So I think it's been evident that he's been choosing his words pretty carefully on certain things, and he's been willing to say that the president was not capable of certain things like the elevator tape and stuff like that.
And to your point, I think his point where he said that the president talks in code, I thought that was such an interesting moment, because it was a way of saying, he could have said, yes, the president told me to lie, the president told me to do X, but he's saying the president didn't have to tell me. There's a code that people who know him understand and can get his meaning across without him having to use the words. And the whole, comparison, that's a really nice tie you're wearing, I found so interesting, and I think speaks to some of the culture within the Trump inner world, but also, allows him to stop short of saying what he was directed to do and what he was not directed to do. Physically attack people, lie to Congress. He can't say that the president told him to do those things.
You make this really important point, Raz, that Republicans have been attacking the character, the man, but they haven't been pulling apart, the actual meat or substance of what he's saying, or what he said in the past, or what allegations are on the table.
Yeah, it's odd. They haven't seemed to have had the best staff work in some instances. Like in some of the cases where they've tried to do that, you've seen some real whiffs. You saw the congressman who had 2 rounds of questioning about suggesting that Michael Cohen was holding back boxes of information from federal investigators, even though Cohen was very clear that in fact the boxes he was referencing were material that had already been seized by the FBI and returned to him. And you saw a few instances like that. I did think that Congressman Massey had a line of questioning that's quite important to the president and what could be the president's defense against campaign finance violations, which is essentially, he said to Cohen, in your testimony, you said that you paid Stormy Daniels without even thinking if it was the right thing to do. And Massey questioned him, weren't you the president's lawyer? Wasn't it your job to think about whether it was right, and more importantly, whether it was legal, and advise the president as such? There is some question around these campaign finance violations of if you wanted to make that a criminal case against the president, how you would make that work. And one defense available to the president was that he was following legal advice from Michael Cohen.
That's a great point. Let's take a look at one exchange from today's hearing. This is from earlier today at the Oversight Committee.
Have you ever seen Mr. Trump personally threaten people with physical harm?
No. He would use others.
He would hire other people to do that?
I'm not so sure that he had to hire them. They were already working there. Everybody's job at the Trump Organization is to protect Mr. Trump. Every day, most of us knew we were coming in and we were going to lie for him on something. And that became the norm. And that's exactly what's happening right now in this country. And it's exactly what's happening here in government, sir.
There's been some pointing out by people who've known Michael Cohen over the years, the irony of him criticizing the culture at large and the animosity, though why can't we all just get along, when he's yelled at so many reporters on the phone over the years
Yes.
with a lot of fury. Jim Cooper, that was a Democrat who was asking him some questions from Tennessee, and he was an example of someone who it seemed like, to be frank, sort of wasted some opportunities to get at some more probing, deep questions. But that exchange ended up being somewhat significant, Emily, because it gets at the culture of Trump world, and it gets at this question of, do you have to be told directly, go execute this, or can there be a lot of implication and innuendo? And if you understand the code, you know what you're supposed to go do.
Right, and clearly Michael Cohen was saying we all knew what our job was without him having to tell us what to do. But you know, how much leeway, how much did they act independently, and how much at the direction of the president? You know, that understanding, a wink and a nod. I think there was some question that tried to get at that, you know, to what extent were you told to do things, and to what extent were you just always going to act within not just the interest of the organization, but within the interest of Donald Trump. So, you know, they could definitely probe that a bit more. But he made clear that there was nonverbal communication, and that the president did a good job, to a certain extent, of insulating himself from specific instructions that might come back to haunt him.
What do you do with that legally? I mean, if someone's describing a culture of you know what you're supposed to go do, but it doesn't have to be told to you directly, where does that leave you in terms of legal ground?
It's a good question. I mean, it feels like in a lot of ways the same place that we're in within this entire investigation right now. We're in a lot of gray areas here when it comes to obstruction of justice. What exactly is collusion? All of these are very difficult to define necessarily. So, you know, does a boss have culpability for creating an environment in which people assume that it's their job to do things that are illegal or untoward? I think that certainly there's a reason that that environment is created and these bosses aren't actually commanding people to do things, because that would create more exposure. But the president certainly, you know, as far as this is all going to come back to how Congress feels about this, and Congress is going to reflect the broader public in certain ways. And so, to the extent that people don't see a smoking gun and they don't see the president having commanded certain things, explicitly saying, lie for me, you know, do these hush money payments that I know are illegal, things like that. Without that, it's going to be difficult for Republicans to ever hold him accountable for this.
There's a question that was on the table about how often did President Trump ask Michael Cohen to threaten people over the years. I think it was Jackie Spear was asking this 50 times, 100 times, and they got up to 500. And that seemed like about the number that Michael Cohen could agree to. But the question was, what does threatening mean, Roz? And it did seem to be with litigation, you know, we'll come after you. Why is that relevant here in this conversation?
Well, I mean, physically threatening someone would be a crime in and of itself, right?
Do we get a sense of that difference, though, as that line of questioning played out?
I think that Cohen himself jumped in to say, you know, what he meant, to say with litigation, with an argument, and we saw sort of an example of it. One of the exhibits that he provided was this letter that they sent to Fordham University. And, you know, you look at that letter, this is to the president of Fordham University. Michael Cohen sent it in May of 2015 as Donald Trump was preparing to run for president. And it's talking about how the media might ask for copies of Trump's college records. He attended Fordham for 2 years before transferring to Wharton. And Cohen writes to him, you know, it's illegal to release records without the permission of the person in question. And, you know, if you do it, we will hold you absolutely criminally and civilly liable. You know, we'll pursue criminal penalties against you. It's a very threatening letter. It is over the top. It is bullying. It's ironic, given that Donald Trump had sort of engaged in this huge campaign around how President Obama should release records, including college transcripts. Is it illegal? No. It's what a lawyer does sometimes for his client, and Michael Cohen is testifying it's what he did for Donald Trump very routinely.
I want to play some more tape, and this gets at a question about what else could be in the process of being investigated right now. Watch this.
When was the last communication with President Trump or someone acting on his behalf?
I don't have the specific date, but it was a while ago.
Okay, do you have a general time frame?
I would suspect it was within 2 months post the raid of my my home.
Okay, so
hotel.
Early fall of last year, generally.
Generally.
And what did he or his agent communicate to you?
Unfortunately, this topic is actually something that's being investigated right now by the Southern District of New York, and I've been asked by them not to discuss and not to talk about these issues.
Fair enough. Is there any other wrongdoing or illegal act that you are aware of regarding Donald Trump that we haven't yet discussed today?
Yes, and again, those are part of the investigation that's currently being looked at by the Southern District of New York.
I mean, right now, I think you're sentenced to 3 years, correct?
That's correct.
Do you expect any time using this testimony, other testimony, after you get done doing whatever you're going to do this week, do you ever expect to go back and ask for any sort of reduction in sentence?
Yes, there are ongoing investigations.
So that was Michael Cohen. You know, where that next line of questioning went was, could you get a reduction in sentence? And the idea is, well, I've already been sentenced, but hey, you know, if something happens, if my fates change through this process, he's certainly not going to say no, Roz.
Right. Well, and there is a process in the federal system. People may remember that the Southern District of New York essentially told the judge that he had not been very cooperative. It's one reason why he got 3 years in prison, which I think was more than he was expecting. And so there is a process in the federal system where you can go back to the judge, the government can go back to the judge. I think it's up to a year after you begin serving your sentence, and they can say, look, we have had a new cooperation from the defendant. He has provided substantive cooperation. That's the official legal standard, and I think that actually requires that it not just be that like you try to help, but you've actually provided information that has led to a case against someone else. So they can go back and tell the judge he should get a reduction in his sentence. So that's clearly the path that Michael Cohen is attempting to pursue here in having this ongoing communication with SDNY. I think that the standard is pretty high. Like, he would have to actually provide information that they find truly useful. And the Republicans kept sort of suggesting, isn't that why you're here today? And he was pointing out, and I think the logic is on, frankly, his side in this case, that there's really nothing about this hearing that's going to help him in that process. I mean, frankly, if anything, it's probably complicating to the legal investigation. So, you know, it's hard to see how testifying before Congress could help him get a reduction in his sentence. And obviously, if he is shown to have lied, could be legally problematic for him.
This question of whether or not Michael Cohen wanted a job in the White House keeps coming up. Republicans keep hitting on it. It is significant, though, because, and it's getting a lot of play on Twitter from people like the Trump sons, from Donald Jr. and Eric Trump, because if they think that Michael Cohen was on the record and clearly saying he wanted to work at the White House, and today he's saying, no interest, very happy with the personal lawyer gig that I had. This is exactly what I wanted, both for my personal life and professionally. I was very fulfilled. It seems like a sort of a nitpicky thing to focus on, but on the other hand, Aaron, it goes to honesty, and if you're speaking truthfully before Congress.
If there's one thing that comes out of this hearing that it looks like Michael Cohen was hiding or was not being totally honest about, given all the attacks on his credibility, that's going to totally undermine everything that he says. I think in addition to the Prague example, which we talked about, you know, is driving through Prague technically being in Prague? Is it visiting Prague? I think there's going to be some looking back on that. The bigger one, though, is this idea that he never actually wanted to work in the White House. He was given a chance. He said it initially, and he was given a chance to come back to it later on. And he said it even more flatly the second time. He said, I did not want to work in the White House. That is at odds with the reporting that we have seen, including some reporting in a lead in one of our stories a while back. And some New York Times reporting, too, that basically he angled to get some kind of a significant job, including at the higher ranks of the White House somewhere in the Trump administration. He didn't say, you know, I may have looked at that and decided it wasn't a good idea, which is what Chris Christie has said about these kinds of things. He said that he had no interest, basically, in this. So I think there's going to be some probing about whether there were contacts between him and the White House about actually getting a job.
And he did say specifically and very emphatically that the reason that he did not want to be considered for a White House job was because that there were issues that were under attorney-client privilege that, were he to take this other role, might not protect some communications that he had had with the president, perhaps, or perhaps other members of the Trump organization. I think he was referring to President Trump himself. So, you know, he was quite specific in responding to that that line of questioning, and that is another, you know, inconsistency between what has been reported and you know, what he said under oath today.
And how do you even get to that point where you've had the review that says this is going to hurt us on attorney-client privilege, unless there has been some kind of an interest, you know, either on the White House's end or on your end expressed in having some kind of an employment?
Some sort of dialogue about that
exactly.
certainly would have had to have taken place before you got to a point where you're analyzing the legal protections that would be offered to the president.
Right.
So as we talk about some of these elements, Roz, what will you be sort of thinking about as you finally collapse into bed tonight and as you sort of mull this over and think through the implications of this? I mean, where do some of the questions go from here? We'll see where the story itself goes, but as we all reflect on this, and we've still got more members of Congress who'll get a chance to ask their own line of questioning, where does Michael Cohen fit into the grand picture of investigations in the 2016 campaign? Are you going to now have a new line of questions that you need to go out and ask and think about after this hearing?
Well, I mean, I think at a sort of 30,000-foot level, we haven't seen this yet, right? This is kind of the first time we've seen someone who is really in the Trump inner circle coming before the country publicly and on national television sort of explaining how things worked. And I do wonder if there is a shift after this and more of these people, first of all, Congress starts to demand that more of them come up to the Hill and speak, and if perhaps more of them do start speaking publicly. You know, you've got all these people. Michael Flynn, for instance, is someone who has pled guilty to various crimes, and I don't think would be anything like a Cohen-like figure, but would have an interesting story to tell if Congress could get him on the Hill. You know, I think around reporting, you know, just to go back to the WikiLeaks bit, I think Michael Cohen sort of alluded to the possibility that he does believe that the special counsel might have material to corroborate his claim about Roger Stone. That's an intriguing claim, given that Roger Stone was not charged with anything that would relate to having lied to Congress that when he said he was not in contact with Assange, never told Trump about being in contact with Assange. So, you know, very interested in trying to do some more reporting about that. Stone suggested that Donald Trump's assistant, Rona Graff, would have information about that call, that she sort of set it up on the day. That will be interesting. I think we're going to see a lot of pressure to get Rona Graff up on the Hill to testify, which would be a very interesting moment. But I do think this is one that we're going to have to be sort of parsing through and analyzing for days to come. And I don't think we can tell, you know, with the hearing not yet even over yet, how history is going to really remember Michael Cohen. Is he going to be remembered sort of as the John Dean of this era or something far less positive?
We're going to let the two of you go. Rosalind Helderman, Enterprise reporter, thanks so much. Aaron Blake, senior political reporter and writer for The Fix, thank you. David Fahrenthold's going to join us in just a moment. But I want to keep talking with Emily about some of the tone that Michael Cohen set right from the start in his opening statement, when he talked especially about the character of Donald Trump. So let's watch one of the parts of the opening statement of Michael Cohen this morning.
Mr. Trump is a racist. The country has seen Mr. Trump court white supremacists and bigots. You have heard him call poorer countries shitholes. In private, he is even worse. He once asked me if I could name a country run by a black person that wasn't a shithole. This was when Barack Obama was president of the United States.
Michael Cohen talking about his former boss, Donald Trump. This question of whether or not Donald Trump is a racist came up, and Republicans actually brought it up, Emily, throughout the hearing.
This is interesting. So leaving aside all the legal questions that are on the table, and those are certainly significant, Michael Cohen's testimony today was also about the president's character. And I think that he raised that in his opening statement and made it clear that he wasn't just there to answer questions about who knew what when, but also just to take a look at the character of this person who he very proudly said that he spent a lot of time with. And what is this president like in more private moments? Now, that had both kind of a good and bad side. He said that he would never have hit his wife. I mean, I guess in these kind of standards, that's high praise, but he was very adamant about that fact, that he would never have done that. So I think he was drawing lines around what he thinks the president is capable of and what he's not, and what is he like in private. And his charges of racism were very strong, and I think Republicans were very sensitive to that. I think that's why they tried to counter that by bringing out Lynn Patton from HUD to sort of counter that. That didn't seem to sit well with Democrats on the panel, who said that that was sort of a cheap, kind of a cheap stunt, and they didn't buy it. But I think, you know, to the extent that we believe Michael Cohen and his understanding of this president, I think these charges that he's making about what he's like personally, what he's like, what his character is like, are important. And I think they're a rare glimpse into Trump as a human that we haven't gotten from people who are around him and who are loyal to him.
Let's bring David Fahrenthold to the conversation, a reporter who covers the Trump family and Trump businesses. David, talk to us about these two tiers of one, the Trump character, the person, the kind of leadership style he has, maybe directing you to do things without having to actually say, here are your marching orders, versus the legality of issues that are being brought up today. Because there are two tracks, they're both important, but one can have real implications in terms of whether or not people around you go to jail.
Right. I think Cohen, the way Cohen has described how he was supposedly told or signaled to lie to Congress, is probably not doesn't reach the standard of proving any sort of charge against Donald Trump. Right. You may say, he said X, and I understood him to be saying this, you know, that I should lie to Congress. If he didn't say it explicitly, it's really hard to charge President Trump or to get President Trump convicted of that. Certainly, it makes, you know, if you're Congress and you're thinking about impeaching him, or you're a voter and you're just thinking about Donald Trump in general, that's damaging information. The person closest to him, who knew him for so long, understood Donald Trump was trying to tell him to lie to Congress. You know, is that illegal? Is that the proof for some sort of legal charge? I doubt it would reach that level.
You went into this hearing seeing the expected testimony from Michael Cohen. There were some things that stood out to you going into it. Have you heard any sort of real big news headlines or revelatory moments, things that you've been chasing for months that you finally got some sense of, or are you still waiting?
Well, there's some of both. There's been a couple of things sort of smaller in the grand scheme of things, in the scheme of all the bad things we've heard about today. This painting that Trump had supposedly had a painting of Donald Trump himself that Trump had a straw buyer buy, and then according to Cohen, he reimbursed the straw buyer with money from the Trump Foundation, a charity. If that was true, that it's not on the charity's tax returns, it's probably an illegal use of charity money, could be a big deal. Not the biggest deal of today. Michael Cohen also talked about these things called statements of financial condition. These are things that basically sort of Trump's bragging put to paper about his own wealth and assets and liabilities. We've seen these before, and Cohen provided a couple more that we hadn't seen. But one thing Cohen said that was interesting was sort of how they were used. Now remember, these are not audited financial statements. They're not really accurate. There are many that contain wild inflations from Trump himself about how much he's worth, including his brand is worth $4 billion. But those apparently were shown to insurance companies to say, hey, Donald Trump has a lot of money, so you don't have to worry about him paying you back. You should lower his premiums. Now, the ones of these that we've seen come with a disclaimer at the front from Trump's accounting firm. It's basically like, listen, we're an accounting firm, and we wrote this stuff down, but everything in here is suspect, and we take no responsibility for any of it being true. Now, maybe that disclaimer is enough to shield Trump from the idea that he was defrauding the insurance company by giving them an inflated view of his wealth and receiving a benefit from that. But certainly it seems to indicate that Trump's interactions with his insurance companies included basically trying to deceive them about how much money he really had to pay them back.
Our reporter colleague, Rhonda Colvin, is outside the hearing room, and she's been watching the hearing and, of course, also talking to members of the committee and getting their sense of things. Rhonda, we are seeing such a difference in how Democrats are approaching this and how Republicans are approaching it.
That's absolutely right, Libby. Yes, the approach to the questioning is certainly different, and we're seeing that partisanship on display here, like we have in other hearings and testimonies in the last few weeks and months. Republicans, they're sticking with the aligning with the White House's messaging on this hearing. They are challenging him on his credibility. They are saying he's a con man, he's a liar, he's lying now, and they are not deviating from that. They keep talking about that and how is he going to get income? Is he going to have book book deals, movie deals, and they're really sticking to that. And they're also giving remaining minutes to Representative Jordan for him to continue the questioning as the ranking member on this committee. And then you have Democrats who I think they are taking the opportunity to actually get some insight from someone who is a Trump insider, a long-time Trump insider. We really haven't heard about the inner workings from anybody who has the type of insight that Michael Cohen might. So Democrats are taking advantage of having the majority right now and being able to ask these questions and have a platform for their concerns about the president and Michael Cohen's behavior. So we are still here. We're waiting for this recess to end and the questioning to resume. And it's likely that we're going to continue to see that partisanship play out throughout the rest of the afternoon. Libby?
Thanks so much, Rhonda. So we still have a handful of Democrats who haven't gotten to ask questions yet. We've gone through all the Republicans. Matt Gaetz has, according to our colleagues, been kind of hanging around the hearing room, even though he's not a member of this committee. But as far as everyone who's scheduled to ask questions, they've had their moment, they've had their opportunity. And we've seen Republicans repeatedly defer to Jim Jordan, the ranking Republican, David, to give him a chance to kind of keep a drumbeat going, keep on some of the themes that he's been trying to attack. Do you get the sense that Republicans or Democrats are getting somewhere with both their PR of this moment, getting the public on their side, but also getting at any answers?
Well, the Democrats, I think, have been successful in getting Cohen to answer a lot of questions. I mean, he's their witness, so it's not that surprising. But as y'all have been talking about, we've learned a lot from them about some of the potentially incriminating things for President Trump, and also learned a lot about things that Michael Cohen says didn't happen. But the thing about the Republicans it's frustrated me about their questioning since the Benghazi hearing with Hillary Clinton is that the way to succeed in these things is to use your questioning to build a story, to elucidate information. Or my questioning raises some new questions, and then the next person asks those questions, and you build a story. Think about any TV lawyer show, right? You ask questions that elicit slowly more embarrassing facts, and then in the end you have the big reveal that undermines the witness. The Benghazi hearing, the Republicans were terrible at this. Today, they're terrible at it. They're not trying to build toward anything. Everybody's got their little pet cause they're asking about. None of the questions link to one another, and many of them have to do with just the same thing. What about this book deal? There's got to be something more you can get out of Cohen. Cohen is somebody who's admitted to lying to Congress. He's had a long career of doing shady things for Donald Trump. And if they thought for 5 minutes about it, about planning their attack, instead of everybody throwing different bombs, they could be getting something here. But they just are wasting their time.
Although the repetition of book deal, movie deal, I think does sort of play into their narrative and kind of helps create a narrative going out of this, that I think is going to probably play well to Trump supporters, that Michael Cohen is only in this for himself, that he's after some book deal, and the fact that he wouldn't say that he wasn't going to get one, and then there was maybe a book that he at one point had been shopping around. It does create, I think, a sort of echo chamber of, if you just repeat the word book deal enough times, it becomes a thing. That's a strategy, I guess?
That's a strategy for people who already believe. But I feel like if you were trying to undermine Michael Cohen for the general public who watch a couple of video highlights of this, you want that moment from A Few Good Men, right, where they badger, this is an old movie, so now I'm dating myself, they badger Jack Nicholson enough, and he says, you're damn right I ordered the code red. You want that from Michael Cohen, where he breaks down in an emotional moment, whatever that is, it gives you a moment where he undermines himself. Just repeating book deal, it'll satisfy the people who already believe Michael Cohen is bad because he turned on Trump. But it's not like, they could just have a tape player repeating book deal. It doesn't seem like it is achieving anything.
Mark Meadows is trying to get somewhere also. Some of the members on the Republican side of the aisle have given the rest of their time to Mark Meadows to get at a line of questioning. There does seem to be an attempt by Republicans to catch Michael Cohen up in some sort of a lie or you violated the law, and you're going to be held accountable, and we're going to hear more about this later on because your character is at fault.
In this way, he's a really difficult witness for them to use that tactic because he's going to prison. He's admitted he broke the law. He admitted he lied to Congress. He's in this moment where he's already admitted that he's broken the law. So trying to catch him in a violation of the law, it's like he's going to prison in a couple of months. You need more than that.
They've been trying to do that. They had the form that he filled out. Did he lie on that? Was there did he
fair violation?
Right. Was there a fair violation? Also, was there a problem with the fact that he immediately agreed to turn over records that might violate attorney-client privilege? Because he said in the moment that sure he'd give those to Congress. So I think they are trying to find ways, not just he lied to Congress in the past, but he's lying today. I think they're trying to reinforce that narrative with sort of technical things today too.
Some of the new Democrats on this committee, like Katie Hill, have been able to sort of follow a coherent and fluid line of questioning in a way that, frankly, some of the members who've been around longer seem to have struggled with more on both sides of the aisle. And she was able to dig in and get a little bit more information, some detail about the payment systems, or the hush money payments, and how many payments were there and how did they work. Did you learn something new there? You know a lot more about this than a lot of the rest of us do.
I did, and there were a couple of other instances where there was, I forget which member it was asking about, pushed, maybe it was Raskin from Maryland, pushing Cohen on something where he finally got to the point where Cohen said, I can't talk to you about that because I'm talking to the Southern District of New York, the prosecutors, about it. There have been some Democrats particularly, and you're right, it's mostly the newer ones, who have been able to push Cohen into telling us more than was in his opening statements. I've really appreciated that. William Lacey Clay from Missouri, who has been around a while, asked some questions about the use of those statements of financial condition that I found very helpful. So yeah, there's some people have used it well, but yeah, many of these congressmen are not meeting my low expectations for congressional questioning. It's a lot of speechifying and not a lot of question asking.
Another thing the Republicans are doing is they're trying to create some optics, some of which you're seeing on the screen, where they have posters to the side that are either pulling out quotes that Michael Cohen has said, or the women from Michael Cohen, the tweets, and some of that creates a circus-like environment. Some of it, though, could certainly rattle a witness. It does not seem to be rattling Michael Cohen.
He doesn't seem to be rattled. He seems at times to be a bit riled up, a bit, bringing out his sort of more pugnacious style, but he doesn't seem to be sort of knocked off of his message. He's also not been consulting with his attorneys, which I was wondering if that would be the case, if there would be times where he had to stop and consult with attorneys to see if he was going to self-incriminate. He's not doing that. He seems confident in the answers that he's given. He's had to consult just a few times on small matters, but it hasn't been
they've said, why don't you ask your lawyers?
And he's like, no.
And how are they? You go turn around and ask them, but they're not the ones who are testifying.
Exactly, but also I find it so interesting how, other than book deal, I think we've heard Lanny Davis's name, quite a bit during this hearing, and I think this is another sort of Republican bingo that we're playing. We've got Lanny Davis, who's a Clinton lawyer. We've got the book deal. All these sort of touchstones that Republicans are going to, and Lanny Davis being a boogeyman that they're hoping. But again, to your point,
who knows who that is?
Does that get you anyone?
No one outside Washington, D.C. knows who Lanny Davis is, and much less that you have all this knowledge of Lanny Davis that you can be like, oh, you said Lanny Davis, he's a bad Clinton person. Nobody knows who that is.
I mean, one of the members of Congress even said today he didn't know who Michael Cohen was before today, which obviously I'm sure he knew who he was a couple of months ago, but he didn't even seem to have an indication of who some of these players were.
That's right. I mean, I think the Cohen, and the tactics that you talked about, sort of the circus atmosphere and the attacks that they've been throwing at Cohen, that was Cohen's role until a year ago for Donald Trump. If this had never happened with Michael Cohen and it was somebody else testifying on Capitol Hill, Michael Cohen probably would be there harassing that person, trying to make a circus-like atmosphere to help Donald Trump. So it makes sense to me, that Cohen wouldn't be rattled. I feel like his life is sort of dirty tricks and intimidation. So I can see why he's not rattled by it now.
Absolutely, and when you talk about the human drama of it, not just the circus atmosphere of it. I mean, here is a guy who, for the longest time, was the guy who made Trump's problems go away, and who hid all of Trump's doings. That was his job, and he reveled in that. And here he is being the one to expose things about Trump and about his organization. There is some rich drama there.
David, we have to let you go in a couple of minutes, but I do, there's so many tangential stories that come into play that Democrats have been asking about. Whether it's rumors of a love child. I mean, some of the stuff you can't even believe we're talking about the president and Congress, members of Congress, talking about, hashtags.
Hashtag sexy, I think, was uttered today.
Absolutely.
In Congress.
But some of the stories they're getting at are really important. One member of Congress asked, do you know of the president paying for any procedures women might have had? Cohen said no. There was the question of a love child, the question of, was there a tape where Donald Trump hit Melania Trump? How much can we rely on Cohen saying, no, I don't believe that ever happened? Because it's not that he's saying, I looked at an alleged tape, it was doctored, or it was not what it had claimed to be, and so therefore it can never exist. He's just sort of talking, ironically, to Donald Trump's character.
I found that to be helpful. I mean, I don't think it's ironclad. There could have been some things that Michael Cohen didn't know about. There could be some things Michael Cohen's lying about now. But we have seen sort of evidence that he's not really hiding very much anymore. If he's going to say in this situation, without anything to lose, certainly with no incentive to protect Donald Trump, to say, you know, I didn't see that, that doesn't exist, I think that's really valuable. And that's one thing I didn't expect that has happened in this hearing, is that sort of like a rumor clearinghouse where these Democrats have come in and said, what about this wild idea? And he can actually say no.
Wow. David Fahrenthold, thank you so much. We're going to let you go, get back to what you're doing. Emily Howell sticking around with us, and we will keep looking at some of the lines of questioning that have been going on here as we wait for the hearing to resume. I want to play some more tape from today's committee hearing, and this gets to the sense of the tension that Republicans have had with the witness, and it started right from the start as Ranking Member Jim Jordan was asking questions. Let's watch this.
His remorse is non-existent. He just debated a member of Congress saying, I really didn't do anything wrong with the false bank things that I'm guilty of and going to prison for.
Mr. Jordan, that's not what I said, and you know that that's not what I said. I pled guilty, and I take responsibility for my actions. Shame on you, Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Chairman,
not what I said.
Mr. Chairman,
that's not what I said. What I said is I took responsibility, and I take responsibility. What I was doing is explaining to the gentleman that his facts are inaccurate. I take responsibility for my mistakes. All right, I am remorseful, and I am going to prison.
Michael Cohen defending himself as Jim Jordan hammered away at him. He really pushed back at that moment, Emily.
He did. I mean, I think that was a big moment, and that was as we were talking about the different Michael Cohens in the room, that was the very pugnacious, indignant Michael Cohen. How dare you, and I think, he's done that because he's heard the same questions again and again, or not questions even so much, from Republicans on the panel, and he got to a certain point in his testimony when, in response to repeated Republican questioning, he said, no one's asking me questions about Trump. I thought I was here to talk about President Trump, and everyone's asking me questions about me. I'm not here to talk about myself. I'm here to talk about the president and what the president knew and did. And I thought that was an interesting, response, and certainly one that I think, Republicans kept saying, we're here to, I can't believe we're here. I can't believe this witness is here. Instead of saying, like, okay, this is the witness we have, what can we ask of him that would clear the president, if that's their agenda?
Let's just take a step back and talk about who Michael Cohen is in relationship to Trump world. And even though we did hear from one of the Republicans that he didn't know who this guy was, prior to today, Americans have been seeing and hearing his name more and more in the last couple of months. And if you were a reporter or someone who was watching Trump world, as David just said a moment ago, you were on the receiving end of his attacks because he was the Trump defender. So just explain to us, as we hear about his time working for President Trump, and Mr. Trump, as he called him, for 10 years.
Always Mr. Trump.
What did he do?
It was interesting. He recounted a little bit of this about how they met. They met at a board meeting for one of the buildings that Trump owned, that Michael Cohen owned some property in, and Michael Cohen defended Trump, or came to his side in a board dispute, which seems such a Trump Manhattan real estate kind of rom-com meet cute between Michael Cohen and the future president. Donald Trump liked what he saw in Michael Cohen, and that's how he sort of came into the Trump fold. And I think that goes to the way that Donald Trump relates to those in his inner circle, that he liked the way Michael Cohen treated him. He liked his style, and so the two men, he brought Michael Cohen into the organization. I believe it was in 2006 that he officially came to work for Trump, and described the relationship as very close, that they traveled together many times, that he sort of sounded like he was the sort of right brain of Donald Trump, or somehow sort of, he's been described as the Trump whisperer, that he sort of knew what Trump wanted, needed before he was even asked. And he sounded like he played an indispensable role, which is interesting. I mean, some of this might be Michael Cohen self-aggrandizing his role, but part of it is, you're going to probably see, and we've seen President Trump distance himself from Michael Cohen, much as he has from other people who have been in his circle, who have worked for him, who have then been disgraced, and then, all of a sudden they're just the guy who's bringing coffee. So, he's tried to distance himself from Michael Cohen, but given Michael Cohen's testimony today and what he said, the role that he played for the president, it's going to be difficult to make that distinction or to believe that rift.
Let's talk about who has a chance yet to ask some questions. We are expecting to see, by my count, 5 more Democrats get a chance to ask questions under the leadership of Chairman Cummings. They include Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ayanna Pressley, and Rashida Tlaib, who our colleague Rhonda Colvin just talked to a few moments ago. So we did get a sense of what Congresswoman Tlaib wants to hear. But these are closely watched members of Congress. And it's significant because when I've been on the Hill, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is mobbed by reporters and onlookers and people who are very eager to see what she does and hear what she says. And it's not just Democrats who want to see and hear her, it's Republicans as well. Fox News is talking about her a lot. So there will be a lot of focus. It's legitimate for us to note that there will be a lot of focus on what some of these freshman members ask because they are under the microscope.
Absolutely. And now
there's a fascination element there.
There certainly is. And I think that you're going to see, no matter what happens in those exchanges, it's going to probably be huge on social media. People are really going to be paying attention to their lines of questioning. And I think this goes to the theme that Chairman Cummings talked about at the top of this hearing, that the era in which there was no oversight or limited oversight from this committee for the Trump administration, those days are over. And so obviously, by the fact that you have this lengthy list of Democrats who are going to come back and have an extended run at Michael Cohen with no ping-ponging back to a Republican who is going to try to undermine him and undercut the message, they're going to have a sort of string of people, of Democrats, with a run at Michael Cohen.
That's a great point. And the reason why Democrats have more time is because there are more members in the committee because they hold the majority. So it's just a simple numbers game of we've gone through the Republicans at this point, and so Democrats will have that opportunity to one after another, unless Chairman Cummings decides to deviate from that in some way and allow someone else to have some airtime. They will be able to develop a rhythm, get into a flow. If they choose to, they can ping off of the last round of questions, or they can turn to a new topic, but it can feel a little more cohesive than these hearings often feel.
And that is the privilege of the majority, and I think this is where you're seeing, in previous times when there were oversight hearings with Republicans in the majority, that you saw Democrats railing against procedure. I think you might see the shoe is on the other foot now.
I'm with Emily Heil. I'm Libby Casey. We're here at the Washington Post studios, and we're bringing you live coverage of the House Oversight Committee. We do expect it to get started in probably about 15 minutes. They're on this brief recess to take a break, but also take some votes. And as Chairman Cummings outlined it, they were going to come back about 35 minutes after the last House vote started. And this is just how the process goes. You've got to juggle the votes on the floor with getting these hearings going. You also have the human reality that everybody needs a little break after a while. We haven't heard any indication that there'll be another round of questioning, but that's really at the discretion of the chairman. So he may decide he wants to throw in some more items and give Republicans a chance to do that as well, or they may decide to wrap after these last 5 Democrats get their opportunity to ask questions.
Right, and that would be a lot of time for Michael Cohen to be on the hot seat if they introduce a new round of questions, because that would mean that not only Democrats would have a chance, but then the Republican counterparts would have a chance as well. And so if they restart this clock, that could mean a very long afternoon, possibly. It's also at the discretion of chairman to extend.
And we haven't heard that that's happening, but that is essentially at the pleasure of Chairman Cummings. He's the one who has the power, and this is where it's been so significant to watch what it means to have Democrats in the majority, because they can not only choose what witnesses come before the committee, but they can decide how these committees deal with those witnesses, how they treat them, and who gets the airtime, essentially.
Exactly. And, there was some procedural wrangling at the top of this hearing with Republicans trying to table this. Obviously, that was quashed very quickly. And again, that is just the privilege of the majority party.
Emily, The takeaway from this may be next steps, because even members of Congress have said, who else should we be talking to? Who else should we be asking questions of? And Michael Cohen's dropped some names, people especially related to the National Enquirer, AMI, but this may give Democrats the next breadcrumbs to follow as they decide who they're going to request as witnesses, who they're going to demand as witnesses. And we even heard members of the Trump Organization be referenced as people who could corroborate Michael Cohen's stories.
Right. And as Chairman Cummings said, that this is the beginning of a process. This is not the end. So they wanted to hear what Michael Cohen had to say, not because at the end of the day it would be, that there would be some explosive, proof that there was wrongdoing or there wasn't, but rather that it's sort of an opening salvo, and this is the beginning of this committee's oversight, and they have broad jurisdiction. The beginning of this committee's oversight of this issue. So surely names have been mentioned, and we'll see if the committee has more requests out for some of those folks to be in the hot seat as well.
Let's head back to Capitol Hill, where our colleague Rhonda Colvin is outside the hearing room. And Rhonda, I'd love to hear more from you about just what is the atmosphere there like? What is the sense of all the people who've been lining up all day to hear Michael Cohen in person? I understand there are there's at least one overflow room. What's it like there?
You know what, Libby? It's exactly how it was this morning. People are still engaged. They're still really enthusiastic. The hallways are still filled. Behind me, there is a new, fresh line of people trying to get in after this recess breaks. I'm with one of them right now, Sydney Thorne. She's a resident of D.C. She has been to other hearings, the Whitaker hearing that was a few weeks ago, and she's been watching the hearing in the overflow room, which is packed. I've been in there today as well. And Sydney, what are your thoughts as far as what you've heard from Michael Cohen today?
Well, I think it's been very interesting. Personally, I've been finding him credible. I think he knows if he lies again, there's serious consequences. So whether that's part of why, I don't know. But when I saw Comey, he comes with a certain amount of credibility and stature. But when you have someone who's going to jail in a few months and a lot of the hearing is trying to denigrate his character, it's a whole different feeling and a whole different agenda. There's a little bit of kabuki theater going on in there, I think. So.
And as an average citizen, why is it important for you to be here on a day like this? You mentioned that you were here since about 5:15 this morning.
I got here at 5:15, but I have not been in the room yet. I did not make it into the hearing. That's why this is my last-ditch attempt. But I think to see the process in person is my civic duty. I feel like I'm learning so much. It's very educational. I think to hear Cohen say anybody who falls under the spell of Trump, anybody who buys into all that Trumpian magic could end up in the very position I'm in, which means breaking the law or losing, their comfortable life somehow. And I think that's a very serious, important statement, and I think it's true. I think there are a lot of Congress people who should think very carefully about losing their independence of thought and action.
Sydney, thank you so much for telling us about why you're here today. So she represents a lot of the people that we've met and that we've seen. Like I said, I've been in that overflow room. It's packed. Actually, when I first got in there, the door wouldn't even shut because so many people were trying to cram in. There are 2 screens in there. People are glued to it. It's you would think after hours of talking, people would kind of be tired and say, let's go home. Not the case here. So we'll continue to talk to people, see why they're here, why is it important to be a part of this today. Libby?
So much, Rhonda Colvin. Emily and I are joined by J.M. Rieger, who works on The Fix here at the Washington Post. J.M., you've been monitoring the hearing throughout the day and pulling out these highlights and moments that have been revelatory or that have been sort of some of the most tense exchanges. What stands out to you in terms of things that caught your ear where you said, aha, like that is some new information that we didn't have before?
Well, I think going into this hearing, we knew a lot of what, we obviously had the opening statement, but I think we had an indication of what Michael Cohen was going to talk about, what he wasn't going to talk about, and what we kind of knew already. But I think two of the bigger revelations that have come out, one is that he says he did not go to Prague, which is obviously significant because of McClatchy's reporting, which had indicated that he was in Prague meeting with Russian intelligence officials in summer 2016 during the presidential campaign. The other significant part is this BuzzFeed story that came out last month, where it says that BuzzFeed reported that Trump directed Cohen to lie to Congress about the Trump Tower Moscow project. Cohen says that Trump did not direct him to lie. He seemed to suggest that he had interpreted something from Trump. It is still a little unclear what that exactly was. We also know that the White House lawyers seem to tweak his testimony to Congress in terms of that timetable and how long those discussions on Trump Tower Moscow were going on. Those are obviously two crucial elements that we perhaps presume that Robert Mueller will investigate and will essentially come up with a conclusion as to whether or not those things are true. But if the BuzzFeed story was so significant, because had Trump directed Cohen to lie to Congress, that would have, a lot of members indicate that that would have been the clearest example of obstruction of justice.
And a reminder that part of what Michael Cohen's going to prison for is lying to Congress. And you bring up a really important point, JM, that we did get some sense of the editing that may have taken place in terms of the statement Trump was making, and he mentioned Jay Sekulow as someone who looked at it. Perhaps the attorney for Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump may have also looked at it, although he sort of hedged that at first and then did mention him again.
Right.
Abby Lowell is someone who may have had eyeballs on it. Tell us more about that, Emily.
Well, from what I gathered, he said that Jay Sekulow, that one of the changes was the length of time that the Moscow Trump project was in play, that it was active, and that's significant. So, you know, that is a clip that I think we'll be revisiting for sure. I think that's a moment that might provide some clarity about an exchange that he had talked about previously, but who was in the room and what exactly was he directed to do? What changes was made to his testimony? Now, he also said, I believe in response to another Congresswoman's questioning, that he would be willing to provide his original draft, which then might also indicate what other changes White House attorneys had suggested that he make on behalf of the president.
Right, because he seemed to be unsure about what, he seemed to suggest the timetable, but then he wasn't able to give many more specifics, it seemed, right, in terms of what those changes were, which is obviously significant for the reasons we've outlined. I think the other kind of takeaway here is that it's clear that Republicans have approached this hearing trying to discredit Cohen from the get-go, right? That has clearly been the strategy of the Republican side of the aisle in this hearing, and we've seen it take shape in a few different ways, talking about what false applications into bank loans going through the SDNY, the Southern District of New York case. We've seen it take place asking about whether he had book deals or TV deals in the works. We've seen a number of questions on that front. So it is striking the difference in the questions from Democrats and Republicans in this hearing. And I think the other thing that was striking that I think you saw a few different people mentioning, especially on Twitter and social media, which is how long it took to get into some of the questioning. The Prague questioning, I think, came in hour 4 or 5. It came very deep into the hearing.
Right, and when he mentioned that, I think everyone here just kind of went, oh, now it's happening. This was something we were waiting for.
Right, right. And there's still a few kind of outstanding questions that I think us as reporters would like to get the answers to. So we'll see whether or not in the remaining questions, in the remaining rounds and members who have to go, whether those questions get brought to the forefront, whether those questions are things getting held off for the House Intelligence closed-door hearing tomorrow, whether those are things that were answered yesterday in the Senate Intelligence Committee closed-door hearing.
You laid out so well what's happening this week. Michael Cohen behind closed doors yesterday, doing the same thing tomorrow, but before the House Intel Committee. And so this is the public moment where we get to see him answering questions, but just what House and Senate members on these intelligence committees get at is something that we get some leads on, we get some sense of it, but a lot of it happens outside of the public eye. And so just where that information will go is a big question. Now, he has admitted to lying to one of these committees. And so that's something that he's been pressed on to some degree today. Republicans have used that as a marker of his, you can't be trusted. This is a guy who has perjured himself. We're here again hearing from him, even though we know that he's admitted to lying to Congress. They've tried to use that to discredit him. But this book deal thing is fascinating because far be it from any member of Congress or anyone else in Washington to knock a good book deal or getting a cable TV deal or even, you know, some other sort of movie deal. I mean, that's sort of the...
It's the Washington way. There is a rich tradition of, you know, the guy who does wrong finds redemption and writes a book, or who, you know, loses and then writes a book. Like, writing a book is just the most Washington thing. And so that all these members of Congress act so outraged about writing a book, you know, I have to think that a book deal is going to be something that they're hoping for at some point. So to me, that really kind of rings very cynically.
And there is the question of whether or not planning a book deal at some point diminishes its credibility right now, because what incentive is there to lie right now if you're angling for a book deal that doesn't they don't necessarily line up?
I would just say, show me anybody in Washington who isn't angling for a book deal.
Yeah, and we've certainly seen some of the members of Congress who were allies of this committee or even served in this committee go on to get contracts on cable news and other things like that. But you did see Republicans trying to get at this question of what can you guarantee that you won't go do, including not running for office in New York. And he wouldn't rule that out even, JM.
Right, yeah. He wouldn't rule out running for office in New York. He wouldn't rule out book deals. He wouldn't rule out TV deals. And it was striking because the question and the repetitiveness of the questions both on that front and even clarifying things that he had kind of clarified from the get-go, that Trump was individual one, that this was who he was referring to. We saw lines of questioning from both sides that were clarifying those things further and sometimes going deep, spending a minute or two on those things as opposed to quick clarifying things off the top. So I think at times the questioning has been a little baffling, for lack of a better word, with some of the members. The other thing that I saw some conservatives kind of pointing to, and it'll be interesting to see whether this extends out throughout the rest of the week, which is whether Michael Cohen was angling for a White House job. There's a lot of reporting that kind of indicates that he was. He told Jim Jordan today that he wasn't, and you would imagine that there's got to be some sort of documentation out there, emails, text messages, something, and maybe even official White House documents if he was emailing with Reince Priebus, then the chief of staff, or anyone else in the Trump administration for either the White House counsel's job or chief of staff. So whether that, and then if that turns out to be true, that would be another strike at his credibility, which, as you laid out, has been kind of on the forefront, especially in the Republican line of questioning today.
Some of this may evolve over the next couple of days and weeks, Emily.
Absolutely.
As more stories come out and refute things that Michael Cohen has said or back them up, it will give credence to either side of the aisle, perhaps both sides of the aisle in different ways.
And already these things are starting to take on a life of their own. I just saw a reaction from Stormy Daniels herself. She's saying, I may or may not, this is on Twitter, she says, I may or may not comment further, but will not be issuing another statement or answering any questions today. I will be waiting until all testimony is done. That is all I have to say right now. So interesting that she's not going to weigh in on this. Now, both Trump's sons, though, did tweet about your point about this White House job. Both of them saying, you know, laughing about this, saying he absolutely wanted a White House job. Now, do they have documentation of that? That is going to be the thing, I think, that we're going to wait to see what comes out in the next, you know, few days. Certainly, if there are those emails, if there are those texts, that will probably...
It goes to the question of credibility.
100%.
You mentioned the Trump family. The Trump family has come up today.
It has come up.
In a couple different ways, and even right from the start, the testimony that Michael Cohen both wrote out and then delivered was very dismissive of Don Jr. and specifically about how Donald Trump feels about his son.
Yes, and you know,
it was wounding.
It was very wounding and almost difficult to listen to. But there was also just this little tiny moment that I think, you know, there was so much happening that maybe we almost didn't hear it. But in this discussion of Michael Cohen talking about how he had first met the president, how he first got on Donald Trump's radar, it was during this dispute on a board, and he said he brought him in to the Trump Organization, and he started working with him. He handled something for him, and then the second thing I think he handled for him was something that Don Jr. had gotten wrong, that he came in to clean up Donald Jr.'s mess on something for Donald Trump. And that was just this little dig at the president's son, which echoed the giant dig in the opening statement, which was quite damning.
And I think off of that, I think it was fascinating also to just hear Cohen go into detail. We had seen the reporting, and we had seen a lot of that reporting confirmed, but for Cohen to go into detail on how he had essentially been Trump's fixer all these years and been the fixer for the family, right? Using the financial statements for insurance claims and for Trump's net worth, and talking to newspapers so he could inflate the value of his net worth. Well, it was fascinating to see him go into detail on things kind of really small and maybe on the periphery of this hearing, but also obviously things that are at the heart of this investigation and of this oversight hearing.
But it really does, it's a peek inside the curtain, and it gives you a sense of, just the texture of what life was like inside the Trump Organization, and everything from those little moments of, what he did, where his office was, who he talked to, how you got a hold of the president. These just sort of add to just the picture of this organization. And right, some of these things are not central to any legal question, but they go to our understanding of what has been for so long a very opaque, organization.
And there's something about leaks coming out and people describing perhaps anonymously what a culture is like. But when you have someone saying under oath, testifying before Congress, and saying something like, what struck me, Michael Cohen says, as I look back and thought about an exchange, was that Mr. Trump had frequently told me and others that son Don Jr. had the worst judgment of anyone in the world. Now, Don Jr. was sort of laughing this all off on Twitter and striking back at Michael Cohen. But that's just to have that in the congressional record is sort of the next level. And the context it came up in was very important because Michael Cohen said that questions have been raised about whether I know of direct evidence that Trump or his campaign colluded with Russia. I do not. I want to be clear, but I have my suspicions. And then JM, he goes on to detail an episode that he found out in the summer of 2017. He was reading that there had been this Trump Tower meeting back in June the prior year involving Don Jr. and others from the campaign. And he goes back and recollects something that he oversaw, like that he's seeing this interaction between Don Jr. and his father, and he thinks, well, that could be the moment. Now, it's speculative on his part.
Right. There is definite, I think, at times speculation in Cohen's testimony. I think there were a few times where he seemed to catch himself and say, I'm going to stay away from that question, or I'm going to kind of dance around it because I don't want to get into too much speculation here. But there were, and he said he does not have direct evidence of collusion between the Trump campaign and Russia. We still are waiting for firmer confirmation on these kind of two bigger stories that we discussed, the Prague, whether Cohen was overseas communicating with Russian intelligence officials, and whether Trump had directed Cohen to lie to Congress about Trump Tower Moscow. And even the WikiLeaks, whether Trump had advanced knowledge of the WikiLeaks hack, it is still unclear whether even that would prove the coordination, the criminal kind of conspiracy line, right, which would be the legal standard. If Trump had advanced did he know that it was Russians, or did he just know that WikiLeaks was planning a dump, right? There's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing is Michael Cohen providing pieces of a puzzle today. Crucial pieces and some interesting background pieces, but there are a lot of other parts that have to be filled in before anyone has a full picture, whether that's Mueller, whether that's the prosecutors, whether that's the American people. I think that there are a lot of unknowns, and yet he is kind of filling in these bits of it.
Congressman Matt Gaetz, Republican of Florida, caught a lot of attention yesterday because he tweeted about Michael Cohen, directly to Michael Cohen, something that a lot of people read as a threat. And it went along the lines of, do your wife and father-in-law know about your girlfriends? I wonder if your wife will remain faithful while you're in prison. He then later took down the tweet, and he did comment on it. Let's look at what Congressman Gaetz had to say.
I guess tomorrow we will find out if there is anyone that Michael Cohen hasn't lied to. We already know he lied to Congress. We already know he lied to law enforcement, lied to the IRS, lied to 3 banks, and he's going to prison for his lies. And so I guess it will be relevant for us to determine, like, does he lie to his own family? Does he lie to his financiers? Does he lie to his financiers who are members of his family? And it'll be one heck of an inquiry for us, because this is someone who has tangled such a web of lies that he is not to be believed. And I think it is entirely appropriate for any member of this body to challenge the truthfulness and veracity and character for the people who have a history of lying and have a future that undoubtedly contains nothing but lies. That is the story of Michael Cohen. We'll see it play out tomorrow, and I, for one, can't wait to get to the bottom of things and can't wait to get to the truth.
Matt Gaetz talking on the floor yesterday, previewing today's hearing, and being accused of witness tampering, Emily. Not just sort of mudslinging on Twitter, but actually witness tampering.
Right, and whether, a congressman on Twitter, whether that constitutes witness tampering in the legal sense isn't clear. He then took it down, apologized, and yet doubled down on his accusations, and undermining the credibility of Michael Cohen was immediate, and yet that stands out there, and that was, certainly very striking as Michael Cohen was heading to this witness chair. But it is something I think that Congress is going to have to grapple with as they move forward, and I think it's going to be something you might see more of with Democrats exercising this oversight into the Trump administration. People are very used to sort of mouthing off on Twitter. This is sort of part of the political dialogue now, and this is one of those instances where it might have crossed a line.
Congresswoman from the Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett, condemned that today at the hearing, and called Congressman Gaetz out for doing that, for what she described as totally inappropriate.
And Michael Cohen did talk about threats to his family. So this is sort of something that is we've heard this sort of thread before.
Yeah, and that did get fleshed out a little bit today, JM, because as Mr. Cohen declined to appear before Congress earlier in February when he was supposed to, when he was booked to, it was for 2 reasons. It was one for surgery, health reason, but second, it was because of what he described as presidential threats. And it really raised the question of what does that mean? I mean, do you feel like your life is threatened? Do you feel like your reputation is threatened? Are you concerned about your family? And he did elaborate on that a little bit today, what it feels like to be him.
Right. And there was a line of questioning, too, as to whether he had delayed this hearing because of being supposedly consulted by John Dean to delay it for maximum impact, right, was the implication. And it was interesting to see Cohen go into those details and talk about the threats, and at one point get very emotional, right, in his testimony. Because this is someone in Donald Trump who he had been loyal to for over a decade and had done all of these things for, and as he even admitted when he was discussing why he recorded Trump having a tape recorder wearing a wire, he didn't expect to use that, and he seemed to even indicate, I believe at one point, that he had forgotten that he had the recording at a certain point, right? So for Cohen, this has got to be a whirlwind in terms of just the position that he finds himself in, right? And you see even the Republican National Committee tweeted something out an hour or 2 into the hearing about how Cohen is a liar and has been convicted, and but this is the same Republican National Committee that hired him.
He was the finance chair.
Right.
Which was brought up today and pointed out by one of the Democrats.
Oh, right, because I think there is this there's this want on the side of the Republican Party to cast Michael Cohen as this sort of, lone wolf, maybe acting independently, someone who was just this sort of, New York guy who was maybe even Trump's guy, but yet he had been brought into the fold of the RNC. He might not have gotten a White House job, whether he wanted it or not, but he had a role, a political role, and not just a private role in a Trump organization.
And he was also one of Trump's main surrogates during the 2016 campaign, right? Everyone remembers the infamous exchange on CNN asking what polls are they referring to, right? So he was out there touting Trump at every turn. I mean, I remember him going on Fox News repeatedly during the Democratic National Convention, right, to discuss Trump and Hillary and everything. So this was someone who did not shy away from cameras, did not shy away from confrontations with reporters over stories over many years, right? So this is someone who's been in the limelight in that sense.
It's funny, there are these kernels of truth or moments that come out when one of the Republicans was criticizing him and sort of saying that you're just doing this all to sort of get on TV. He was like, I've already been on TV. Like,
right.
Hey, have you seen me on TV? Like, I've been doing this for a while, because he was representing President Trump on air a lot. We are seeing the House proceed with their votes, get through their last votes, and so we do anticipate this hearing getting started again shortly. You'll recall that Chairman Cummings said they'd come back about a half hour or so after the last round of votes started, and so we should be seeing them return to the dais pretty soon. And to remind you, we only have about 5 Democrats who haven't gotten a chance to ask questions yet. Republicans have all had their opportunity. And so our anticipation is that Chairman Cummings will gavel back in and give those 5 Democrats the opportunity to get their questions in. And the hearing may wrap up at that point. Chairman Cummings may decide to extend a little bit to get a few more rounds in of one side or both sides, essentially, to hear from Republicans and Democrats, because there is a balance. But because of the sheer numbers of how many more Democrats are on this committee, they really own the floor at this point, and they'll have the chance to get in a coherent line of questioning as Michael Cohen returns to the committee hearing. Let's talk about what's happening on the other side of the world. Literally around the globe, President Trump is in Vietnam. It is the middle of the night there. He, so far, has already had some big moments with the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. You can see that earlier. Last night, get some audio there. Okay, you can just see the B-roll of the president talking, and the two of them sitting down for a dinner, which was last night, Vietnam time in Hanoi, this morning, our time here on the East Coast. Even just this optic is so remarkable. I mean, you guys, I think that we would have thought this inconceivable a couple of years ago, to see the President of the United States sitting down at a dinner table with some nice flower arrangements, some glasses of water with the dictator, the ruler of North Korea, is just incredible, and it's almost getting lost a little bit in this news moment.
I was just going to say, and the fact that that is not topic A that everyone is focused on, I think just goes to the heart of how dramatic this and anticipated Michael Cohen's testimony is. That we're so focused on Michael Cohen, and yet this very momentous meeting is happening just across the world, and what are we focused on? I think that has to bother the president tremendously. I really think that he was hoping to have this historic moment, and yet it's being stepped on by Michael Cohen. He tweeted, before the hearing started. Donald Trump, of course, tweeted about this. The question, it wasn't just, was the president going to tweet about this? It was when, and it came before the hearing started, and he said, Michael Cohen was one of the many lawyers who represented me, unfortunately. And I think I find that very significant, one of the many lawyers. Again,
diminishing his role.
Diminishing his role,
just
going back
boy.
to the point, exactly, he's just the guy who got me coffee. I don't know who this guy is. Wouldn't be able to pick him out in a crowd. So that is a Trump playbook move. And he said he had other clients also. So again, I was just one of many people. This was not this sort of extraordinary relationship that Michael Cohen has really described and depicted to the committee. He was disbarred by the state Supreme Court for lying and fraud. He did bad things unrelated to Trump. Third person Trump, but again, it's casting him as the bad actor and not the guy who was just taking orders.
It's so fascinating. This is what the president is tweeting just a couple hours before he meets with Kim Jong-un and sits down for this dinner and everything else. Like, this is part of what's on his mind. He's also touting on Twitter this summit that he's engaged in, but it does show, to the point, as we were talking to some of our colleagues earlier, about the distraction quotient that is happening here. So the big day in Hanoi is today, in Hanoi, in Vietnam time. So when they wake up, they'll have this big summit. And so tonight, East Coast time, is when we'll be seeing some of the real drama unfold between President Trump and Kim Jong-un. And then we do expect to hear from the president afterwards on his commentary on how everything went, JM.
The back and forth of this week is striking, right? You wake up in the morning and you have, in East Coast time, you have Trump overseas in this historic summit. You come back middle of the day and his personal lawyer is telling all essentially in this public hearing, arguably the biggest hearing of Trump's presidency so far. And then we switch right back to Vietnam at night here, where again this summit will continue. And we've seen Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, had told the Washington Post's Robert Costa last night that this was not on the front of his mind. He was not worried about Cohen's testimony. Cohen is a liar. No one should trust him. And yet we got reports and kind of drip, drip, drip of Trump is going to stay up all night and watch us. We're not sure whether or not that's happening, but these tweets at a minimum seem to indicate that he at least has his eye on it, or at least is receiving updates of what is going on in this hearing, which is striking. You would think that Trump would be kind of solely focused on the task at hand. And I mean, we've seen Trump kind of, and Trump associates kind of repeatedly downplay any time that there's kind of major revelations in these investigations over the past few years, right? Trump had praised Cohen, and then the moment that the FBI raided his office, raided Cohen's office, Trump said that it was sad, and then the moment that there was an indication that Cohen was cooperating with prosecutors, Trump flipped on him, right? Threw him under the bus, called him a liar, said he couldn't be trusted. And the same thing has we've also seen this happen with Trump allies kind of diminishing the impact of what they call these process crimes, right? Which is people perjuring themselves, lying to prosecutors about different things. So at every turn, we've seen Trump and his allies try to downplay the various turns of both the Southern District's investigation and the Mueller investigation. And we're seeing more of that now with him overseas at this historic summit.
Well, you talked, JM, about President Trump distancing himself from Michael Cohen. Republicans have been efforting to do the same as well. So let's look at a clip reel of some of the big moments of today's hearing so far. Republicans clashing with Michael Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, how long did you work in the White House?
I never worked in the White House.
And that's the point, isn't it, Mr. Cohen?
No, sir.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, sir.
You wanted to work in the White House.
No, sir.
You didn't get brought to the dance. And now you're behaving just like everyone else who's got fired or didn't get the job they wanted, like Andy McCabe, like James Comey. Same kind of selfish motivation after you don't get the thing you want. That's what I see here today, and I think that's what the American people...
Mr. Jordan, all I wanted was what I got, to be personal attorney to the president.
His remorse is non-existent. He just debated a member of Congress saying, I really didn't do anything wrong with the false bank things that I'm guilty of and going to prison for.
Mr. Jordan, that's not what I said, and you know that that's not what I said. I pled guilty, and I take responsibility for my actions. Shame on you, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Chairman, not what I said.
Mr. Chairman,
not what I said.
She says that as a daughter of a man born in Birmingham, Alabama, that there is no way that she would work for an individual who was racist. How do you reconcile the two of those, Mr.
As neither should I, as the son of a Holocaust survivor.
Do you have proof of those conversations?
I would ask you to.
Do you have tape recordings of those conversations?
No, sir.
Well, you've taped everybody else. Why wouldn't you have a tape?
That's also not true, sir. That's not true.
You haven't taped anybody?
I have taped individuals.
How many times have you taped individuals?
Maybe 100 times over 10 years.
Is that a low estimate? Because I've heard it's over 200 times.
No, I don't think. I think it's approximately about 100 from what I recall. But I would ask
so
you,
why would
you ask me a question, sir.
Do you have proof? Do you have proof? Yes or no?
I do.
Oh, where's the proof?
Ask Ms. Patton how many people who are black are executives at the Trump Organization, and the answer is zero.
Mr. Cohen, you're saying that all of that was just paid to you just because you're a nice guy.
Well, I am a nice guy, but more importantly,
I would beg to differ. The record reflects that you're not a nice guy.
You're a pathological liar. You don't know truth from falsehood.
Sir, I'm sorry. Are you referring to me or the president?
Hey, this is my time.
Are you referring to me, sir, or the president?
When I ask you a question, I'll ask for an answer.
Sure.
That's important to you, to look up here and look at the old adage that our moms taught us. Liar, liar, pants on fire. No one should ever listen to you and give you credibility.
Putting up silly things like this,
Oh, that's silly.
really unbecoming of Congress. I'm responsible for your silliness because I did the same thing that you're doing now for 10 years. I protected Mr. Trump for 10 years. And I can only warn people, the more people that follow Mr. Trump, as I did blindly, are going to suffer the same consequences that I'm suffering.
Some of the tense moments between Republicans and Michael Cohen, and you saw him flipping the script there as the Republicans were using those big poster boards to make their points and try to create some drama and perhaps rattle Michael Cohen, and he pushed it right back on them.
He did. He really responded to it to say, you know, called Congress silly. I mean, that is a pretty bold move as a witness, you know, even a friendly witness at a committee to call out silliness is a pretty bold move for a witness, I would say. There were some tense moments, surely, throughout the entire, you know, Michael Cohen didn't just nod and wait for a question. He fought back. He was pugnacious. He didn't take it lying down, and there were some moments that maybe gave Republicans a little bit of what they were looking for, but in some ways maybe, you know, pressed back and shut down some of that, you know, and certainly what it did was it ate into their question time. The chairman was pretty strict about enforcing, I think it was 5 minutes that each member had, and so Michael Cohen didn't just allow the members of Congress to speak. He interrupted, and that ate into their time at least and cut down on some of their soundbite time.
And there were also, at one point he told Jim Jordan, shame on you, right? He shot back at him. And in a different exchange with Jim Jordan, he said, I thought I was brought here to talk about Trump. I don't know why I'm here to talk about things that I've already admitted to doing. And then added that he was happy to continue to admit that he was wrong and he had committed these crimes. But it was striking to see him fight back, as you said, throughout this hearing and push back, because as we mentioned earlier, the Republican strategy, or one of the Republican strategies of this hearing, clearly has been to question and undermine Cohen's credibility. So him pushing back on that, I think, is going to be one of the significant takeaways from this hearing.
J.M. Rieger, Emily Heil, they're my guests. I'm Libby Casey, and we are watching, and you can see in the box there, the House Oversight Committee hearing room where we expect testimony to resume shortly. Let's play another mashup, though, from today's hearing. This is something that J.M. made earlier today. Michael Cohen talking about his role and what he actually did working for the man he called Mr. Trump.
Wound up touting the Trump narrative for over a decade. That was my job. Always stay on message. Always defend. Mr. Trump directed me to find a straw bidder, to purchase a portrait of him that was being auctioned off. Mr. Trump directed the Trump Foundation, which is supposed to be a charitable organization, to repay the fake bidder, despite keeping the art for himself. One of my more common responsibilities was that Mr. Trump directed me to call business owners, many of whom are small businesses that were owed money for their services, and told them that no payment or a reduced payment would be coming. When I asked Mr. Trump, or when I told Mr. Trump of my success, he actually reveled in it. He asked me to pay off an adult film star with whom he had an affair and to lie about it to his wife, which I did. Mr. Trump directed me to use my own personal funds from a home equity line of credit to avoid any money being traced back to him that could negatively impact his campaign. And I did that too. Directed me to threaten his high school, his colleges, and the college board to never release his grades or SAT scores. I'm giving the committee today copies of a letter I sent at Mr. Trump's direction threatening these schools with civil and criminal actions if Mr. Trump's grades or SAT scores were ever disclosed without his permission. Mr. Trump tasked me to handle the negative press surrounding his medical deferment from the Vietnam draft. I was involved in several of these catch and kill episodes. There were times that I was asked, again with Alan Weisselberg, the CFO, to go back and to speak with an individual from Forbes, because Mr. Trump wanted each year to have his net worth rise on the Forbes wealthiest individuals list. These financial statements were used by me when we were dealing later on with insurance companies. We would provide them with these copies so that they would understand that the premium, which is based sometimes upon the individual's capabilities to pay, would be reduced. These documents and others were provided to Deutsche Bank on one occasion where I was with them in our attempt to obtain money so that we can put a bid on the Buffalo Bills. Everybody's job at the Trump Organization is to protect Mr. Trump.
Michael Cohen speaking earlier, a roundup of moments where he really clarifies what his role was in the Trump Organization and how he worked for Mr. Trump. JM put that together earlier. Do you think that's going to resonate with the American public and or Congress in terms of like, look, here was my role. Here's what I did for over 10 years. Here's the part that I played, not just on like the business card, but on a granular level. Here's how important I was to this organization and this man.
It's possible. I think that it also points to him trying to emphasize that he's coming clean, that he is credible, that he is telling the truth here, by essentially saying, let's open up all the books and I will tell you anything and everything here. And that was kind of my takeaway from that, in addition to kind of what we had already discussed here, because some of those things are more kind of, the painting one, for example, is more, the foundation is shut down, I believe a settlement, if I remember correctly, with the Southern District, right? So some of these are kind of closed books in the past, but the fact that Cohen was able to just lay all of those different things out today, I think is still significant and shouldn't be underemphasized.
And I think what it does is it just goes to how broad and varied his role was and how intimately involved he was with every aspect of Trump's business, and not just big business developments like Trump Moscow, but he's doing tiny little errands almost for this man, and I think goes to, you know, his knowledge of the president's everyday doings and the lengths he's willing to go for his boss. I mean, you know, we always talk about Michael Cohen as a fixer, and do we really know what that means? You know, that we used to think of Olivia Pope on Scandal, you know, but it's interesting hearing him lay out the varied and sometimes humiliating things that he did in service of Donald Trump. And I think that goes to a lot of things about this relationship: the loyalty, the intimacy, you know, the tactics he was willing to take on behalf of Donald Trump.
And I think it was striking, too, to just have it all laid out that was in line with the reporting and with the prosecutions and with the agreements with prosecutors, right, that we had read about and that we had heard about over the last number of years now. But to have it all in one hearing here in a couple hour span is still, I think, striking and is one of the many things from this hearing that I think people are still trying to get their heads around, if you will.
Absolutely. So we do expect testimony to resume in the next 5 to 10 minutes, so stay with us. We'll keep checking in on the House Oversight Committee hearing room. Such a big moment for these members, for Chairman Elijah Cummings, as they set a tone for what this committee will be doing, what the Oversight Committee will be overseeing under the Trump administration, with Democrats leading that committee. Also setting a tone, though, for what we can expect from other House committees. And a lot of eyes are on this, not just because of what Michael Cohen may say, but because we want to get a sense of how Democrats plan to comport themselves and how they plan to try to diminish the credibility of the Trump administration through the witnesses that they call, through the questions that they ask. You can see there Mark Meadows, who's emerged as one of the president's top defenders in the House, someone who was even being considered for the chief of staff job, deciding to stay put for now at his role in Congress. And you can see that he can still be very much aligned with President Trump, serving a role as a supporter of the president in situations like this, JM.
Yeah, and you heard Chairman Cummings kind of right off the top say that the days are over, I'm paraphrasing here, but the days are over of this committee essentially providing cover for President Trump. And we knew coming into this new Congress, with Democrats taking control, that there were going to be a number of investigative fronts that they were going to be looking into, that the subpoena power is significant in the Oversight Committee, which really has the authority to investigate anything that they want to, right? And that's significant. The fact that Chairman Schiff of the House Intelligence Committee seems to be wanting to reopen the investigation that was reopening the investigation that was closed into Trump and looking into potential money laundering. What happened with Deutsche Bank? We heard Cohen reference Deutsche Bank a few different times today. And then going to the Judiciary Committee, what Chairman Nadler is going to pursue. These are things that I think Trump knows it undercuts his political capital whenever those things are in the headlines, and those things are getting attention away from the agenda that he wants to pursue in office. And now with a split Congress, it will be interesting to see what, if anything, they can achieve from a major legislative front, if you will, especially
Even
with
on
2020
issues,
getting underway.
And even on issues that there could be bipartisan agreement, such as infrastructure, when you've got this contentious current flowing, it doesn't help. I do have to point out, though, that President Trump does thrive on the fight. And so even as this distracts from the message and distracts from some of his goals and his agenda, when he's on defense, he comes out punching. And so there is an element that his supporters appreciate and revel in when he's punching back.
Absolutely, and I think that Mark Meadows, who is a close ally of the president's, was in some ways his performance in this hearing is playing to an audience of one. This is a guy who sees himself as Trump's big defender, and I think you're seeing this as the role that he's going to play on this committee, the very vocal defender of the president in a panel that is going to be sharpening their knives for the president and for this administration. Now, this committee has a long history of this kind of sparring, though. I mean, think back to when Trey Gowdy was the chairman, and it was all Benghazi all the time. You know, this is the other side of that coin. And as the chairman said, you know, those days are gone, and this is the new reality for the Trump administration.
You can see Lanny Davis there, lawyer whose name has come up a lot with questions over just who's paying his salary, Republicans implying that there might be another agenda here. Real close up there of Lanny Davis as the camera gets his focus. Emily, what can you tell us about him?
Lanny Davis is a old Washington hand. He was a special counsel to President Clinton. He was in the White House, left before the Lewinsky scandal hit, and yet served as a surrogate for Bill Clinton outside of the White House during that scandal. He was a key surrogate for Hillary Clinton. He is a Clinton guy. He is a card-carrying, passport-holding member of Clinton world, which I think makes him such a strange pairing with Michael Cohen, who is, you know, was a card-carrying member of Trump world, and yet they seem perfectly suited for one another. Lanny Davis has a way of taking on very controversial clients, usually very high-profile clients. He represented Martha Stewart in legal trouble. He represented the Redskins, you know, in disputes about their name. He's taken on unsavory clients throughout the world, and in some cases, this has come back to bite him. But he is just—he's not the guy that you hire if you don't want attention paid to your case. He's not the quiet, working guy who's just in the background, you know, and you can whisper in your ear every now and then. You hire Lanny Davis if you know you're going to get attention and you don't want that deflected. You know, there's been a lot of talk about Lanny Davis, and you have to think that in hiring him, you knew what you were getting.
Well, and you heard Cohen reference during the hearing that it was his first lawyer, I believe, who made the reference that you should bring on Lanny Davis, right? And it does seem that Lanny Davis has helped Cohen navigate this landscape here, right, in terms of strategically how he was doing interviews in the lead up to this, in the delay even from when the hearing was originally scheduled. We don't know whether or not the intent was for this to be. But the fact, as we mentioned earlier, that this is happening right as Trump is overseas at this historic summit with the North Korean leader is really significant.
Right, and Lanny Davis has always not only acted as an attorney, but he's acted as a PR guy. And he knows Washington, he knows Congress, he knows the press. I mean, this is the guy that, who do you want next to you when you're in a circus? You want the ringleader. This guy knows a circus. He's been in a circus. He gets this terrain. And so, he plays a lot of different roles, I think. He's not just the guy giving him strict legal advice. This is part of a big, a number of roles that he plays for his client.
Yeah, there is this dirty little secret of Washington where things are bigger than party, right? There's a power structure in a place like Washington where the Lanny Davises of the world can absolutely be simpatico with the Michael Cohens of the world, forget party differences, because they are playing on this level where they need to have this ability to know the politics of Washington, know how to navigate the system, and know how to win turf wars and battles that go way beyond party, Emily.
Absolutely. I mean, so you can look at this as some sort of strange alliance, and yet it's not at all.
It could be entirely natural. I want to bring in Robert Costa. Thanks so much for coming by and talking with us. We're going to get you in this conversation for a few minutes before we head back to the hearing room. We were just talking about some of the strange alignments that have taken place, getting Lanny Davis here with Michael Cohen. I'd love to hear from you, though, who you're watching on this committee and who's standing out to you as you think about what angle they're working, Bob. What are they trying to prove? JM mentioned that Mark Meadows could be talking to an audience of one at this point, Donald Trump. Who are you watching right now?
Mark Meadows is an important person to watch. We have a chief of staff in the White House in Mick Mulvaney, who's still an acting chief of staff. And there's a lot of talk among White House officials that Mark Meadows could still come in. And Mark Meadows is looking perhaps at running a primary bid against Senator Thom Tillis, who's broken with the Trump administration in recent weeks on the national emergency. He could do that, so he's trying to score some points with the right wing. Also, as you said, talking to an audience of one if he wants to be chief of staff. Beyond that, this is a real test for the Democrats. Can they be focused as the majority? Can they really try to get some draw political blood from Michael Cohen?
How do you think they're doing so far? I mean, we still have 5 members that will have an opportunity to ask questions, and as we've mentioned, they'll actually be able to get into a flow, right? Because they'll be going from Democrat to Democrat. But how do you think they've been doing so far?
So far, okay. I think the story has been more about Cohen and what Cohen has had to say rather than a moment where a lawmaker has drawn out Cohen into saying something that was fresh and new. The things that Cohen is offering on his own are startling, and they're headlines minute by minute. At the same time, the Democrats, from the Chairman Cummings to others, have been solid. There haven't been major mistakes, but you haven't had a breakthrough moment. I think about Senator Amy Klobuchar in the Supreme Court hearings over Judge Kavanaugh. Her back and forth really gave her an elevated place on the national stage as she prepared to run for president. No one yet, I think, has had that kind of breakthrough.
But then again, Michael Cohen really laid it all out in his opening statement. I mean, once you have an opening statement that says the president's a racist, and he's a cheat, it's really hard to then have that moment of aha, gotcha, where you finally get Michael Cohen.
Where do you go from there?
Exactly.
But I'm wondering if there are some missed opportunities, Bob, in terms of following up on how many women have you paid off over the years? Carolyn Maloney asked that, and then he sort of deflected on it, and we never got back to it, which seems like you'd remember, and even if you could ballpark it at least. There seem to be some threads that they've come up with that they haven't been able to totally pull.
And part of the challenge for these lawmakers is that everyone wants their bite at the apple.
Absolutely.
They all want to have a chance. But in the past, you've often seen one person on a committee act as a prosecutor of sorts to really try to concentrate the line of inquiry. You don't really see that here. You've gotten some new pieces of information, but the Democrats have wanted to let everyone have a chance.
Let's go back to the hearing room. Michael Cohen has taken his seat, and the chairman has resumed his position on the dais, so we'll bring you the rest of this hearing live and uninterrupted.
Cohen. Tell him that Donald Trump is deep throat, and he's not deep. Let him know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll come to order. Mr. Cohen, I want to finalize this issue relating to your truth in testimony form. The form requires you to list your contracts or payments originating from a foreign government, not from all foreign entities. We said we would give you a chance to consult with your attorneys. Have you done that, and do you have any additional information?
My 4 attorneys continue to believe, as they did before, that the language of the Truth in Testimony form, which I was given and signed just right before this hearing, and which requires disclosure of any contracts or payments from foreign governments in the last 2 years, did not apply to my work for BTA Bank, which is a Kazakh-owned entity. They advised that had entities been intended for disclosure, that word would have been in the disclosure definition. However, if the committee's counsel has a different view that I should disclose my contract with BTA Bank, we'd be willing to do that.
All right. Now,
Mr. Chairman.
Let me finish.
Sure.
I want to understand clearly, you sought the advice of your counsel, is that right?
That's correct.
And your counsel advised you to say what you just said, is that right?
That's correct.
And you know that to be the truth, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I will yield to the gentleman from
I thank the chairman for his courtesy. Mr. Chairman, instead of making points of order and going back and forth on this, perhaps a way to solve this is for the chairman to request Mr. Cohen give to this committee all the foreign payments that he has received over the last 2 years, whether they're an entity or a government, because we have strong belief, Mr. Chairman, there's over $900,000 that came from the government of Kazakhstan on behalf of Mr. Cohen, and it is either the truth or the whole truth or nothing but the truth. And the rules, Mr. Chairman, really look at foreign payments that come from or with foreign governments. And the bank he's talking about is owned 81% by the Kazakhstan government.
Reclaiming my time, and then we're going to move on. What I will take, first of all, let me be clear. I said to Mr. Cohen that if he came in here and lied, I would nail him to the cross. Didn't I? Did I tell you that?
Yes, you did more than once.
All right. So if there's any ambiguity, I want that to be cleared up. I have no problem in working with you to make sure that's straightened out, because I don't want it to be a thing where he thinks one thing, we think one thing, and we can clear that up. All right. All right. We have a number of members that have been waiting.
But just on that subject, if I could, Mr. Chairman. I don't think we should limit it just to the BTA Bank, which has the affiliation with Kazakhstan. I think we should also look at Korea Aerospace Industries, one of his other clients, and any other client that's foreign that may have some connection to that respective country's government. I hope him and his attorneys look at all those and we get the form exactly right as Mr. Meadows wants.
Reclaiming my time, we will take that certainly under advisement. I'm a man of my word. We will work with you and see what we can do to come up with that. I don't think that it's an unreasonable request. Mr. Guana. Hello? Guana? Yes, yeah.
Mr. Cohen, I want to focus my questions on the smoking gun document you have provided this committee. This document is compelling evidence of federal and state crimes, including financial fraud. You provided this committee with a check from President Donald J. Trump's revocable trust account, which is marked as Exhibit 5B. It is a check for $35,000, and it is dated March 17, 2017, after the President took office. It's right now on the screen. Do you see it, sir?
Yes, sir.
To be clear, the Trump Revocable Trust is the trust the President set up to hold his assets after he became President. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you know why you were paid from the trust as opposed to the President's personal account?
I don't know the answer to that.
Did you think it was odd that he paid you once from his personal account and then he's paying you through the scheme of a trust?
I'll be honest, I was just happy to get the check.
Today you testified that the check was signed by Donald Trump Jr. and the Trump Organization CFO, Alan Weisselberg. Is that correct?
That is correct.
According to the criminal charges against you, you sent monthly invoices containing false information to an individual identified as Executive 1. Weisselberg is Executive 1, correct?
Yes.
The criminal charge against you then states that Executive 1 forwarded your invoice to someone referred to as Executive 2. Presumably, Donald Trump Jr., who's signing this check, is Executive 2, correct?
I believe so.
As federal prosecutors laid out in their criminal charges, Payments like this check resulted in numerous false statements in the books and records of the Trump Organization. And it's important for the American public to understand this. Nothing to do with collusion. This is financial fraud, garden variety financial fraud. It was disguised as a payment for legal services to you. But this was not a payment for legal services, was it, Mr. Cohen?
No, sir.
It could give rise to serious state and federal criminal liability if a corporation is cooking its books. Based on your testimony today, Donald Trump Jr. and Alan Weisselberg directed this payment to you and approved this payment. Is that right?
Mr. Trump initially acknowledged the obligation, the debt. Myself and Alan Weisselberg went back to his office, and I was instructed by Alan at the time that they were going to do this over 12 installments. And what he decided to do then was to have me send an invoice, in which case they can have a check cut. And then, yes, the answer would be yes to your follow-up.
And Donald Trump Jr. obviously signed off on this.
Yes, well, it would either be Eric Trump, Donald Trump Jr., and or Alan Weisselberg, but always Alan Weisselberg on the check.
And you think Executive 2 is Donald Trump Jr.?
Yes.
They knew that this payment was false and illegal, correct?
I can't make that conclusion.
You told Representative Kelly that the president was aware of this scheme. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I just want the American public to understand the explosive nature of your testimony in this document. Are you telling us, Mr. Cohen, that the president directed transactions in conspiracy with Alan Weisselberg and his son, Donald Trump Jr., as part of a criminal conspiracy of financial fraud? Is that your testimony today?
Yes.
And do you know if this criminal financial scheme that the president, Alan Weisselberg, and Donald Trump Jr. are involved in is being investigated by the Southern District of New York?
I'd rather not discuss that question because it could be part of an investigation that's currently ongoing.
But I just want the American public to understand that solely apart from Bob Mueller's investigation, there is garden variety financial fraud. And your allegation and the explosive smoking gun document suggests that the president, his son, and his CFO may be involved in a criminal conspiracy. And isn't it true, Mr. Cohen, that this criminal conspiracy that involved 4 people, that there's only one person so far who suffered the repercussions, and that's why you're in jail?
We'll be going to jail, yes.
There are 3 other people, though, who were equally involved in this conspiracy. Is that true?
It is true.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I yield back my time.
Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cohen, I'm going to tackle the president's tax returns. During the 2016 campaign, you said you personally wouldn't, quote, allow him to release those returns until the audits are over, unquote. For the record, nothing prevents individuals from sharing their own tax returns, even while under audit by the IRS. Mr. Cohen, do you know whether President Trump's tax returns were really under audit by the IRS in 2016?
I don't know the answer. I asked for a copy of the audit so that I could use it in terms of my statements to the press, and I was never able to obtain one.
Okay. So do you have any inside knowledge about what was in the president's tax returns that he refused to release?
I do not.
Can you give us any insight into what the real reason is that the president has refused to release his tax returns?
Statements that he had said to me was that what he didn't want was to have an entire group of think tanks that are tax experts run through his tax return and start ripping it to pieces, and then he'll end up in an audit, and he'll ultimately have taxable consequences, penalties, and so on.
So that's an interesting point, that basically he said he didn't want to release his tax returns because he might end up in an audit. So could you presume from that statement that he wasn't under audit?
I presume that he's not under audit.
And the reason why I bring this up, because I'm also the only Democrat on this committee that also serves on the Committee of Ways and Means. It's the Chief Tax Writing Committee in the House of Representatives. And it's the only committee in the House of Representatives that has jurisdiction to request an American's tax returns, and that includes the President of the United States. My constituents need to know whether the President has financial ties that are causing him to protect his own bottom line rather than the best interest of this country. Can he be blackmailed because of his financial and business ventures, including by foreign governments? And I know the opposition is the first thing they're going to ask or say is that he released his financial disclosure forms. But I believe that there's other things we can learn from his taxes. Do you have any idea what we can learn in his tax returns if we actually we got our hands on them?
No, I've seen them. I just have never gone through them. They're quite long.
Quite long. One of the things I also find ironic is the way they're kind of attacking you is to undermine your credibility is one of the ways, is by saying that you committed bank fraud and tax evasion. And the reason why is a big deal is that it really goes down to a person's character when it comes to taxes. But yet the Republican minority has never asked to see his taxes, right? Something that for 40 years, Democrats and Republicans alike have released their tax returns to prove to the American people that they didn't have financial interests that would be leverageable by a foreign government. But this minority refuses to ask for his tax returns. I also want to kind of go on. I'm noticing a pattern. About the President and those in his inner circle. Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team has indicted or received guilty pleas from 34 people and 3 companies that we know of, the latest being long-term Trump advisor Roger Stone. That group includes 6 former Trump advisors. It appears that the President has a fondness for entrusting those who will, 1, lie for him, 2, break the law for him, 3, cheat the system for him. Essentially, he wants to surround himself with people who are just like him. Would you agree with that statement?
From the facts and circumstances, it appears so.
Mr. Cohen, the American people have a lot of questions when it comes to this president, to his conduct. When he went to Helsinki and he bowed before Vladimir Putin. And nobody can really understand why he acts the way he acts. And we believe that the way we get those answers is really looking at everybody that surrounds him, who he's been associated with, and his tax returns, because that is the only way that we can get down to the bottom line. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
All right, go ahead.
I ask unanimous consent that we read into for the record, a tweet from Dr. Darrell Scott, which says, Michael Cohen asked, no, begged me repeatedly to ask POTUS to give him a job in the administration. He is still lying under oath. I ask unanimous consent.
Objection.
I have one more from Bob Deedle. Getting sick watching these hearings. I know Michael Cohen personally for many years, and he told me several times that he was very angry and upset that he didn't get a post in the White House, and that he, quote, would do what he has to do now to protect his family, close quote. I ask that that be.
Mr. Chairman.
I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, 2 quick ones.
And then if we got other ones, we're going to do you, Mr. Ranking Member, then we'll do the other ones at the end, because I have some things, too, that I want to get in. Go ahead.
All right. I ask unanimous consent that an article in Salon Magazine written by Stanley Brand, former House counsel to Tip O'Neill, titled the article is Oversight Committee Session with Michael Cohen Looks Like an Illegitimate Show Hearing.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent that a letter that Mr. Meadows and I sent to you, the chairman, requesting that you call Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein to testify at this hearing also be part of the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond?
Just 1 second, all right? The article by Mr. Brand.
Yep.
I just want to deal with this one right away. When we saw that article, Mr. Ranking Member, we knew that it was inaccurate. I mean, just on basics. I mean, the cases that Mr. Brand used are definitely distinguishable for what's going on here. And so we got Irvin B. Nathan, former general counsel of the House from 2007 to 2010, and she says, in short, the committee has ample jurisdiction and responsibility to hear and consider the upcoming voluntary testimony of Mr. Cohen. That's dated February 25th, 2019, and I want to enter that into record without objection. So ordered. Where are we? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cohen, I'd like to quickly pick up on some previous lines of questioning before getting into my own, so I may go a little quickly to get it all in 5 minutes. First, my colleague from Vermont had asked you several questions about AMI, the parent company of the National Enquirer. And in that, you mentioned a treasure trove, a quote, treasure trove of documents in David Pecker's office relating to information assembled from all these catch-and-kill operations against people who potentially had damaging information on the president. You also mentioned that the president was very concerned about the whereabouts of these documents and who possessed them. Does that treasure trove of documents still exist?
I don't know. I had asked David Pecker for them.
So you would say the person who knows the whereabouts of these documents would be David Pecker?
David Pecker, Barry Levine, or Dylan Howard.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, I want to ask a little bit about your conversation with my colleague from Missouri about asset inflation. To your knowledge, did the president ever provide inflated assets to an insurance company?
Yes.
Who else knows that the president did this?
Alan Weisselberg, Ron Lieberman, and Matthew Calamari.
And where would the committee find more information on this? Do you think we need to review his financial statements and his tax returns in order to compare them?
Yes, and you'd find it at the Trump org.
Thank you very much. The last thing here, the Trump Golf Organization currently has a golf course in my home borough of the Bronx, Trump Links. I drive past it every day, going between the Bronx and Queens. In fact, the Washington Post reported on the Trump Links Bronx course in an article entitled, "Taxpayers Built This New York Golf Course and Trump Reaps the Rewards." That article is where many New Yorkers and people in the country learned that taxpayers spent $127 million to build Trump Links in a, quote, generous deal, allowing President Trump to keep almost every dollar that flows in on a golf course built with public funds. And this doesn't seem to be the only time the president has benefited at the expense of the public. Mr. Cohen, I want to ask you about your assertion that the president may have improperly devalued his assets to avoid paying taxes. According to an August 21st, 2016 report by the Washington Post, while the president claimed in financial disclosure forms that Trump National Golf Club in Jupiter, Florida, was worth more than $50 million, he had reported otherwise to local tax authorities that the course was worth, quote, no more than $5 million. Mr. Cohen, do you know whether this specific report is accurate?
It's identical to what he did at Trump National Golf Club at Briarcliff Manor.
Do you know, to your knowledge, was the president interested in reducing his local real estate bills, tax bills?
Yes.
And how did he do that?
What you do is you deflate the value of the asset, and then you put in a request to the tax department for a deduction.
Thank you. Now, in October 2018, the New York Times revealed that, quote, President Trump participated in dubious tax schemes during the 1990s, including instances of outright fraud that greatly increased the fortune he received from his parents. It further stated from Mr. Trump, quote, he also helped formulate a strategy to undervalue his parents' real estate holdings by hundreds of millions of dollars on tax returns, sharply reducing his tax bill when those properties were transferred to him and his siblings. Mr. Cohen, do you know whether that specific report is accurate?
I don't. I wasn't there in 1990s.
Who would know the answer to those questions?
Alan Weisselberg.
And would it help for the committee to obtain federal and state tax returns from the president and his company to address that discrepancy?
I believe so.
Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Ms. Presley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One more time, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank you for your leadership and the way in which you comport yourself. And I know there are some that would have you believe that the more you say something, the more true it is, but in fact, this committee, thanks to your leadership and our Democratic majority, has been doing the work of the American people. Before this committee alone, we looked at the issue of making Election Day a federal holiday, reducing drug pricing, and pursued subpoenas to reunite families, and just recently, before we returned here, tried to pass a universal background check gun bill. So we are doing the business of the American people, including today. It has been said that the best sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. Electric light is the most efficient policeman. Well, let there be light. Because the point of oversight is for us to pursue the trust, to pursue the truth and justice for the American people, to understand if lies, deceit, and corruption are threatening American democracy and indeed our safety. Mr. Chairman, charities should not be abused as personal piggy banks. It is both against the law and extremely unfair to charities that play by the rules. A line of questioning that we have not yet addressed and we've been glaringly absent in tackling is that of the abuses of the Trump Foundation. Now, the President's Charitable Foundation agreed to dissolve in response to an ongoing investigation and lawsuit by the New York Attorney General. The New York Attorney General found what it called, quote, clear and repeated violations of state and federal law, including, quote, repeated and willful self-dealing by the Trump administration. Apologies, by the foundation. If I understand your opening statement correctly, in mid-2013, you arranged for a straw purchaser to bid $60,000 for a portrait of Mr. Trump painted by the artist William Quigley at a charity auction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why would the President want to bid up the price of something that he was ultimately paying for?
It's all about ego.
How was it paid for?
I believe it was paid for by a check from the trust.
And abuse, and again, you know, this is not a partisan pursuit here. I think ultimately what we're demonstrating is patriotism. This is about what is right and just for the American people. Did the straw purchaser purchase the painting and then the foundation funds reimburse the straw purchaser? Can you explain the mechanics of that payment?
I'm not involved with the foundation.
Okay. Did the President know what was happening?
Oh, yes.
And how did you know he knew what was happening?
Because he tasked me to find the straw bidder to ensure that his painting, which was going last in the auction, would go for the highest amount of any of the paintings that have been put on the auction block for the day.
And what happened to the painting?
I believe it's in one of the clubs.
Okay. According to the New York Attorney General in March 2014, Mr. Trump again used the foundation to pay $10,000 for the winning bid on another portrait of Mr. Trump that ended up as decor in one of his golf courses in Miami. Mr. Cohen, are you familiar with that transaction?
Yes.
Are you aware of any other instances where the Trump Foundation was used to benefit the Trump family?
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
So there was a contract that I ended up creating on Mr. Trump's behalf for, it was a Ukrainian oligarch by the name of Viktor Pinchuk. And it was that Mr. Trump was asked to come and to participate in what was the Ukrainian-American Economic Forum. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to go, but I was able to negotiate 15 minutes by Skype where they would have a camera very much like, a television camera very much like that one, and they would translate Mr. Trump to the questioner, and then he would respond back. And I negotiated a fee of $150,000 for 15 minutes. I was directed by Mr. Trump to have the contract done in the name of the Donald J. Trump Foundation, as opposed to Donald J. Trump for services rendered.
Thank you. Any other abuses of the foundation that you'd like to share? Again, it is against the law, and again, extremely unfair to charities that are playing by the rules.
Not at this time, but if I think of one, I'll
Okay.
pass it along.
And then for the balance of my time, would you agree that someone could deny rental units to African Americans, lead the birther movement, refer to the diaspora as shithole countries, and refer to white supremacists as fine people, have a black friend, and still be racist?
Yes.
I agree.
Gentlelady's time has expired. You may answer the question.
I did, yes.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have two unanimous consent. Since we're finishing up, before we get done, I want to go ahead and.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I just want
Yes, sir.
I wanted to get to Ms. Tlaib, and then I'll come to you. Okay, Ms. Tlaib. I mean, they've been waiting here all day. Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, all of you, for centering this committee on our sole purpose is exposing the truth. And some of my colleagues can't handle the truth, and this is unfortunate because it's the center of what is protecting our country right now. The people at home are frustrated, Mr. Cohen, and they want criminal schemes to stop, especially those from the Oval Office. Mr. Cohen, I am upset and know that my residents feel the same way, that a man you worked for the past 10 years is using the most powerful position in the world to hurt our country solely for personal gain. We are upset that some of our colleagues here are so disconnected of what it means to have this President of the United States sending checks to cover bribe payments, not hush payments, bribe payments you made on his behalf. One in 2017 of March, and another August 2017 after he was sworn in as president. They are upset that while my colleagues are trying to discredit your testimony by some of your own unlawful acts and lies, that they are disconnected with the fact that you were the personal lawyer for this President of the United States, that this President chose you as his legal counsel. My stance has always been the same, Mr. Chairman, based on the facts, not on future reports that we're all waiting on. My residents back home don't need a collusion clause with a foreign government to know this President, Individual One, has disregarded the law of the land, the United States Constitution, and that he has misused his pardon powers. In the sentencing memo, Mr. Cohen, filed by the federal prosecutors in New York in December of last year, they stated, quote, in particular, and as Cohen himself has now admitted with respect to both payments, he acted in coordination with and at the direction of Individual One. Mr. Cohen, as you know, President Donald J. Trump brand comes first, not the American people. Based on what you know now, based on what we know now, is that Individual One used his money, businesses, and platform to enrich himself, his brand, and then the process directed you, Mr. Cohen, to commit multiple felonies, and you covered it up, correct?
That's correct.
You called it protecting his brand, correct?
And him as well.
Mr. Cohen, with this, do you think the President of the United States is making decisions in the best interest of the American people?
No, I don't.
Especially those you said that he used horrible words about, like African Americans, Muslim Americans, and immigrants?
Yes.
Just to make a note, Mr. Chairman, just because someone has a person of color, a black person working for them, does not mean they aren't racist. And it is insensitive that some would even say it's the fact that someone would actually use a prop, a black woman, in this chamber, in this committee, is alone racist in itself. Donald Trump is setting a precedent.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that her words be taken down.
President, I reclaim my time.
Mr. Chairman,
Trump is setting a precedent
Mr.
that
Chairman,
the highest office can be attained
Mr. Chairman, the rules are clear.
Activity, cover up and hold on to business assets to break campaign finance laws and constitutional clauses. What we have here, Mr. Chairman, is criminal conduct in the pursuit of the highest public office by Mr. Cohen and Individual One. I hope that the gravity of this situation hits everyone in this body and in Congress and across this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that her words, when she's referring to an individual member of this body, be taken down and stricken from the record. I'm sure she didn't intend to do this, but if anyone knows my record as it relates, it should be you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I would like to...
Hold on.
I want the words read back.
No.
We want to know exactly what she said about a colleague.
Excuse me. Would you like to rephrase that statement, Ms. Tlaib?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can actually read it from here. Just to make a note, Mr. Chairman, that just because someone has a person of color, a black person working for them, does not mean they are racist. And it is insensitive that someone would even say racist, say say it is racist in itself, and to use a black woman as a prop to prove it otherwise. And I can submit this for the record. If a colleague is thinking that that's what I'm saying, I'm just saying that's what I believe to have happened. And if, as a person of color in this committee, that's how I felt at that moment, and I wanted to express that. But I am not calling the gentleman, Mr. Meadows, a racist for doing so. I'm saying that in itself, it is a racist act.
Well, I hope not, Mr. Chairman, because I need to be clear on this particular. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Meadows, wait a minute.
I've defended you with false accusations.
Mr. Meadows, I'm the chair.
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. I will clear this up. Now, Ms. Tlaib, I want to make sure I understand. You were not intending to call Mr. Meadows a racist, is that right?
No, Mr. Chairman, I do not call Mr. Meadows a racist. I am trying, as a person of color, Mr. Chairman, just to express myself and how I felt at that moment. And so, just for the record, that's what was my intention.
All right. Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Chairman, there's nothing more personal to me than my relationship. My nieces and nephews are people of color. Not many people know that. You know that, Mr. Chairman. And to indicate that I asked someone who is a personal friend of the Trump family, who has worked for him, who knows this particular individual, that she's coming in to be a prop, it's racist to suggest that I asked her to come in here for that reason. Mr. President, the President's own person, she's a family member. She loves this family. She came in because she felt like the President of the United States was getting falsely accused. And Mr. Chairman, you and I have a personal relationship that's not based on color. And to even go down this direction is wrong, Mr. Chairman.
First of all, I want to thank the gentleman for what you have stated. If there's anyone who is sensitive with regard to race, it's me. Son of former sharecroppers that were basically slaves. So I get it. I listened very carefully to Ms. Tlaib, and I think, and I'm not going to put words in her mouth, but I think she said that she was not calling you a racist. And I thought that we could clarify that. Because, Mr. Meadows, you know, and of all the people on this committee, I've said it and got in trouble for it, that you're one of my best friends. I know that shocks a lot of people.
And likewise, Mr. Chairman.
But you are. And I could see and feel your pain. I feel it. And so, and I don't think Ms. Tlaib intended to cause you that kind of pain and that kind of frustration. Did you have a statement, Ms. Tlaib? I'm going to yield to you. We can just straighten this up.
Mr. Chairman, and to my colleague, Mr. Meadows, that was not my intention, and I do apologize if that's what it sounded like, but I said someone in general. And as everybody knows in this chamber, I'm pretty direct, so if I wanted to say that, I would have, but that's not what I said. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to clarify. But again, I said someone. And again, I was not referring to you at all as a racist.
Well, I thank the gentlewoman for her comments. I thank the chairman for working to clarify this, and I appreciate the chairman's intervening.
Now, to the gentleman, first of all, thank you for allowing us to resolve that. The gentleman had asked a little bit earlier.
I will withdraw my request.
Oh, you don't want to do the unanimous consent?
I need the unanimous consent, but I think I need to officially withdraw my request that it be stricken from.
Go on, withdraw it. You did it?
I did.
All right, sounds good. Now, I will recognize you for your unanimous consent. I think you want to put in the record some documents.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that we put forth in the record the Vanity Fair article, which indicates that Michael Cohen must be the most gifted consultant in America, outlining his insights into government, health care, and policy and real estate, suggesting that it's not a real company, but and just like he's not a lawyer.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that the LA Times article of July 16, 2018 actually be put in the record, which outlines the $1.2 million payment and their misgivings thereafter.
Without objection, so ordered. Any other unanimous consent requests? Size. Size.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to make the February 9th, 2019 Washington Post profile of Michael Cohen titled Michael Cohen's Secret Agenda, part of the record. This story shows Cohen to be a selfish manipulator who is all about himself. It even has a false anecdote about how he once claimed to deliver his own son, his own baby.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to make the May 9th, 2018 Washington Post article, South Korean firm paid Michael Cohen $150,000 as it sought contract from U.S. government as part of the record. The article reported Korea Aerospace Industries paid a shell company run by Cohen.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to make Michael Cohen's sentencing statement to the Southern District of New York part of the record. The statement establishes that Michael Cohen continues to falsely blame his crimes on blind loyalty to the president, but only Cohen is to blame for his many false statements to financial institutions and the IRS.
Without objection, so ordered.
I ask unanimous consent to make the August 20th, 2018 CNN article, Fed scrutinizing Michael Cohen's former accountant and bank loans, part of the record. Cohen's accountant was subpoenaed to appear before a grand jury and required a lawyer. In his sentencing memo, prosecutors said Cohen attempted to blame his tax evasion on his accountant.
Without objection, so ordered.
Two more, real quickly.
Sure.
Ask unanimous consent to make the February 26, 2019 order filed by the Appellate Division of the State of New York regarding disciplinary proceedings against Michael Cohen, part of the record. This order, which proactively applies starting February 28th, establishes Cohen committed a serious crime and ceased being an attorney when he was convicted of lying to Congress.
Without objection, so ordered.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to make the July 26, 2018 Washington Post article, Michael Cohen secretly recorded Trump. Does that make him a bad lawyer? Part of the record. The article describes potential ethical violations of a lawyer, Cohen, recording his client, Trump, without the client's knowledge.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Norman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to make the January 18, 2019 Huffington Post article, 11 tweets from the fake fan account, Stud, Michael Cohen paid to fawn over him, part of the record. The account is described as a place for women who love and support Michael Cohen. Strong pit bull, sex symbol, no nonsense, business oriented, and ready to make it.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask unanimous consent to make the April 20th, 2018 article in Mother Jones titled Michael Cohen Says He's Never Been to Prague. He told me a different story, part of the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. Mr. Cohen, I have some concluding remarks. But before I do that, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would. I have some closing remarks I would like to say myself. Is this an appropriate time?
You can do it now.
Thank you. So first I want to thank you, Chairman, because I appreciate the opportunity to share some final thoughts. I have acknowledged I have made my own mistakes, and I have owned up to them publicly and under oath. But silence and complicity in the face of the daily destruction of our basic norms and civility to one another will not be one of them. I did things and I acted improperly, at times at Mr. Trump's behest. I blindly followed his demands. My loyalty to Mr. Trump has cost me everything. My family's happiness, friendships, my law license, my company, my livelihood, my honor, my reputation, and soon my freedom. And I will not sit back, say nothing, and allow him to do the same to the country. Indeed, given my experience working for Mr. Trump, I fear that if he loses the election in 2020, that there will never be a peaceful transition of power.
And this is why I agreed to appear before you today. And in closing, I'd like to say directly to the President, we honor our veterans even in the rain. You tell the truth even when it doesn't aggrandize you. You respect the law and our incredible law enforcement agents. You don't villainize them. You don't disparage generals, Gold Star families, prisoners of war, and other heroes who had the courage to fight for this country. You don't attack the media and those who question what you don't like or what you don't want them to say. And you take responsibility for your own dirty deeds. You don't use your power of your bully pulpit to destroy the credibility of those who speak out against you. You don't separate families from one another or demonize those looking to America for a better life. You don't vilify people based on the God they pray to, and you don't cuddle up to our adversaries at the expense of our allies. And finally, you don't shut down the government before Christmas and New Year's just to simply appease your base. This behavior is churlish, it denigrates the office of the President, and it's simply un-American. And it's not you. So to those who support the President and his rhetoric, as I once did, I pray the country doesn't make the same mistakes that I have made or pay the heavy price that my family and I are paying. And I thank you very much for this additional time, Chairman.
Thank you very much. The ranking member has a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know Mr. Cohen has been dishonest in the past. That's why he's going to prison in 2 months. But there are things today that he said during the several hours of questioning that just don't add up either. He said he never defrauded any bank when he was having a conversation questioning from Mr. Comer. Obviously, that's not true because he's going to prison for that very offense. He said today he was a good lawyer who understood the need to represent his client with legal advice. But in his written testimony, he said he never bothered to consider whether payments to women were improper, much less the right thing to do. He attested in his signed truth and testimony form that he did not have any reportable contracts with foreign government entities. Earlier, he admitted to having consulting agreements with at least 2 foreign entities owned in part by foreign governments, BTA Bank of Kazakhstan and Korea Aerospace Industries of South Korea. He said to Chairman Cummings that Donald Trump directed him and the Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg to, quote, go back to his office and figure out how to make the $130,000 payment. But in his testimony, he says, Mr. Trump directed me to use my own personal funds from the home equity line of credit to avoid any money being traced back to him that could negatively impact the campaign. And in response to a question about him paying to set up the fake Twitter account at Women for Cohen, that he didn't direct the commission of that Twitter account. He says, I didn't set that up, and it was done by a young lady that works for the firm, when in fact, he did ask the IT firm Redfinch to set it up, according to the owner of Redfinch. And finally, he said he didn't want a job with the administration, even though the attorneys with the Southern District of New York stated that this was a fact. When asked about this, they said, I wouldn't call them liars, but that statement is not accurate. Mr. Chairman, I think maybe more importantly is what we should have been doing today. Mr. Meadows and I sent you a letter asking you to have Mr. Rosenstein here. I think it's important to know that last week when you announced that Mr. Cohen was coming this week, just happened to be the very same week that we learned the Deputy Attorney General of the United States was thinking about wearing a wire to record the Commander-in-Chief, was actually contemplating talking to cabinet members and invoking the 25th Amendment. That's what we should be focused on, not this sad display we've had to go through the last several hours. And again, it's not my words. You can take the words of the former General Counsel for the House of Representatives under Tip O'Neill. So I hope we've learned some things here today. But Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier, your first big hearing, the first announced witness of the 116th Congress, is a gentleman who is going to prison in 2 months for lying to Congress. I don't think that's what we should be focused on. Yield back.
Thank you very much. You know, I've sat here and I've listened to all of this, and it's very painful. It's very painful. You made a lot of mistakes, Mr. Cohen, and you've admitted that. And, you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is that some very innocent people are hurting too. And you acknowledge that. And that's your family. And so you come here today and I deep in my heart, after, you know, and when I practiced law, I represented a lot of lawyers who got in trouble. And you've come saying I had made my mistakes, but now I want to change my life. And you know, if we as a nation did not give people an opportunity after they made mistakes to change their lives, a whole lot of people would not do very well. I don't know where you go from here. As I sat here and I listened to both sides, I just felt as if, and you know, people are now using my words that they took from me, that didn't give me any credit. We're better than this. We are so much, we really are. As a country, we are so much better than this. And, you know, I told you, and for some reason, Mr. Cohen, I tell my children, I say when bad things happen to you, do not ask the question, why did it happen to me? Ask the question, why did it happen for me? I don't know why this is happening for you, but it is my hope that a small part of it is for our country to be better. If I hear you correctly, it sounds like you're crying out for a new normal, for us getting back to normal. It sounds to me like you want to make sure that our democracy stays intact. When the one meeting I had with President Trump, I said to him, the greatest gift that you and I, Mr. President, can give to our children is making sure that we give them a democracy that is intact. A democracy better than the one that we came upon. And I'm hoping that the things you said today will help us begin to get back there. You know, I mean, come on now. I mean, when you got, according to the Washington Post, our president has made at least 8,718 false or misleading statements. That's stunning. That's not what we teach our children. I don't teach mine that. And for whatever reason, it sounds like you got caught up in it. You got caught up in it. You got caught up in it. And some kind of way, I hope that you will, I know that it's painful going to prison. I know it's got to be painful being called a rat. And let me explain. A lot of people don't know the significance of that, but I live in the inner city of Baltimore. All right? And when you call somebody a rat, that's one of the worst things you can call them, because when they go to prison, that means a snitch. I'm just saying. And so the president called you a rat. We're better than that.
We really are. And I'm hoping that all of us can get back to this democracy that we want and that we should be passing on to our children so that they can do better than what we did. And so you wonder whether people believe you. I don't know. I don't know whether they believe you. But the fact is that you come, you have your head down, and this has got to be one of the hardest things that you could do. Let me tell you the picture that really, really pained me. You were leaving the prison, you were leaving the courthouse, and I guess it's your daughter had a braces or something on. Man, that thing hurt me. As a father of two daughters, it hurt me. And I can imagine how it must feel for you. But I'm just saying to you, I want to first of all thank you. I know that this has been hard. I know that you face a lot. I know that you are worried about your family. But this is a part of your destiny. And hopefully, this portion of your destiny will lead to a better Michael Cohen, a better Donald Trump, a better United States of America, and a better world. And I mean that from the depths of my heart. When we're dancing with the angels, the question will be asked, in 2019, what did we do to make sure we kept our democracy intact? Did we stand on the sidelines and say nothing? Did we play games? And I'm tired of these statements saying, people come in here and say, oh, this is the first hearing. It is not the first hearing. The first hearing was with regard to prescription drugs. Remember, a little girl, a lady sat there, Miss Wortham, her daughter died because she could not get $333 a month in insulin. That was our first hearing. Second hearing, H.R. 1, voting rights, corruption in government. Come on now. We can do more than one thing. And we have got to get back to normal. With that, this meeting is adjourned.
Chairman Elijah Cummings ending this hearing of the Oversight Committee in a dramatic fashion, reminding everyone that the committee has other topics they are covering, letting Michael Cohen go for the day. We will see Michael Cohen again on Capitol Hill tomorrow when he goes before the House Intelligence Committee, but that hearing is behind closed doors. So this day before the Oversight Committee was really the public moment for Michael Cohen to go before Congress and the American people to tell his story in a public and visible way. You can see there Chairman Cummings shaking the hands of some of his colleagues. Really an explosive last portion of testimony. This hearing wrapping up about 7.5 hours after it began. Emily Heil, just even in the last 5 questioners alone, Democrats led the questioning, but Republicans were popping in, wanting to insert items into the record or raise some concerns they had. Even with these last 5 members of the Democratic Party, we did actually get a couple more answers and some more direct lines of questioning.
Yeah, there was actually some substance here at the very end of this hearing. I'm thinking of Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. She came in, and there was some expectation that she might be grandstanding. You know, she's a freshman member, has had so much attention paid to her. She's been criticized for being inexperienced and for being a lightweight, for being a demagogue. She brought none of that to this hearing. She actually came in with some very succinct, direct questions, clearly had an aim, unlike some of her Democratic colleagues and Republican colleagues for that matter, seemed to have an aim. She seemed to be looking to get names, to get information that then could be used to further the committee's investigation. And that seemed interesting because this didn't seem to be a moment for her to be making a public statement or to have anything wrapped up here in this hearing, but rather with an eye toward developing this, eliciting names and information out of Michael Cohen that could then be used for future possible subpoenas, possible other witnesses to come before this oversight committee.
This was an opportunity for some freshman Democratic members in particular to show why they're there and to do the job of Congress. And Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez has gotten so much attention, not just from people on the left, but people on the right who seem both drawn to her and finding her to be a figure that they think they can get mileage out of. And so some of those words that you were mentioning are thrown around by critics of hers. Well, I think she just showed them today, no, I'm here to do my job. I'm here to get some substantive answers. And you can talk all you want, but let's get to the meat of my line of questioning. We also saw a very intense exchange between Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and then Mark Meadows interrupting her. Mark Meadows, who is a very vocal Republican on this committee. When Congresswoman Tlaib was the second woman in a row, we heard right before her, Congresswoman Presley, be critical of the use earlier of an African-American loyalist of President Trump to sort of show or demonstrate in some way that President Trump is not a racist. Both women brought up being offended by that and poking holes into how that is neither here nor there.
Right.
Emily, that moment ended up being quite electric.
It really was. The chairman finally diffused it at the end, but it really looked like for a moment that this hearing had gone a bit off the rails. And you could actually watch Michael Cohen sort of taking a step back and watching this as if, oh wow, this has suddenly become something very different. Suddenly the focus was not on him, very much between these two members of this panel, a more senior and a junior member. And, the Congresswoman was asked, to clarify what she meant, and she did say, I was not calling my colleague a racist. I was saying that this act was racist. So that was the thread, the thread that she made, threading that needle, so that she wasn't criticizing him personally, but rather criticizing an act. It was
which
a tough,
is fair game, which is fair game. But
exactly.
They would have been more concerned to be criticizing a colleague, and that's why Mark Meadows wanted it stripped from the record. But she still stood by her assertion that it was racist to, and as Congresswoman Presley outlined before that, and she was giving a leading question to Michael Cohen of, if you say that there were good people on both sides of Charlottesville, if you engaged in sketchy housing practices for African Americans, if you criticized African countries as being S-hole countries, but you still know a black person,
can you still
be a racist?
Right.
And Michael Cohen said, yeah.
Right, and so this is interesting. So this is, the House, and I think we're seeing this interesting collision of very firebrand young members coming in and colliding a little bit with the rules of Congress, which call for this very measured debate. And there are a lot of rules that surround the debate. This is not like a cable TV panel where you can just, or Twitter, where you can just sort of say what you like. There are rules, you can't attack your colleagues directly. You have to address people a certain way. There are rules to debate on the House floor and within committees. And I'm just seeing this as sort of an interesting institutional moment. And maybe that's a little Congress geeky of me.
But that's the reason why Congresswoman Tlaib might pull back a little bit and say, I will repeat my statement. The experience of it was racist. I'm not calling Mark Meadows a racist, because there is a distinction there in Congress. Let's go to our colleague Rhonda Colvin, who was in the room when that exchange took place. Rhonda, I'd love to get a sense from you of the level of tension or surprise. I mean, the hearing was sort of hitting like an end point here when this all blew up.
That's right, Libby. It was tense. I was sitting there. I also saw how Representative Mark Meadows, he seemed a little emotional when he was saying to the chair, you know my history, and that he was among a few that know that Representative Meadows has people of color in his family, and he would not try to do some sort of ploy to bring race into this by bringing Lynn Patton in this morning. But it was interesting to see that we did go back to race. Of course, it was early this morning when Mark Meadows brought in Lynn Patton, who is a former Trump employee and now an employee with HUD, and brought her in. And Tlaib mentioned that this was very insensitive. So yeah, it was an exchange, and I think Emily mentioned this, it was an exchange where we kind of forgot that we were talking about Cohen for a minute, and he was looking back and forth at that exchange. So yeah, that was a very interesting moment to be in there.
I am humbled.
Back
I am
to you.
thankful to Chairman Cummings for giving me the opportunity today to tell my truth. And I hope that, as Chairman Cummings said, it helps in order to heal America. And I thank you all again, and have a good day.
How involved was Donald Trump Jr. in the hush money? How involved was Donald Trump Jr.? Retaliate against you? How involved was Donald Trump Jr. in the hush money?
Michael Cohen addressing the cameras, the reporters there all shouting out questions as he left the Oversight Committee hearing room. Thanks so much to Rhonda Colvin for talking about what it was like in the hearing room. And you know, I want to just circle back to the comments that Rhonda was making. There were a couple of different members of Congress, all women actually, who brought up their concerns about Mark Meadows bringing in someone who wasn't a scheduled witness or anyone else, bringing in Lynn Patton to sort of just appear to make a point. And so we saw it really come to conclusion and come to a full head right at the end of that hearing there with some of the newer, younger members of Congress who were willing to call it out and hit it directly, Emily.
Absolutely. And Congressman Meadows said that, you know, she was there in her unofficial capacity, which I thought was an interesting distinction to make.
She's now an authority at HUD.
Right.
You know, so.
Right. And she is clearly, you know, someone who is supposed to serve as, I think, a character witness to dispute the claims that Michael Cohen made during his opening statement, and then in some of the questioning about the fact that he believes Donald Trump to be a racist.
So Michael Cohen saying a few words there to the camera before he gets some rest tonight and comes back to Capitol Hill tomorrow, where he'll go before the House Intel Committee behind closed doors. So we'll all be watching Capitol Hill, of course, to see if we can pull out some threads of what happens there tomorrow. But he left with a closing statement, which witnesses don't always do. It's not a given that a chairman would invite you to do some kind of closing statement.
Right.
But Congressman Cummings allowed Michael Cohen to, and he did so. And Emily, he both seemed to be expressing contrition for his past behavior, and he engaged in some of the exact same acts he's criticizing the president for now. But he also had some warnings, including one that was a bit surprising, where he said that if President Trump does not win re-election, he's concerned about what would happen next.
Yeah, he said he was worried that there would not be a peaceful transition of power, which I thought was a pretty striking note to end your testimony on. That is a very serious charge, and you know, it's hard to sort of imagine, you know, what did he mean by that. I think if there had been more time possibly for more questioning, some members could have teased that out a little bit more. I also found it interesting that in his closing remarks, he talked a lot about, you know, some of the specific issues, policy issues, on which he disagreed with the president, and seemed to indicate that those were things that caused him to come forward. You know, he mentioned the child separation policies. He mentioned shutting down the government. So here we have Michael Cohen, who up till then had not sort of, you know, differed with the president on specific policy matters, citing those kinds of things as not just policy disagreements, but sort of indicating that it was sort of the fundamental character of someone who would do those sorts of things, and seeing that is why he felt like he had to do what he was doing.
And he's saying that under oath, so you take him at his word to some degree. But as Republicans pointed out, and as some Democrats pointed out as well, he also has his own skin in the game here in this moment, because he's facing prison time that starts in about 2 months. He'll be in jail for 3 years, is the plan at this point. And he's certainly facing that time in part because of lying to Congress, as well as other illegal activities. Let's just give you the top headlines and takeaways from this hearing today. Michael Cohen alleged that the president knew in advance of this plan by WikiLeaks to publish hacked DNC emails. He also went into more details about the hush money payments to women who the president is alleged to have had affairs with. He talked about lying to Mrs. Trump. And how that much pained him. And he also started to get at some other topics that will be of great interest both to prosecutors as well as members of Congress in terms of some of the timelines of a Trump Tower in Moscow, who knew what when and what the involvement of Trump family members were as well.
You know, also, I think there were some things brought up about insurance fraud, particularly the Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez was talking about insurance fraud. She was talking about tax fraud. These are things that I think are going to get some follow-up by this committee and other investigative bodies.
Thank you so much for watching our coverage today. You can subscribe on all the various platforms where we're broadcasting. Follow, subscribe to get alerts of when we're going to go live again as we track more hearings in Congress as well as the President's activities. I'm Libby Casey. I'd like to thank Emily Heil for being with us today. Thanks so much, Emily. And we'll be seeing you here again shortly, I am sure. Thanks so much for watching.